preparation for departure. My name is Andy Tran, and I'm a production supervisor here at SpaceX. I am super excited to bring you live coverage of Crew Dragon completing its second trip to space with people on board as part of NASA's first official long-duration mission for our commercial crew program. Joining me today is NASA Public Affairs Officer Leah Cheshire.
Thanks, Andy. It's awesome to be here, and we have got quite a night ahead of us. So once Dragon departs station, the crew's flight home is expected to last roughly 6.5 hours. Upon departure, Dragon will use its Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers, or 4 departure burns, to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station.
After that comes deorbit, entry, and landing, which covers all operations after the final departure maneuver. That includes trunk separation, a deorbit burn, closure of the nose cone, deployment of the drogue, and then main parachutes, and finally splashdown off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi. Dragon is targeted to splash down off the coast of Panama City, Florida, in the Gulf of Mexico at 11:57 p.m. Pacific time, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by one of SpaceX's recovery vessels.
Today on board the space station is the Expedition 65 crew, led by JAXA astronaut and Crew-2 crew member Aki Hoshide, who just arrived to station a week ago and took over as station commander from NASA's Shannon Walker. As a reminder, just like during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board. NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough will be watching the undocking and departure from the cupola, but the prime departure monitoring role falls on Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover from inside Dragon. Mission controllers in Houston and Hawthorne will back them up. Now let's go over to Brandy Dean at the Johnson Space Center to talk a bit about how the station crew have been preparing to send the crew home and what we can expect from here until Dragon departs the station. Brandy?
SpaceX on the big loop for undocking briefing.
Thanks, Leah. With 11 people on board the International Space Station, it has been a busy few days, although they got a few extra days with the delay in departure. However, they have made the most of it. Over the last several days, the astronauts worked to pack Dragon full of cargo for the return journey. Besides its 4 crew members, Dragon's going to be returning more than 260 kilograms or 570 pounds of cargo back to Earth. Half of that is samples from research projects on board the International Space Station, including multiple powered freezers packed with samples. All of this will get unloaded after we get the crew out following splashdown. From there, it'll be sent to researchers around the country for final analysis. The crews also removed emergency hardware that was kept inside Dragon during docked operations and transferred back to the space station, and they took time to get their SpaceX suits unpacked.
0030 for the start of the sequence. Visors are closed and secured, and we are a go for the undock.
We copy, you are go, and your visors are down. Thank you.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Perform steps 2 through end in 1.602 Dragon departure monitoring.
Heard Commander Mike Hopkins there from the Dragon, letting the team on the ground know that they were ready for undock and had their visors down. That is part of the procedure of getting ready for their departure from the space station. Since getting the hatches closed, Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover suited up and strapped in. We saw some of Soichi, Noguchi, and Shannon Walker's suit up in real time earlier this afternoon. But now all 4 astronauts are in their seats and standing by for undocking. We've got a final go, no-go coming up in a few minutes, where the joint SpaceX and NASA teams make their final call for Dragon to depart the station. That's one of many checkpoints in the return that will continue all the way up until just before the deorbit burn, giving mission managers multiple chances to assess the weather at the splashdown zones and making sure everything is lining up before Dragon departs. So we'll stand by for that final go, no-go, but for now everything's continuing to look good for an on-time departure. And with that, I'll throw it back over to Andy and Leah in Hawthorne.
Thanks for the update, Brandy. And as you heard, we just got the confirmation that from Mission Control here in Hawthorne and Houston, and the Dragon Crew Dragon Resilience is a go to undock. So now we're waiting for the undocking sequence to begin, and that'll happen. It'll take about or less than 5 minutes for Dragon to separate from the International Space Station, where it has called home for almost 6 months.
The first step in the automated undocking sequence is for the umbilicals to retract. These umbilicals connect Dragon systems to the space station, transferring power, telemetry, and commands between the two vehicles throughout Dragon's stay. Now, once that is complete, Dragon will unlatch itself from the space station by releasing the 12 hard capture hooks in 2 separate phases. All that combined will take roughly 4.5 minutes, and then Dragon will be ready to depart from the station and begin to push itself further and further away using its thrusters.
Dragon's initial departure from station is a little different from any other docked vehicles like the Soyuz that rely on springs to push them away from the docking port. Dragon will execute 2 short thruster firings to undock using a combination of the 12 Draco engines around the base of the capsule, with the first breaking any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and the second slowly backing the spacecraft away. We're expecting the call for the undocking sequence to begin at about 5:30 p.m. Pacific time.
And once it's time for the 4 Crew-1 astronauts to deorbit and splash down back on planet Earth, they'll be heading to one of 7 targeted sites supported by SpaceX and NASA. All of these sites are located off the coast of Florida, either in the Gulf of Mexico or in the Atlantic Ocean. Spreading the supported sites across multiple locations helps to maximize the return opportunities for this mission and future crews, lowering the chance that we'll have to wave off due to bad weather.
In the lead up to today, NASA and SpaceX jointly selected primary and alternate splashdown locations off the coast of Panama City, our primary location, and Tampa as the alternate. The selection process works with a lot of different variables, including the space station's orbital trajectory, what landing sites are available and have favorable weather, how much free flight capability Dragon has for the trip home, and the sleep schedule for the returning crew members.
We'll start with calculating daily return options based off of the space station's current orbit and Dragon's capabilities to maneuver and line up for re-entry. The time from undock to landing at the primary site can vary from less than 6 hours to more than 39. Today, our primary landing site gets the crew home in about 6.5 hours from undocking. Certainly, getting home the quickest comes with some obvious benefits, but we always have to make sure that the crew is properly rested for dynamic operations, preventing us from scheduling 20-plus hour days for them. Trajectory and ballistics experts provide the daily opportunities that would line up Dragon with 7 landing zones and split them into what we call ascending and descending opportunities.
Dragon uses its Draco thrusters after leaving station to execute a series of altitude-lowering maneuvers and to line up with the selected primary site. It can also change to different alternate sites while in free flight if sudden weather moves in that we want to avoid. And weather is something that we're constantly looking at, making the final call to proceed about 2.5 hours before the crew undocks. For the Crew-1 return, we'll be looking at a number of weather items. Some of the obvious ones are no rain or chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside the capsule and the recovery teams on the water. We're also looking for wind speeds less than 15 feet a second or about 10 miles an hour and relatively calm seas so we can safely execute recovery operations, which includes landing a helicopter on the recovery ship to fly Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi back to Florida. Once Dragon is flying free, we'll have a number of additional checkpoints to either proceed towards the primary landing site, head to the alternate, or select a new zone based on real-time weather data. These checks are happening all the way up until we are in the final hours before the deorbit burn, which is the last burn in the trip home and commits the Dragon capsule to re-entering the Earth's atmosphere.
And if you've been following along, the teams have been looking at return opportunities since Wednesday, April 28th, with weather being the major factor. We waved off our initial opportunities to undock on the 28th and on the 30th, with teams making the decision to pursue our current undocking and splashdown plan just yesterday. The weather conditions in the Gulf for tonight's attempt are ideal for splashdown and recovery, with very low wind speeds and almost glass-like sea states. This will be the first time we're bringing crew back in a nighttime splashdown, but we are well prepared.
SpaceX was able to practice for this very scenario with the return of the CRS-21 cargo mission, returning a similar Dragon capsule with a nighttime splashdown off the Florida coast. All of our recovery teams have practiced for recovery conditions at night, giving us confidence to carry this out this operation and bring the crew home safely. SpaceX also has additional personnel on the recovery ship to recover Dragon's parachutes and our standard set of medical professionals and Dragon technicians to secure the capsule and get the crew out quickly and safely. And another fun history fact for this return, this will be the first night splashdown of a U.S. crewed spacecraft since Apollo 8's pre-dawn return in the Pacific Ocean on December 27, 1968, with NASA astronauts Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders.
It's quite a while since we've had a nighttime splashdown with crew members on it. But again, like Leah said, we've been practicing this for years and have done extensive amounts of testing. If the mission teams were to wave off after undocking prior to the deorbit burn, the crew can remain on orbit for more than 60 hours before they have to come home. And after undocking, the trip home will take less than 3 days to either our primary or alternate locations. So the crew have 3 days worth of food and snacks on board, along with plenty of water.
And as Andy just mentioned, for today's undocking, Panama City is the prime splashdown location, and Tampa is the backup location for splashdown. And as a reminder, Dragon does have the capability to change alternate locations after undocking from station if bad weather happens to move in. And we are awaiting for that call to begin undocking in about 3 minutes, well, 2 minutes from now. And as we mentioned, it should take under 5 minutes for that undocking sequence to actually occur. So we won't see any movement right away at first from Crew Dragon. If we're able to get a view of it, I know it's still, they're in a night pass in their orbit around the Earth. So we'll be waiting, and we won't see that initial movement, but we have to see those hooks and latches retract, and then those 2 short burns.
Yeah, we should be hearing the call out again in a couple minutes here, and that will begin the sequence to start to pull away those hooks, and eventually Dragon will fire its thrusters to remove the stiction from its forward bulkhead and the station and begin to make its journey all the way back home to Earth.
And if you've been listening, we got our go for undock from the team here, as you can see in Mission Control Houston, as well as the team here in Hawthorne. About 10 minutes ago, got that final go to undock, and Crew Dragon Resilience radioed back that they are go as well. Hatches. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say we have some precious cargo on board with the 4 astronauts, but they're also bringing home quite a bit of cargo, additional cargo as well, over 250 kilograms worth of supplies, food and stuff as well, and experiments to bring back with the return to Earth.
We heard them addressing in the previous show. We were watching hatch closure. They addressed the polar lockers, and those help us bring home science and research that's been conducted on station that needs to be refrigerated. So it's a wonderful capability of Crew Dragon that we're able to get that back to Earth to be analyzed, and so that the teams here on Earth that put together those investigations can take a look.
And all that cargo is being stored in the pressurized section or sort of the capsule section of Dragon. Sometimes we can store objects in the trunk, but later on you'll see that we actually eject the trunk.
SpaceX undock sequence commanded.
We actually undock the trunk in preparation for re-entry.
Copies, we see the same.
That's the call we were looking for, right on time at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. Crew Dragon and the International Space Station flying 260 statute miles southwest of Liberia. You can see a picture of Crew Dragon there in the center of the screen.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Umbilical demate complete and nominal.
Resilience copies.
And the first step has been complete, that umbilical demating that provided power and data from International Space Station to Dragon.
So now with Dragon getting ready to undock and the umbilicals have separated, let's go to Brandy in Mission Control at Johnson Space Center for updates.
Thanks, Andy. That confirmation of the umbilical retraction means that a series of steps have been set off. Right now, the first set of 6 out of 12 hooks should be retracting. That starts just a split second after the undock command is sent. There are 2 sets of 6 for 12 in total. It take about 4.5 minutes in all to unhook, after which time the Dragon will be able to begin performing a series of undocking burns to move itself away from the space station. Again, that first set of 6 hooks should be retracting right now. Live view here of the Dragon from the cameras on board the International Space Station. When it does move away from the space station, you should be able to see that in real time. Again, waiting as the 12 hooks that are holding the Dragon to the space station begin to unhook.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. First set of hooks open and nominal.
Yes, copies, we see the same.
Confirmation there from the core in Hawthorne that the first set of hooks was able to unlatch as expected. Now working on that second set of 6 hooks. Those 12 hooks have been holding the Dragon to the space station. And once they've all retracted, the Dragon will begin to perform a series of burns that will move it away. That's still about a minute or so away. First undocking burn should come at 7:34 p.m. Central Time. The first burn is only a second and a half long and will be quickly followed by a 5-second burn, undock burn 2, at 7:35. And then almost immediately after that, a 16-second departure burn 0. Halfway through that second set of hooks.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. All hooks open and nominal.
Dragon copies, we see separation.
Mike Hopkins there confirming what you're seeing on the screen. Dragon moving away from the International Space Station.
Dragon separation visually confirmed.
And SpaceX concurs.
That undocking taking place at 7:35 p.m. Central Time, 5:35 p.m. Pacific, while the station and Dragon were 260 miles above Mali. That wraps up Crew-1's stay on the International Space Station, begun in November, and puts them on a path.
SpaceX on the big loop. Depart burn 0 complete. Nominal burn.
Advanced copies, we see the same.
And confirmation there of the first of several good burns taking place. Again, there are 2 undocking burns that occur almost back to back, and those will be followed by departure burn 0. That's the first of 4 departure burns, known as, again, departure burn 0. It's a short firing of the Dragon's Draco thrusters, lasting 16 seconds and increasing the Dragon's speed by just under half a mile. That gets Dragon flying away from the space station and sends it on a trajectory that will take it up and around the space station.
Resilience departing. Have a safe trip back home and the soft landings.
Farm Resilience. Thanks for your hospitality. Sorry we stayed a little bit longer. We'll see you back on Earth.
Be back in a couple of months.
Space Station Commander Aki Hoshide, they're bidding Crew-1 goodbye as they move away from the International Space Station. Again, that departure burn 0 was complete and nominal, so that sets the crew on their way home for the day. Again, we did have undocking right on time at 7:35 p.m. Central Time, 5:35 p.m. Pacific. The station was flying 260 miles over Mali. We're going to be monitoring Crew Dragon throughout the departure sequence as it makes its way from the International Space Station. So wishing Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi safe travels on their way home. But to take you through the rest of the departure sequence, I'll be sending you back over to Leah and Andy and Hawthorne. Thanks.
Thanks, Brandy, and great to see that successful undocking of Crew Dragon Resilience. You can still see it on your screen. The station is in an orbital nighttime. That's where this view is coming from. But very cool on the right-hand side, those 2 white dots.
Station step 4, ISS thrusters enabled.
Houston copies.
Those 2 white dots on the spacecraft, those are actually the windows. So that is our crew of 4 inside, now beginning their journey back to Earth, having departed right on time. Dragon Ship Resilience is now on a trajectory to move up and over the station before additional maneuvers will change its orbital path to take it below and in front of the station. Dragon will autonomously accomplish that through 3 additional departure burns to get the 4 astronauts of Crew-1 well away from the space station and on their way home.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that Dragon decides to move up and over. The way I like to think about it is if you've ever watched a track race, when they start the track race, they stagger the folks, and the person in the outer lane is sort of gets a head start, so to speak. But that's because the distance it takes to travel around the lap is much greater for the person further away from the center. And so with Dragon, what we do is Dragon and International Space Station are, generally speaking, traveling at the same speed. And so if we just move it up to a higher orbit, it'll move relatively slower than the International Space Station, which will just clear it. And then once it's clear, it can start to fire those thrusters again and make its way underneath the International Space Station and be clear of any potential sort of collisions. So you may have noticed that our average time from liftoff to the International Space Station is somewhere between 23 and 24 hours. But when we leave, it's a lot quicker. It's because we don't have any hold points during departure sequence, right? We can just kind of undock and start to head home with all of our burns. It takes a lot less time to leave than arrive. Any second now, we are expecting the next departure burn, the second of 4. This burn will increase the initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station.
And even though this is known as Departure Burn 1, like you mentioned, is the second. We just completed Depart Burn 0, which was about 16 seconds, and this one should be about 21 seconds long. So we are standing by any moment now for that call.
And we are continuing to see a view from the International Space Station. There goes the Draco engines firing. That is Dragon. And those 2 white lights, the solid white lights, again, are the windows. And I'm sure the crew is looking back at the International Space Station as they continue to depart.
And we just got a note that Depart Burn 1 has started. As we mentioned, this is
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Depart Burn 1 is complete. Nominal burn. You are go to doff your suits per procedure 4.012. Cameras are already external. Reminder that ground will be deactivating the big loop following exit from the approach ellipsoid.
And SpaceX Resilience copies good Depart 1 burn. We have a go to doff the suits 4.012 and copy on the comm.
And it was over about as soon as it started. That depart burn 1 lasting about 21 seconds, and that came around 5 minutes after separation tonight. This burn will increase the initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station, and we heard that the crew is now go to take off their spacesuits, so they don't have to wear their suits until it's time to really start the deorbit procedures. They can be in those comfort garments and be comfortable inside the vehicle. We really just want them to have those suits on and be in their seats for those first major burns as we leave the International Space Station, and then once again when we come back into Earth's atmosphere.
Yep, continuing to get good news all around with undocking, departure, and the second of 4 burns complete. We're now waiting for Dragon to exit the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid. The keep-out sphere is an imaginary sphere 200 meters in diameter around the station. It's one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft either arriving or departing the station. Before moving into the keep-out sphere, the spacecraft would have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if the spacecraft were to somehow lose control of its maneuvering.
The approach ellipsoid, or AE, is another imaginary shape, this time a 3-dimensional ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. It's in the same family as the keep-out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside of it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. So similar, but this means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon has exited the keep-out sphere.
Station copies, thanks.
Crew Dragon now outside the keep-out sphere, still inside that approach ellipsoid, and the next burn will be depart burn 2. That comes up at 6:28 Pacific time, so a little less than 45 minutes from now. That's a 44-second burn. That keep-out sphere, as we mentioned, one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft either arriving or departing the station. Whether those have crew members on them or not, we're always tracking what's in the vicinity or the neighborhood of our space station. So before moving in the keep-out sphere, we had to know that the spacecraft is configured to not cross that imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if it lost all control of its thrusters. And that can be a hold point at some times on the way uphill or the way to station, but as you've noticed on the way home, it's not somewhere that we have to hold. We can simply move right through it and continue the journey.
And Dragon continuing to distance itself from the International Space Station. We'll hear a call here shortly that it has passed the approach ellipsoid, a bit bigger of an imaginary shape around the International Space Station with an ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 by 2. This is another view of Dragon, getting a little bit of light. Again, you can see the windows right above the red and green lights.
We are looking for that approach ellipsoid exit to come up around 5:54 p.m. Pacific time, so less than 10 minutes from now. It is significantly bigger than the keep-out sphere, but this is a cool picture of Dragon. You can see the capsule down toward the bottom of your screen and then the trunk near the top. And on the trunk on the white side, that's the radiator. It helps radiate heat, and I love this glow right now. The sun is coming up on the space station and onto Crew Dragon.
Wow, that is cool.
SpaceX Resilience, comm check on the cabin mic.
SpaceX on the Big Loop. I hear you loud and clear. How me?
We have you the same. Good comm check.
The International Space Station and Dragon are just over the Black Sea right now. They're moving so fast that they'll see a sunrise or sunset is every 90 minutes. 17,500 miles per hour is how fast they're moving.
And these movements that we see are camera moving. Dragon is moving itself, but not quite as quickly as we see these movements happening right now.
And just a few weeks ago, this crew and this vehicle had a bit of practice. On the first week of April, the crew had donned their spacesuits, entered the vehicle, and undocked and relocated themselves from one port to another. So that while they didn't quite exit the approach ellipsoid, they got pretty far out there where they had to turn on their LiDAR and redock with the International Space Station.
Yeah, it was definitely a dress rehearsal. All 4 crew members got suited up, got in their seats, strapped in, just in case that the redock did not occur. But as we saw, everything worked well. And that was to move Crew Dragon from the forward-facing port on the Harmony module to the space-facing port, where it just undocked from, and that leaves that space vacant. Crew 2 docked to the forward Harmony port last week when they arrived aboard Crew Dragon Endeavour. And now that the zenith-facing or space-facing port is empty, SpaceX Commercial Resupply Mission 22 can move in later this summer and bring along with it some research for the crew, food, supplies, as well as the new solar arrays that we'll be looking to install.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a busy year for the Dragon program. It's been an exciting couple of weeks with the relocation, Crew 2 heading on up there, now Crew 1 departing. And then, like Leah mentioned, we have a CRS mission in the summer, as well as 2 more crewed missions using the Dragon vehicle in the fall with Inspiration 4, as well as the Crew 3 mission, sorry.
And before Crew Dragon came home today, there were a long list of activities that needed to be checked off. Earlier this week, it's a very interesting thing to see, and I believe that there was a photo shared of it. I'm not sure by who, but the Canadarm2 was used to check out the exterior of the vehicle and look at the heat shield for any micrometeoroid or orbital debris. Obviously, they got a green light because they have departed. And we saw the crew suit up earlier, close their hatch. They also had to conduct some leak checks with the crew members themselves in their spacesuits, and as well as with the vestibule or the space between the International Space Station hatch and the hatch on Crew Dragon. We want that to be down to a vacuum so that when the crew members depart, it's equal to the vacuum of space.
So we're having a satellite handoff right now. We should get visuals back shortly here. But speaking of interesting photos, I was browsing the astronauts' Twitter, and as I mentioned earlier, Victor Glover's birthday was yesterday, and seems like they had a great night. There was a saxophone, there was balloons, cakes, and a keyboard involved, but all the astronauts seems like they are getting along very well with each other up there in space.
Yeah, I love, just seeing those real life pictures of what's happening on the International Space Station, because we know that they devote so much time and dedication to the science that's going on, because that's really why they are there. It's an orbiting laboratory that does research that benefits not only our future space exploration goals, but also all of us here on Earth. And so in their downtime, when they get to relax, some of them do play instruments. I've seen videos of what looks like to be a little space band.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the things we like to do here on Earth. They like to share meals together, watch movies.
Yeah, it's watching them do the science experiments, it definitely looks like they're like kids in a candy store. They are absolutely ecstatic about sort of how the properties of experiments will change in the microgravity environment. Again, we are waiting for the call out for Dragon to continue to distance itself from the International Space Station and eventually exit the approach ellipsoid. It's an imaginary ellipsoid around the International Space Station, measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers.
We're looking for that to come up just a few minutes from now. It says 5:54 on Pacific time, so we'll be standing by for that. And this, like we mentioned earlier, with the keep out sphere, this is another place that you might stop on the way up and perform any checkouts before the vehicle gets closer to the space station. But on the way down, smooth sailing, we are clear to go. So we also heard the astronauts are now out of their suits, and I believe that was Mike Hopkins testing out the cabin microphone, which means it's not the microphone that is built into their suits. It's one that they're able to use and float around the capsule with. So that means they're out of their seats as well. I can only imagine they might be getting some views out the window of their home for the previous 6 months on the International Space Station.
It's going to be a very exciting couple of hours here coming up with the crew returning. I should mention that throughout tonight's broadcast, if you have any questions, we are taking questions. If you use the hashtag LaunchAmerica, we'll try to answer them here on air. We have one right here. Will we be able to see the capsule re-enter the atmosphere from the ground here in Florida since it will be dark? I think so. We were talking earlier with the commercial crew program manager, and there's not a ton of clouds. If you are near Panama City or probably somewhere in Florida, you should be able to see a re-entry of the Dragon, depending on the cloud coverage.
When the capsule re-enters the atmosphere, it'll largely be over the water, so maybe a little out of sight for most people on land to see. But we did hear that there will be a lot of moonlight, so hopefully we get some good views. The best views that you'll get will be on this broadcast, we promise you that. But it won't be the same as seeing those 4 main parachutes billowing as the capsule comes down.
So we are targeting splashdown just before midnight Pacific time. So if you are on the East Coast, you might have to stay up a little bit in order to see the splashdown.
Now, this view on the right-hand side of your screen, that's Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Center at Johnson Space Center. And so we are still in integrated operations. Now, the spacecraft Crew Dragon is still in the neighborhood of the International Space Station. So these teams work together in tandem to make sure all systems on both vehicles are set to what they need to be to make sure these procedures move smoothly. As we've seen, everything going well so far, and we're looking at just a minute or two until they exit the approach ellipsoid.
And it really has been a joint effort from not just SpaceX and NASA, but the FAA, the Coast Guard, in order to make sure that the crew undocks safely, returns home safely. So it cannot be stressed enough that it really is a team effort to make sure that everyone is doing their part and these astronauts are coming home safely.
As we mentioned earlier, this is NASA's first splashdown since 1968 with the Apollo 8 crew, which is one of my favorite missions. And this splashdown tonight also breaks a record. Not only has it been that long since we did a nighttime splashdown, but the capsule itself is now going to be the longest duration mission of an American crewed capsule in space. They're beating out the Skylab record from the final Skylab mission. That was 84 days, 1 hour and 15 minutes. And so we're coming home with 168 days here. I think they passed it.
Yeah. If you exclude Demo 2, splashdowns don't happen too often nowadays, right? Most of the vehicles will land on land. The space shuttle landed itself. So, you know, while this may seem new and we haven't done this for decades, we have rehearsed this many times, and the Dragon 1 program splashed down every one of its vehicles, and we were able to recover most of it. So, you know, we are definitely expecting a safe return for all of our astronauts on board the capsule Resilience today.
And we should hear that call to exit the approach ellipsoid any minute now. That 4 kilometer by 2 kilometer by 2 kilometer invisible shape, invisible ellipse, we should say.
The imaginary sphere,
yes, right? Yes. Just helps us monitor vehicles as they arrive and they depart. So Crew Dragon undocked.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a safe free drift trajectory. Houston will be taking down the big loop shortly and expect ISS audio traffic to cease. Please swap your audio destination to Dragon to ground at your convenience and contact me for a comm check.
Get Dragon to ground up.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground comm check.
And SpaceX, this is Resilience on Dragon to ground. How copy?
I hear you loud and clear. How me?
And we've got you loud and clear as well. And if you could pass along the folks, we have a gorgeous view of the International Space Station.
Ah, that is great to hear. Wish we could see it too. Thanks for letting us know, and we'll certainly pass that along.
Well, when you guys get our tablets back, you just might find some photos on it.
Excellent to hear. We look forward to it. Thanks.
As you heard, Dragon Resilience has now exited the approach ellipsoid, that imaginary ellipsoid measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the Keep Out Sphere, which we saw them depart earlier. And we also heard them that they said they have a beautiful view of the International Space Station. So our hypothesis was right. They were definitely getting some last glimpses outside of the windows.
Yeah, I'm quite jealous. They probably have the best views in town. Next up is the third departure burn, and what we call departure burn 2. That's coming up at about around 6:27 p.m. Pacific time. It's going to be 44 seconds in duration, and it uses a combination of service section thrusters and forward bulkheads. So this is done at the orbital apogee, the lowest point in Dragon's lower Dragon's perigee to below the space station to start bringing it beneath and in front of the station's orbit.
And as you mentioned, that'll be depart burn 2, but it's really the third departure burn that we've seen. Right. Well, we had 2 short undock burns that helped us break the stiction and then begin moving away from the International Space Station. And then afterward, we had depart burn 0 lasting about 16 seconds and depart burn 1 lasting 21 seconds. Those are bringing the vehicle up and over the International Space Station. And then depart burn 2, as you mentioned, coming up at 6:28 Pacific time. That should be about 44 seconds long. And then the final major departure burn is depart burn 3. And we'll expect to see that at 7:14 p.m. Pacific or 2:14 GMT, lasting just over a minute long.
And SpaceX from Resilience, all 4 suits are connected and in drying.
We copy, thanks.
And that was Mike Hopkins confirming that they have doffed or taken off their suits and currently drying. Again, they will be putting them back on in a few hours from now in preparation for deorbit. But that graphic, so deorbit burn 3, the last burn, if you have joined us for last week's entry, it's known as sort of a co-elliptic burn. And what that means is after that burn is done, the Dragon vehicle will be at a constant 10 kilometers beneath the space station the entire way around its orbit. And then you get to its final deorbit burn where we'll start to decrease the altitude and eventually re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. And there are some other sequences that the vehicle will need to follow in order to splash back down.
The largest of these departure burns so far the longest, I should say, will be depart burn 3, and that's coming in just over a minute long, looks like 61 seconds. But the deorbit burn will last 16 minutes and 26 seconds. So about 16 and a half minutes of those 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters slowing Dragon down. And that'll be a retrograde firing. So those are pointing the thrusters in the direction that they're traveling. And this will change the perigee or the lowest point of their orbit and help them drop out of orbit around the Earth. And so that's what really commits them to their splashdown location and to coming home.
So we're continuing to track Dragon's journey back to Earth. This is a view of Johnson Space Center in Houston. We have a couple more questions from social media. Do all astronauts at the ISS keep on the same time zone, such as Eastern time zone or Pacific time zone? Yes, they follow GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. So that is sort of the nice halfway point between a bunch of different space agencies. So that is the time that they use, and you'll often see us calling out timelines in Pacific time zone because that's where we're at. But we also try to throw in GMT as well to make sure that the international folks and the astronauts also get their timelines correct.
And this question from Andrew: along with the members of Crew-1, what items return with the Crew Dragon capsule? Experiments, garbage, and space luggage? Yes to those. Not necessarily garbage. We have different needs on our different vehicles, and one of the great things about Crew Dragon is it allows us to bring home cold science or cold stowage, things that need to be in powered lockers, refrigerators, essentially. That way they can be delivered to Earth and given quickly to the researchers here on the ground that have developed these investigations. So that is a lot of what returns with the Crew Dragon, as well as you mentioned the Crew-1 themselves, and there might be a little bit of space luggage in there. Each of the crew members gets to take up some personal items, and we don't necessarily know what those are because they are personal, but those come home with them as well.
And we saw earlier today when the astronauts were ingressing the capsule, the cargo is really packed in there and trying to make full use of all the volume inside of the capsule. There is some storage space underneath the seat at sort of the base of the Dragon vehicle where they can store some luggage as well. So yeah, so keep sending us these questions. I'm having a blast answering them. Again, the hashtag is LaunchAmerica.
Now we have this one from Corey. Will the Crew-1 astronauts be able to look out the window as the capsule is returning through the atmosphere? Well, the windows definitely don't close, so the windows, they would be able to see out of them, but their seats will be actuated or somewhat reclined to about 40 degrees. So they'll be more so facing that upper hatch that we just saw them ingress or enter whenever they prepared to leave the space station. And those windows are on the sides of the forward hatch, or sorry, the side hatch, which is what they will exit later. So they won't really be in the peripheral, maybe, of the astronauts, but who knows?
They might be able to look really far down and see it through their corner of their eye, but as Leah mentioned, the seats actually actuate up, and so what's going to be in front of them are those 3 touchscreen LEDs with a ton of important information, such as telemetry, entry angle, and those are all important things that I'm sure the astronauts need to monitor to make sure that the Dragon vehicle is doing what it needs to for re-entry. Another question here: are there Xbox or PlayStations on the International Space Station so astronauts can be gamers? I love this question. I don't know if there are specifically gaming consoles, but I mentioned this last week, but there is an experiment, and I hope you like this Decisive TV. There is an experiment where they're taking a high-performance computer and bringing it to the space station, and essentially what they're doing is powering it on for a year and seeing if radiation will affect its performance. So I don't know if that's a precursor to space gaming in the future. That would be very cool. But we'll see. We'll see a year from now how that experiment turns out.
Yeah, we unfortunately don't have any gaming consoles for them on the International Space Station. That sounds pretty fun, though.
Yeah.
But like we mentioned, they do have other things to do in their downtime. Some like to continue working on science. I think one of the most popular and favorite pastimes is looking out the window, because who could blame them? As well as sometimes they watch movies, they share meals, and we even know that they play instruments as well.
Yeah, that would be cool. You have, West Coast servers, East Coast servers, then you have a space server. And you're gaming with astronauts. That could be the future. That'd be so cool.
This next question from Daniel: how do astronauts do laundry on the International Space Station? Well, this should be encouragement for anyone who hates doing laundry. You don't have to do laundry on the International Space Station. You can actually just throw your clothes away. So they don't throw them away after one wear. They do try to reuse their clothing, but because we don't really have water that can be disposed of in that amount. We recycle all of our water on the International Space Station, and so we don't have the opportunity to do laundry. So those burn up upon reentry on the Earth's atmosphere when we pack them along with other trash and garbage inside other vehicles like the Northrop Grumman Cygnus, and we just send that back and it disintegrates in the Earth's atmosphere.
That's kind of cool.
Taking out the trash.
If you don't want to do laundry, just become an astronaut.
Exactly.
It's just that simple.
And I love this little view. You can see Crew Dragon there on the right side of your screen. Just a point of light continuing to move away from the International Space Station, with the next burn coming up in about 20 minutes, depart burn 2, which should last 44 seconds.
So again, that is the Dragon capsule. It is quite far from the International Space Station at this point. Again, it passed the two imaginary areas, the keep-out sphere and the approach ellipsoid, continuing to distance itself in the vastness of space.
And we had an on-time undocking today. The command being sent right at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, and then undocking coming around 5 minutes later. Those hooks opening, umbilical detaching, and 2 short burns separating Crew Dragon Resilience from the International Space Station, where it has called home since November 15th. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, you can see flight controllers at their consoles monitoring all of the systems aboard the International Space Station. That's a 24-hour, 365-day-a-year job. And that has been for over 20 years now, because that's the amount of time that we've had people living in space. So if you are under 20 years old, there has never been a day that you've been alive without humans in space.
Yeah, I believe the International Space Station just had its 20th anniversary last year and celebrated that. I saw some flags from previous views of, the 20th anniversary of the International Space Station. Quite a long time. It's been orbiting the Earth over and over and over again. When it was initially conceptualized, the space station was essentially built by sending, a piece at a time and attaching it one piece at a time, and it's sort of become, the orbiting laboratory that it is now. Over 300 feet long, and if you look at the solar arrays, they're over 110 feet wide, so to speak. But it is quite a large laboratory with a lot of modules and a lot of science happening on board it.
And a good way to make it visual is if you put the International Space Station on top of an American football field, it would reach from end zone to end zone.
Wow.
So that shows just how big it is.
Yeah.
I love when the astronauts are outside on a spacewalk and they are so small in comparison to the solar arrays in the background. It's fascinating. And Crew Dragon is now approximately 3.3 kilometers away from the International Space Station. Still has quite a ways to go home, but everything going well so far, with 2 of those departure burns having been completed.
And as we mentioned before, since undocking, we're going to be live with you the entire way to splashdown and crew recovery. So, a couple of sequences coming up here in the next couple hours, but it'll definitely get exciting towards the last couple hours with the parachutes deploying and the trunk jettison and deorbit burn and all that.
And if you're wondering what the crew themselves are doing inside the Crew Dragon right now, as we've mentioned, this is a completely autonomous vehicle, so they shouldn't have to do really anything. They should get the opportunity to sit back. As we heard, they're getting some last views of the International Space Station, which they've called home for the past several months. I'm sure maybe we'll try a couple of extra backflips in microgravity, but they are out of their suits and should get the chance to relax and monitor that data. They may not make any commands of the vehicle, and they shouldn't have to because it is autonomous, but they can watch those 3 touchscreen displays and see how everything is performing, how they, where they are in relativity to the International Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, the Dragon vehicle does the bulk of the heavy lifting, and this is especially important because later on, as part of their journey home, we'll be entering sort of a communications blackout period where the plasma buildup on the bottom of the capsule will sort of interfere or prevent communications to and from Dragon. But have no fear, the Dragon is essentially flying itself at that point, and the crew can again just monitor the data that's being fed to them, and the Dragon vehicle can really take care of itself and knows where it wants to go and can make those adjustments to make sure that it's hitting its targeted landing site.
We just talked about they're out of their suits. They're not having to wear them right now.
Right.
And I thought about it. We mentioned spacewalks for a second. So we could talk a little bit about how these suits are different than the ones that they put on for spacewalks. This crew completed or was part of 5 spacewalks while they were on the International Space Station, all taking place earlier this year. And we're very familiar with seeing those, what appear to be very large,
right, the classic
sort
white.
of. Yeah, the classic white spacesuit. We call those extravehicular mobility units, and they're essentially their own little spacecraft because they have comms, they have cooling, and they have mobility, and the astronauts can all control that on the suit. And these SpaceX suits are not meant to be extravehicular suits, but more intravehicular.
Right.
They can protect the crew in the event of a depressurization or even a fire, but they are not the same as going out and moving around the International Space Station for several hours at a time in the vacuum of space.
Right, they really serve to protect the crew inside the vehicle in case there was a depressurization event. There's air being fed, and the suit will get pressurized, and sort of can detect that on its own. Outside of vehicles, outside of the International Space Station, the environment is quite harsh, extremely cold. You have radiation from the sun, and that's where those EMUs are necessary with those really cool visors in order to perform the work that needs to get done on those extensive spacewalks. So the suits, while cool, really serve a function inside the vehicle.
Another view of Crew Dragon, and now looking 4.2 kilometers away from the International Space Station. Very, very
looks a bit
awesome
lonely,
view.
right?
It does.
It's just this speck in this blackness.
And we're under 15 minutes away from their next burn, depart burn 2, actually 14 minutes to be specific. But it looks very small when you think about the scope of the Earth. I think about that sometimes.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned earlier, that bottom portion is not returning to Earth. The top portion, the capsule, that's the pressurized section and where all of our crew members are seated. And then that's just us moving the cameras on the space station. Again, that's not a Crew Dragon making any super sudden movements.
Very quick if it did that.
But that trunk at the bottom will be jettisoned and will burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. And that's a great space for bringing up things, upon launch. The cargo Dragon vehicle now looks very similar to this vehicle. And so we can expect to see solar arrays in that trunk portion later this summer.
Yeah, the trunk right now, there's an umbilical that feeds power and telemetry from the trunk to the capsule. And so it still serves a purpose right now, but later on, again, it is important that we expose the heat shield at the base of the capsule of Dragon prior to re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, so that way that Pika material can start to absorb and protect the capsule from the extreme temperatures upon re-entry.
Everything has moved along right on the timeline for Crew Dragon today. We saw hatch closure earlier and then undocking, the command being sent at 5:30 p.m. Pacific, separation coming just a few minutes later. 2 departure burns having already been completed, and the Crew Dragon outside of the keep out sphere and the approach ellipsoid now coming up on 4.7 kilometers away from the International Space Station. And as we mentioned, we are coming up on the second, or I should say the third deorbit burn, or not deorbit burn, departure burn. Only one of those deorbit burns, but that third departure burn will last 44 seconds.
And speaking of deorbit burns, we have a question here. Does Crew Dragon utilize Super Draco engines to perform the deorbit burn? And also, in what type of scenario can Super Draco be used other than the abort scenario? Right now, the Super Draco is mainly used for an abort scenario, right? Luckily for us, we've never had to use it, although we've tested it extensively. As for the first question, does Crew Dragon use the Super Draco engines to perform deorbit burn? It does not. It's the Draco engines. There's 12 of them at the service section, and then an additional 4 sort of at the bottom of the nose cone, which is currently open right now in the bulkhead. Those 4 thrusters at the top of Dragon, so to speak, will be what initiates the deorbit burn. So no to the Super Draco engines. We just use the 16 Dracos in order to maneuver Dragon, not only for the deorbit burn, but for all of the undocking sequences as well.
And after we complete that deorbit burn, as Andy mentioned, those thrusters under the nose cone, that's what's going to be used for the deorbit burn. We will close the nose cone and protect the hatch that the crew members have ingressed and egressed to and from the International Space Station, so we can protect that and for future reusability of this capsule. And we are continuing to answer your questions with the hashtag #LaunchAmerica, so keep sending those in if you're on Twitter, and we will do our very best to answer them. Coming up now, about 9 minutes away from Depart Burn 2.
So the crew, after Depart Burn 2 is done around 7 p.m. PST, they will have a meal. Their sort of single and last meal in space, so to speak. They'll have that around 7 p.m. and then do an inventory of Dragon before, again, we get to that final phase where we start to do the deorbit burn and splash down later off the coast of Panama City.
Sounds pretty fun to have a picnic in Crew Dragon.
Right, they already have the cool views, as they've told us, and now they get catered meals too. I'm, again, becoming increasingly jealous of the astronauts.
And these are a little bit different than what they've been dining on for the last few months aboard the International Space Station. These are MREs, essentially meals ready to eat, meaning that you can open the package and it's there. It's ready. Stick a spoon in it, no heating it up, nothing needed. But on the International Space Station, they do have a lot of thermostabilized food that they are able to rehydrate and put water in to restabilize it, I guess you can say, and that gives them the hot meals that we think are so important while they're in space to keep them enjoying breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah. A quick question from Melissa. How long until splashdown? So it is currently targeted for 11:56 p.m. Pacific time. So depending where you're at, Melissa, it could be very late tonight or very early in the morning.
So either way, it's about 5.5 hours from now, but don't worry.
SpaceX on Dragon to ground. The ground is go for Depart Burn 2.
And SpaceX from Resilience, we copy go for Depart Burn 2.
And please let us know when you are ready for us to come back on board with video.
Okay, SpaceX from Resilience, your go to come on board, and we've turned the suit fan off. Suit drying is complete.
Copy, suit drying complete, and we'll come back on board. Thanks.
These views of Crew Dragon, now 5.8 kilometers away from the International Space Station, a little over 3.5 miles. And we just heard them discussing with the core, the crew operations and resource engineer here at SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, about coming back on the vehicle. So we have not had views inside the vehicle since they really began doffing or taking off their suits. We do like to give them that privacy, so they gave them permission to come back on board the vehicle, meaning we might get some views inside. But right now, this is a pretty spectacular view of Crew Dragon, now separated from the International Space Station. And we're looking for that Depart Burn 2. We heard teams are go for that. Coming up around 6:28 Pacific time. Should last about 44 seconds. Depart Burn 2, even though has the number 2. It is the 3rd depart burn so far. Things really seem to have been moving quickly. Crew Dragon undocked about 50 minutes ago, and so far we've had those 2 depart burns. This will be the 3rd. Coming up shortly, it'll be using a combination of those service section thrusters around the base of the capsule and those forward bulkhead thrusters, which are underneath the nose cone. And I think I can see the nose cone open just a little bit.
It's that circular, I think it's that circular piece right on top.
Right, that's exactly it. And it's just fascinating that even from that distance, we can still get a good view. That'll remain open, as we mentioned, until it's time until afterward the deorbit burn is complete.
So we are continuing to track Dragon, as seen on screen. Today, the splashdown will be at nighttime off the coast of Panama City, Florida. Again, that is the first nighttime splashdown since the Apollo 8 mission in 1975.
The first trip of humans around the moon.
Yes.
Fascinating.
It's been quite a while, so very excited to see Dragon returning back to Earth and in moonlight.
And you might be able to tell, but it looks like Crew Dragon has moved position a little bit. It is maneuvering to the next altitude for this upcoming depart burn 2, making sure it's in the, or I should say burn attitude, is in the proper position for those thrusters to fire and keep it on track for that splashdown off the coast of Panama City, Florida. And now we are looking at about 5 minutes until depart burn 2. Now we've got a really zoomed in view. You can clearly see that nose cone open. Crew Dragon 6.5 kilometers away from the International Space Station.
We talked about the crew sort of preparing and performing a bunch of checks to make sure that they are undocking on time. But Dragon itself also, when it's docked at the International Space Station, often spends time in sort of a low power mode. And so Dragon also had a wake-up call a few days ago and had its own system checkouts to make sure that everything was a go. The life support systems were good. The GNC, the comms were good. So it's been quite a journey.
Station Houston on 2 for Thomas for crew quarters.
And
so I was saying it's been quite a journey for not just the crew, but Dragon. But we have video back on board the Crew-1 capsule Resilience. Again, those are the 3 touchscreen displays that I mentioned earlier. You'll notice at the bottom there are a bunch of dedicated buttons. So very important functions like deploying chutes or cutting the chutes after deployment have a dedicated button to them. And then there are a bunch of displays and views that the astronauts themselves can use to get information on their journey home.
And as we know, all of those things are autonomous. Those chutes should deploy on their own, and the chutes should be cut as well on their own to prevent the capsule from moving anymore in the water. However, those buttons are there just in case. We always like to have backups. We call it fault tolerance. So the crew is able to initiate both chute deployment and cutting those chutes if necessary. This view inside Crew Dragon Resilience looks like Victor Glover's in the background over there getting a bite to eat. And it looks like we have people in the seats, but not quite. Those are just the suits.
I had to take a second look because I thought that they were also in the suits as well. They are hooked up to the umbilicals and we're drying, and we got confirmation a few minutes ago that the drying has been complete. But yes, I took a quick second because one of them had the visors down. I saw, or maybe it was the backdrop of the back of the helmet, but
yes.
The suits are in place. There's no one in them right now. The crew is, looks like they are chatting about or getting ready for the next departure burn.
Yes, that's very funny. I mean, that's the best place to store the suits, absolutely.
Makes sense.
And those are the 3 displays that we were talking about. Those are touch screens, and in the center one you can see the Earth, and they are able to monitor where Crew Dragon is in relativity to the International Space Station, in relation to their splashdown location. They're able to monitor the burns, and as we mentioned, we've got one coming up in just about 2 minutes. That'll be Depart Burn 2, lasting 44 seconds.
And that is the Dragon vehicle that, again, the crew members that we just saw, they are in that vehicle and are in space right now, continuing to make their way back to Earth. This vehicle has been in space since November 15th of last year. And after about a 6-month stay, it's finally making its way home.
And we have about 1 minute until Depart Burn 2. The International Space Station, that's where the view was coming from. This one back inside the capsule. But they are both flying about northeast of New Zealand, about 267 statute miles. Of course, Crew Dragon just a few miles off of that. We're standing by for Depart Burn 2. And there's Soichi and Noguchi in the background. Looks like this might be their dinner, their evening meal, or snack at least.
We just saw that last shot was Mike Hopkins, and then right before him we saw Victor Glover to the right-hand side. Interesting thing about this vehicle, later on this year we'll launch the astronauts as part of the Crew-3 program. This capsule will be the capsule that they will be sitting in, so it will be refurbished when it lands, make sure that everything is working as planned, and then we will send this back up later on this fall.
And as you saw with Crew Dragon Endeavour, the capsule does not change its name once it has been named. Crew 2, their capsule was dubbed Endeavour by Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley last year on the Demo 2 mission, and Crew 1 named this capsule Resilience, so those names will live along with the vehicles.
Dragon SpaceX burn complete, nominal burn.
And SpaceX Resilience copies.
That was Depart Burn 2, a 44-second burn, exactly where we needed to be, coming at 6:28 p.m. Pacific time, using a combination of those service section and forward bulkhead thrusters. That was done at the orbital apogee, which is the highest point in Dragon's orbit, and it's lowering the perigee, the lowest part in the orbit, to below the space station. So those first burns took us up and over the space station. This will take us down and under it. This will start bringing it beneath and in front of the station's orbit. And then, as we've seen, the crew has begun having their last meal on Dragon.
A bit early
before returning to Earth, but how can you tell somebody when they're hungry not to eat?
They have MREs, but they also have some snacks on board as well. I'm not sure what the snacks are, but they must be good. At about 7:14 p.m. Pacific time, we'll have the 4th and final departure burn. It's called Departure Burn 3, but it is the 4th one. And that will put the Dragon roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station, just 10 kilometers beneath it the entire way around the Earth.
And it's now 6:30 p.m. Pacific time, meaning it has been exactly 1 hour since the undock command was issued to Crew Dragon. Everything moving on time and on schedule so far, with Crew Dragon's undocking and those 2 short burns to break the stiction, and then 3 departure burns having been completed so far, with the 4th, which is known as Departure Burn 3, left to go. That's coming up, as you mentioned, Andy, at 7:14 p.m. Pacific time. So we've got about 45 minutes until that Depart Burn 3. It'll be the longest of the burns that we've seen so far at 61 seconds, just over a minute. But it's nothing in comparison to that 16.5-minute deorbit burn that we'll see later tonight.
Right. And once we start that deorbit burn, we're committed to making sure that Dragon is splashing down safely. We have a primary site, Panama City, off the coast of Panama City. We also have the alternate site off the coast of Tampa. So we have personnel and ships and boats standing by to make sure that all of the recovery operations are done smoothly and quickly to make sure that the crew is safely egressed from the capsule and attended to, and make their journey back to Earth a very pleasant one.
This view of Crew Dragon Resilience floating in space, targeted for a splashdown off the coast of Panama City, Florida. And these views are coming from the International Space Station. And now that the Crew Dragon has departed, we had 11 astronauts and cosmonauts on board for a week there. And we're back down to 7 crew members aboard the orbiting laboratory. That's NASA's Mark Vande Hei, Roscosmos, Oleg Novitsky, and Pyotr Dubrov, as well as the Crew-2 astronauts who just arrived last week. That's Shane Kimbrough, Megan MacArthur of NASA, Aki Hoshide of Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency. So nothing short of an international space station.
Right. The International Space Station is just to the east of New Zealand right now. It continues to orbit at over 17,000 miles per hour around the Earth.
As we mentioned, that deorbit burn is what really brings us home, commits us to coming home and splashing down at that very specific location off the coast of Panama City. But at this point in the orbit, we could change that if we needed to. The Crew Dragon can be reprogrammed with the burns necessary in case we needed to go to our alternate splashdown site, which currently is Tampa, or off the coast of Tampa, I should say, or any other splashdown sites if necessary, if some weather were to move in. So it's nice to have that flexibility with Crew Dragon on these deorbits. But everything looking good in that primary splashdown site. Again, as we mentioned, the first nighttime splashdown of a commercial crew mission, and the first for NASA since 1968.
Right. And you bring up an important part, the constant monitoring of weather and, the landing sites. We talked to NASA's commercial crew program manager, Steve Stitch, earlier, and one of the things he was emphasizing was it's constantly monitoring weather. We looked at weather on the 28th and decided to wave off. We looked at weather yesterday on the 30th, decided to wave off until the sea states and winds were in an ideal condition for the crew to return safely. So that is something that, again, we are in space right now, orbiting the Earth, and we can make decisions to potentially switch up landing sites if needed. But again, we are going to be monitoring all the way down to the wire to make sure that this crew and the capsule have the safest possible return, even though it is a nighttime splashdown. So the crew has, again, begun eating their last meal in space before returning home. Next up, we are awaiting the 4th and final departure burn 3. Called Departure Burn 3. The thrusters, we used a combination of service section and the forward bulkhead thrusters, again, lasting about a minute, 61 seconds. This will circularize Dragon's orbit and put it roughly co-elliptic with the station, approximately 10 kilometers lower in altitude. And while we wait, let's check in with Brandy Dean at the Johnson Flight Control Center. Brandy?
Thanks so much, Andy. Things have quieted down a little bit around here, but the team is still watching, following along with the Dragon as it makes its way away from the International Space Station. They're led tonight by Flight Director Anthony Varia. Since the Dragon's departure, the team here in Houston does have a few roles to play. The TOPO, or Trajectory Operations and Planning Officer, is continuing to monitor Dragon's path on the lookout for any conjunctions. That's chance of any space debris crossing the Dragon's path and causing an issue during their flight home. We also have representatives from NASA's Flight Operations Directorate on console. They serve as an information clearinghouse for all NASA's personnel who are supporting splashdown. And they also provide input should any changes be needed to be made to the crew's plan. There's also our spaceflight meteorology group. They're actively providing weather data to the joint NASA and SpaceX teams as we keep an eye on the area for splashdown today. And finally, our LSO, or Landing Support Officer, is on standby in the event we run into any major issues that would cause Dragon to end up at an unsupported splashdown location, where we'd call up support from our Department of Defense colleagues. So we'll continue to monitor from here in Mission Control Houston, and I'll send it back to you, Leah and Andy in Hawthorne.
And thank you for the update, Brandy. While the crew eats and we await the final departure burn, we'd like to give you a quick overview of what entry would look like for the Crew-1 astronauts. So after Crew Dragon Resilience has re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, a series of parachutes will deploy to slow the spacecraft's descent. First will be the 2 drogue chutes, followed by the 4 main chutes to guide Crew Dragon to its first contact with Earth since launching on November 15th of last year. The 2 drogue chutes are sort of conical in nature, and then the main chutes are orange and white. Dragon will automatically deploy these parachutes when different pressures and position sensors on the capsule detect they are at the right speed and altitude.
Vehicle velocity at drogue deploy is approximately 350 miles per hour and deploy at about 18,000 feet. Vehicle velocity at the main parachute deploy is approximately 119 miles per hour, so you can see those drogues have already done quite a good job at slowing it down, and they deploy at about 6,500 feet. And when the Crew Dragon splashes down in the water, the velocity of the vehicle should be approximately 16 miles per hour. So the highest G-load the crew will experience during re-entry is around 3 to 5 Gs.
That's about what they experience on ascent as well. So Crew Dragon's primary heat shield is comprised of a material known as Pika 3.0, which stands for Phenolic Impregnated Carbon Ablator. First-gen Pika was developed by NASA for studying and sampling comets within our solar systems.
SpaceX partnered with NASA to develop Pika X, which was the second-generation product used on all of Dragon 1 CRS missions that successfully resupplied the space station on 20 missions. Pika 3.0 was developed specifically for use on Dragon 2, the crew and the cargo versions, with enhanced structural and thermal properties that optimized the heat shield and drove down cost and mass.
The remainder of Crew Dragon capsule is comprised primarily of SpaceX proprietary ablative material. It's another class of thermal protection which is lighter weight versus Pika and protects the underlying composite structure during re-entry to ensure the structural capabilities are maintained.
And while Crew Dragon will experience temperatures well over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during peak re-entry conditions, the characteristics of the TPS, or the thermal protection systems, coupled with the ECLIS, which is the environmental cooling and life support system in the pressurized interior, will ensure that Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi stay cool and comfortable during all phases of re-entry through splashdown.
Yeah, the Pika material is quite interesting. It has the density of about balsa wood, and for those that have taken any type of martial arts, balsa wood is that very lightweight sort of training board that you start to break when you're first entering martial arts. So that material, that very not very dense material, is able to shield and protect the capsule and the astronauts from over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit of entry temperatures. It's pretty wild.
Sorry, I had the opportunity to hold one of those tiles when I was at Kennedy Space Center one time, and it was surprisingly very light. I was shocked, and I saw a demonstration of someone with a blowtorch and had their hand on the other side, and heating up the tile, and we're perfectly fine. So it's fascinating.
So the way that's comprised is the base of the capsule is made of carbon fiber, and then there is an epoxy or sort of an adhesive, and then you're putting these Pika tiles on the bottom of it, and so that is what will enter first, so to speak, when we have the Dragon capsule re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and that's taking the bulk of the friction and heat as the Dragon capsule interacts with the atmosphere. So following Crew-1 return, SpaceX will launch Commercial Resupply Mission 22, or CRS-22, to the space station to deliver cargo and supplies to the Crew-2 crew, which were sent up there just a week ago. It will automatically dock to the International Docking Adapter 3 at the zenith port of the Harmony module. Again, that's where this Crew-1 capsule just left from. As mentioned earlier, Crew-2 lifted off from the coast of Florida on April 22nd, just a few days ago. And before Crew-2 returns home, they will have to hand off the baton to the next crew arriving at the orbiting lab on Crew Dragon, the Crew-3 crew.
And that mission is targeted to launch this fall and will carry Crew Dragon Commander Raja Shari on his first space flight, pilot Tom Marshburn, and they are both of NASA, and mission specialist Matthias Maurer of the European Space Agency, as well as a fourth crew member who we will be adding soon. These Crew-3 astronauts will also complete a 6-month mission as expedition crew members aboard the space station. They'll be joined there by 3 additional crewmates who will launch on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft, which means 7 people will be on the station at one time, allowing us to effectively double the amount of science conducted in space.
So this will be Shari's first trip to space, but he has more than 2,500 hours of flight time as a test pilot. The U.S. Air Force colonel is also a member of NASA's Artemis team and is eligible for assignment to a future mission to the moon.
Crew-3 will be Marshburn's 3rd visit to the space station and his 2nd long-duration mission. He flew on STS-127 and Expeditions 34 and 35. Marshburn is also a medical doctor who once served as a flight surgeon and medical operations lead for the space station.
And like Shari, Maurer will be making his first trip to space with the Crew-3 mission. He has extensive experience in engineering and research, and he has spent 16 consecutive days in an underwater laboratory as part of NASA's Extreme Environment Missions operations. Again, that is a preview of Crew-3, which will launch later on this fall.
And as we saw recently, those views inside the capsule, the crew is currently eating their last meal in space before they head home. So our next burn coming up, and our final departure burn, that's departure burn 3. That'll be at 7:14 p.m. Pacific time, so about 30 minutes from now. That'll be another combination of those service section and forward bulkhead thrusters propelling Dragon, and it should last about 61 seconds. So this will circularize Dragon's orbit and put it roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station.
And for those just joining us, on screen is a view of Johnson Space Center. We are in the middle of Crew-1 departure and return back to Earth. We are waiting on that 4th and final departure burn. We are also taking questions throughout the night, so if you have any questions, use the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. We have one here. How many Draco engines are there on Crew Dragon? So there are 16 total Draco engines. There's 12 in the service sections, and there's an additional 4 on the forward bulkhead. There's also 8 Super Draco engines not used in today's missions that can be used for in-flight aborts, and those are a bit stronger and will protect the astronauts in case of an anomaly on the pad during liftoff.
And Ethan wants to know if there are any cameras on the exterior of the Dragon capsule. There is a camera underneath the nose cone as well. It's a center line camera, essentially, and that helps us line up directly with the international docking adapter on that docking port. And so we use that on the way up. We haven't seen any views of it tonight, though, if you are wondering. The views that we've seen of the capsule from the exterior are from the International Space Station.
Yeah, one thing to note, as part of the undocking sequence, after we close Dragon's hatch and before we close the APAS hatch, the Crew-2 commander, Shane Kimbrough, affixed a docking target to the opposite side of the APAS hatch. So not necessarily important for the undocking portion of Crew, but definitely important for the next vehicle coming on board, so that way they know it's essentially like a crosshatch or a target, so that way their cameras can align up and know exactly where they are in relative position to the International Space Station and get a good docking procedure.
Will wants to know, how hot does the inside of the capsule get during reentry, which is a great question because we've talked about how the outside reaches, it can be up to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
So the inside is kept nice and cool. The astronauts are in their suits at that time as well, so they also have cool air flowing through their suits, and the inside of the cabin also has cool air, having been disconnected from that external radiator, and so I think it's around 85 degrees inside.
Yeah, certainly upon reentry, when the outside temperatures can get upwards of 3,000 or 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, the inside is expected to warm up a little bit. One of the cool things is the suit itself, and again, it's hooked up to an umbilical that provides electronics and also nitrox, or a combination of nitrogen and oxygen for the astronauts to have a habitable environment. That will automatically detect if temperatures get too high and start to purge the suit, keeping the astronauts nice and cool. That way, they're not sweating on re-entry. So they should be very comfortable upon re-entry. Next question from Ty Hill: How does the orbit burn feel on the Dragon capsule?
Well, for these burns, as we've seen, the crew are out of their seats and out of their suits, so it really doesn't feel like much is happening for them. It might feel like if you were in a car and the car started moving a little bit faster, but not necessarily so much that you'd be thrown back in your seat. Otherwise, we would have the astronauts moving in the capsule. So they don't typically feel really anything during these burns.
One thing to note, particularly about the deorbit burn, so once we start it, it will, at the end of it, we'll be entering the Earth's atmosphere. And once we get into the atmosphere, Bob and Doug had described the Dragon sort of coming to life. And so when you get to the atmosphere, you start to hear those sounds again. There's a lot of friction and heat. But in space, the engines work a little bit differently. They sound a little bit differently. It's not like the typical combustion engine that you would hear or experience here on Earth. You actually hear sort of a clicking, and that's just the hypergolic fuel being fed into the motors. And so when the engines and these departure burns are active, the astronauts should hear sort of a clicking, and like Leah said, they'll feel the change in velocity, but not necessarily the sort of like roaring engine that you would expect at like a Falcon 9 liftoff or something like that.
And it's also not as noisy as you might expect on an airplane, because like we said, there's not really air that's being processed or pushed against when we have these burns. So this question from Autumn: how quickly do the astronauts' family members get to see them after landing? That has been a long-awaited moment for these family members and for the astronauts as well. And it's really a quick turnaround. They should get to see them tomorrow morning at Ellington Field in Houston, Texas. The crew members will ride a helicopter after being loaded onto the recovery ship, and they'll be taken back to Florida and then board that NASA plane to Ellington Field. So we expect them to get in early tomorrow morning and be able to see their family members.
And one interesting thing to note, we saw the astronauts from Crew 2 at the International Space Station this morning or this afternoon, helping the Crew 1 members get into Dragon, and they were sort of zipping around. And remember, they've only been there for about a week, and so they described that although it's sort of like learning to walk again, you get used to it very quickly. Well, the same will happen when the astronauts return back to Earth. So they've been in microgravity for 6 months. The body will likely need some time to adjust, not only to gravity, but also the equilibrium. Microgravity does some funky things with your equilibrium. So one thing after splashdown, and we do recover the crew, you'll notice that they will be tended to by medical staff, and that's to make sure everything is okay, because after spending such a long time in space, the gravity can feel quite heavy.
And that's a great intro into this next question from Ezra, 8 years old. Hi, Ezra. Thank you so much for watching. Wanting to know how stressful it is to be in space for so long. And that's a really interesting question, and it's something that we have to think about more and more as we send crew members on long-duration missions, obviously here on the International Space Station, but as well as we think about going to the Moon and Mars. So things that are very important are PMCs, or private medical conferences, and it's very common for the astronauts. It's actually on their timelines multiple times, and even on the way uphill last week with Crew 2, they had a private medical conference just to check in on how they're feeling. And so they get the opportunity to talk with a doctor here on the ground, flight surgeon, and relay any concerns that they have, either about stresses on their body and how they're feeling, or just mentally as well, just making sure that being away from home so long, they are still feeling good and able to fully give their all to the mission.
And it would be good to mention too, the astronauts have to follow a very strict schedule, right? So every day is 2 hours of exercise. Every 5 minutes are essentially planned for the astronauts, and they're supporting hundreds, if not thousands, of different types of experiments. And on top of that, they're getting used to the microgravity environment of space. So they are quite busy, but if the images on social media will tell anything, they seem to be very happy there. Seems like they're really happy to support all of these different scientific endeavors, and it seems like they're just having a blast. So I'm sure it balances each other out, the sort of rigorous schedule with the other side of, like, you get to do stuff that really no one else gets to do.
And mentally as well, we want to make sure that the astronauts still have communication with their families. And so they have the opportunity weekly and multiple times a week to either do a video conference with their families as well as give them a call. So they're able to keep up with everything that's going on here on Earth. Actually heard one time about one astronaut whose son was playing hockey, and so they took the tablet to the hockey game and were recording the hockey game for the astronaut on the space station who was getting to watch it. So I love that they're able to keep in the loop like that.
Yeah. Next question from Matt. What purpose do the crew iPads or tablets serve? So a lot of the things, it's their schedule. They can also take pictures and record a bunch of data on there to send to ground in case they need support in any type of way. But it's really, if you think about, 80 years ago, we had pen and pad, or pencil and pad, so to speak. So this is the new pencil and pad. It's how they really do work and get the schedule for the next upcoming milestones for their mission.
And even less than 80, 30 years ago, flying the space shuttle, we had just stacks of paper that had the information for the crew. And so for this one, we can see them on the thighs of the astronauts sometimes, and that gives them the opportunity to keep up with what's next in the mission and help them monitor that.
We have a next question here. It says, this is so fascinating. How many crew members are on board the Dragon? So there's currently 4. There is the commander, Mike Hopkins, the pilot, Victor Glover, and then we have 2 mission specialists, Shannon Walker and Soichi Noguchi. So these 4 are returning home after their 6-month journey. We also sent 4 as part of the Crew-2 program last week. The Dragon capsule itself can fit up to 7, although we've never launched that many people as part of the capsule program. When we did the Demo 2 mission with Bob and Doug, we just sent them. And so there was some empty space in the capsule as well.
Kassara asks, what is the big loop? That's a great question. We've heard a lot of that talk from the Corps here, reporting to Dragon on the big loop, or reporting to, or the crew members reporting back on the big loop. And that's when the communication is being routed through the International Space Station as well. So we heard that that big loop was recently cut, and so Crew Dragon is speaking directly to the ground now and not really using the International Space Station for that. They're not in the mix anymore, I guess I should say, on that specific loop or chat line.
Yeah, and you'll hear a lot of communications back and forth between the ground team and the astronauts. There are a lot of milestones and checkpoints to make sure that everything goes smoothly. So over communication is certainly good. And you'll hear the beeps too, and those are Quindar tones for the Corps to communicate with the astronauts. And we try our best to pause and make sure that everyone can listen to the messages being relayed back and forth. Next question is, at what point in the mission is the trunk jettisoned? That is a great question. So currently it's scheduled for 10:58 p.m. Pacific time, so just about 4 hours from now. So after we complete our departure burns, the astronauts will don their suits again and prepare for re-entry. So there's an umbilical that connects the trunk to the capsule and routes telemetry and power. And one of the things that we want to make sure happens before we re-enter is we want to shed as much unneeded weight as possible to give the parachutes an easier time to do their job and slow the vehicle down. So we'll start to burn up unnecessary fuel, and then we'll also jettison the trunk. And after the deorbit burn, we're burning the extra propellant, and the trunk is jettisoned. The weight of the vehicle, the mass of the vehicle, actually goes from 27,000 pounds to 21,000 pounds. So that's 6,000 pounds that the drogue chutes and the main chutes don't have to sort of slow down. So that is important for us.
And to be specific, as you mentioned, that umbilical, we call it claw separation, and so that disconnects the thermal control power and telemetry from Dragon to the trunk, and then the spacecraft, the capsule itself will separate from the trunk, and this all happens before the deorbit burn. So that comes on later in the mission, but before we really commit to coming home. And we're continuing to take your questions with the hashtag AskNASA. Just a little look back on the things that we've seen so far. The call to, or the command for undocking came right on time at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, so just about an hour and a half ago, and we had physical separation of the vehicle just a few minutes later. Everything has been really on the timeline since then. We've completed 3 of those departure burns, and we're now waiting for the 4th, which should come in less than 20 minutes from now, around 7:14 p.m. Pacific time.
So this is an animation of the 4 burns. So we've completed 3 so far, and again, waiting on the 4th one. Once we get to the 4th one, we're basically going to be co-elliptic with the space station about 10 kilometers beneath it. And then we'll move on to the deorbit burn in a couple hours, and that will lower the orbit altitude enough where Dragon will start to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, eventually make its way through the atmosphere, deploy its drogue chutes first, slowing the vehicle and stabilizing it, then eventually the main chutes, and then we'll have splashdown off the coast of, right now, the primary site of Panama City, Florida.
So when Crew Dragon begins that deorbit burn, it'll still be traveling about 17,500 miles an hour orbital velocity, and that burn will help it drop out of orbit and into the Earth's atmosphere, slowing it down to about 350 miles per hour. At that point is when those drogue chutes will deploy once Crew Dragon reaches 18,000 feet above the Earth. And those drogue chutes slowly deploy, will slow Crew Dragon down to about 119 miles per hour, and then we'll see those 4 main chutes. And those main chutes don't inflate right away. Same thing with those drogue chutes. We'll see it take just a few seconds for them to fully inflate, and we don't want to cause any shock to the vehicle or the parachute system. So it takes its time to inflate a little bit, but after that, the Crew Dragon should be sailing about 16 miles per hour for a nice calm splashdown just off the coast of Panama City, Florida.
After splashdown, recovery operations begin. So a couple of things will happen. There are 2 fast boats, and they move pretty quickly, that will head to the vehicle. The first one's job is to make sure that the vehicle integrity is generally safe, and also start to detect for any residual hypergolic vapors, which can be toxic to people. Once that is all cleared, the second boat will come in and make sure that the chutes are no longer attached. If they were attached, we could run the risk of the winds pulling the vehicles in the ocean, just like a sailboat. And so they'll make sure that is good. And then we have a recovery vessel come in, and it essentially has a giant crane on it. It will hook the top of Dragon and basically hoist it onto the back of the boat. More checkouts will happen, and then eventually the crew will open the hatch and say hi to the crew. One of the first people that will talk to the crew is medical staff and make sure that everything is good from that standpoint. And then they'll be moved to a
SpaceX for a couple of items.
That was the ping from the core to the astronauts.
Go ahead.
The ground is go for depart burn 3. Also, friendly reminder that you may now begin your fluid loading per your timeline, and you may also complete sections 3 and 4 of procedure 4.700 at your convenience.
Okay, go for the burn, depart 3 burn. We are go to start fluid loading and go for sections 3 and 4 of 4.700.
Good read back.
We heard the crew members get the go for depart burn 3. That's the final of these 4 departure burns, but certainly not the last burn we'll see today. And we expect to see departure burn 3 coming up in about 13 minutes from now, around 7:14 p.m. Pacific time, or 2:14 GMT. We also, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to finish my thoughts. So after the medical staff says hi to the crew, there's actually a medical portion of the medical section dedicated on the portion of the vessel, and the crew will continue further checkouts to make sure everything is good, and then start to make their way back to land. That's going to be the first time they're getting a breath of fresh air in over 6 months, which is probably certainly pretty exciting for them.
And when we had 3 crew members return earlier this month on Soyuz, I love the look on their faces whenever they are pulled out of the capsule for the first time and they have sunlight on their face and fresh air from the world around them. So I know it has to be exciting. And as you mentioned, the first people to really speak with the crew members face-to-face once they return will be medical personnel. And as we've seen with all of our space missions, once the crew members are retrieved from the capsule, they will be loaded onto stretchers. This is because they have been in space for the past 6 months, and it can be a little bit difficult to walk. It's not that they couldn't, but we want to make sure, especially while on a boat, that they are stable and that they're comfortable. So they will get some medical checkouts aboard the boat itself and then take that helicopter back to Florida before boarding a NASA plane for Houston.
Right, the stretcher is very similar to like the chairs that you'll see propped up after a land landing for a spacecraft like the Soyuz. It is sort of standard, right? We want to make sure that even though the astronauts might feel like they're strong enough, we're taking all precautions to make sure that they get checked out and everything before they start to become Earthlings again.
So we are awaiting depart burn 3 coming up at 7:14 p.m. Pacific time, the last of those 4 departure burns. The astronauts, as we mentioned, they probably finished their dinner by now. They are out of their suits, out of their seats. They are able to monitor the journey of Crew Dragon, but they will need to get back in those suits and seats before our departure burn later on.
We have another question here from Greg. How many Gs do the astronauts feel when entering the Earth's atmosphere?
So we expect them to feel about 3 to 5 Gs. So nothing unbearable, maybe even 3 Gs. Maybe you felt it on a roller coaster before. And as Andy mentioned, it's pretty similar to what they experience on ascent as well. But of course, having experienced practically 0 Gs over the last few months, that can be a little taxing. And so we heard them discuss fluid loading and how they go for fluid loading. And this helps combat any maybe potential orthostatic intolerance or essentially dizziness that can occur as the blood rushes away from the head once you return to a gravity environment. We also got to look at the crew in those comfort garments, which are also compression garments, essentially, orthostatic garments. Those squeeze the legs and the lower half of the body to keep fluids moving into the upper part of the body. So it all helps our crew members feel better on the way down.
I just looked up the highest G-force experience on a roller coaster. It's 12. So actually, if you've ridden some really intense roller coasters, you're probably going to experience more Gs than what the astronaut experienced, maybe for a shorter duration.
12.
But yeah, I was not expecting that answer. So 12 Gs out there is the record for highest G-forces in a roller coaster.
We have a question from Jamie asking, the astronauts usually have to sleep shift for the trip up? Did they have to sleep shift for the trip home? Great question. It all depends on really the timeline for undocking and splashdown, because we want to work in the ability for the crew to sleep while they're on Crew Dragon if need be. We're not seeing that today because it is a shorter undock to splashdown timeline. So the crew for this mission did have to sleep shift. They took about a 60-hour nap outside of their normal sleep time yesterday, and then had their sleep overnight as well, waking up at about 7:45 a.m. Pacific time this morning before boarding Crew Dragon and coming home.
And we mentioned departure and re-entry. That process can take anywhere from 6 hours to 39 hours. So we're definitely on the lower end of the duration. I'm sure the crew is super happy that, instead of spending 39 hours, although the Dragon spacecraft is very cool with some really cool technologies, I'm sure 6.5 hours is the preferred duration over 39 hours. And again, we are, again, monitoring weather. In the event that we do need to waive off today's return, they do have enough food and water up there to last 3 days and sort of retarget another landing in that time period. So even though things continue to look good, and as Steve Stitch had said earlier, the winds are about 3 miles an hour at the primary landing site, and the seas are in a glass-like state, so waves are just about 1 feet tall. Pretty much ideal conditions. Things continue to look good, but weather is weather. So in the event that things do shift, we do have some potential alternate paths that the crew could take, and there are supplies on board the Dragon spacecraft for them to be fine while orbiting the Earth for that duration.
Next question is from James. Do they keep a medical person continuously on the space station? And you can ask these questions with the hashtag #LaunchAmerica if you're on Twitter. And I am sure that they would love to have a medical person continuously on the space station, but that's just not the case, unfortunately. However, they do have constant communications with the ground. As we mentioned, Mission Control is staffed 365 days a year, and part of those times we have a flight surgeon in the room, and they are always on call if the crew were to need to speak with someone. So they have all had training for various medical conditions, but there is not a specific designated medical person on board. As we did see, though, Maurer, who's flying this fall, was a medical doctor first, and so essentially that is like having a doctor on board.
Each of the astronauts do get assigned specific medical staff for their duration and their mission. So, when we're talking about the private medical conferences or the PMCs that all the astronauts have regularly, it is the same person, so they can assess their health from last week to now and so on and so forth, to make sure that there aren't any negative trends and they can be treated if needed appropriately.
And I just misspoke. I have to correct myself. It was Tom Marshburn is the medical doctor. So,
yeah, that is quite nice to be an astronaut and then also be a doctor.
Right.
Very accomplished people.
I would probably ask too many questions, though, always thinking there was something wrong with me when it's just normal space flight. Yeah.
So again, we are about 5 minutes away from the fourth and final departure burn. It's called Departure Burn 3, but it is the fourth burn. It will place the Dragon spacecraft roughly co-elliptic with the International Space Station, about 10 kilometers lower than it the entire way around the Earth. And then a few hours after that, we'll have claw separation, trunk separation, and then the deorbit burn, which is a beefy burn lasting 16 minutes. These departure burns that we've had have been sub 1 minute, and I think this last one's the longest, with just being 1 second over a minute. But that deorbit burn to get us back to Earth's atmosphere will be over 16 minutes.
And that burn should begin at 11:03 Pacific time. That's 6:03 tomorrow GMT. We have another question. Do the astronauts have different spacesuits for different scenarios, or is it just one suit? I love this question because I I just love the spacesuits. And we've seen those really sleek suits that are now in the seats of Crew Dragon Resilience on their way home. The crew wears those for dynamic phases of the operation, like launch, docking, undocking, and return to Earth. And so those can protect the astronauts in case of a fire. They also provide communications and cooling to the suits, as well as they can protect the astronauts in the event of a depressurization. But they are different than the suits that we would use on a spacewalk, and that some of those crew members did use on a spacewalk. Those are the bulkier, the bigger white suits that you're used to seeing. Those are extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs, and those are specifically designed for long durations outside of the International Space Station. They serve essentially as their own little spacecraft. And so those cannot be used interchangeably, but both have very vital purposes.
Yeah, the spacesuits that you saw the astronauts getting out of and I guess getting into, they're all custom made for each of the astronauts and designed and created in-house here at SpaceX. They are a one-piece suit. Everything is integrated from the gloves, the boots, and the helmet. So the astronauts basically go into it and start zipping everything up. And then there is an umbilical that is on the right leg that will connect the suit with communications, electronics, and also send gases and nitrox to the suit to make it a habitable and comfortable environment for the astronauts. Again, as Leah mentioned, if there is a depressurization event, the suit has sort of flame retardant and can also serve as their supply of air.
Brian asks if the crew is having anything to eat before they return, or do they eat afterward? They have just had their only scheduled meal on Crew Dragon. They do have multiple meals there, and they have some snacks as well. And later on tonight, we may hear them call up or call down to the crew here in Hawthorne exactly what they maybe ate or where they got it from in the capsule. Everything is very carefully tracked. And once they return, I am sure that they have already let their friends and family know what they would like to eat first, having been stuck on the space station menu for the past 6 months. So they've got a lot of good stuff up there, but some things are a little harder to get, like maybe a fresh salad or fruit comes up every now and then. But
although I did see they do grow quite a bit of their own plants and vegetables up there. When the Crew 2 astronauts were going up and they were taking inventory, I remember most of the snacks were depleted. So I'm very curious what snacks they brought on board, because it seems like everyone's going to those first. But yeah, they have plenty of food in case they need to be in orbit for longer than what is planned today. So the astronauts are cozy up there with plenty of resources.
We are coming up on Depart Burn 3. Despite the name, it is the fourth of these depart burns today and the final of these depart burns. Looking at that at 7:14 p.m. Pacific time. This will be the longest depart burn we've seen so far. Should last 61 seconds. And again, this is using a combination of different thrusters on board Dragon. It's got those service section as well as forward bulkhead thrusters. And it just continues to take Dragon and put it in the trajectory necessary to splash down later tonight or early tomorrow morning if you're on the East Coast, just off the coast of Panama City, Florida. So the crew members are not in their seats for this. They may not even know that the burn has happened.
Yeah.
But they may hear a call from the crew, or from the Corps, I should say, the Crew Operations and Resource Engineer, to let them know what's going on.
And it's just been over an hour and a half since we've undocked from the International Space Station, and it sure does feel like a lot of events have happened. The primary sort of function for the Dragon was to make sure that it was clear of the International Space Station and wouldn't put itself into a cross orbit. But now we're finishing the fourth burn. In about an hour here, the astronauts will put their suits back on and do some leak checks and then start to prepare for deorbit and eventual rendezvous and return back to Earth.
And Depart Burn 3 is underway. We are waiting for confirmation of a successful burn, the fourth and final depart burn this evening.
Dragon SpaceX, burn complete, nominal burn.
Okay, and Resilience copies, nominal burn, and that went a little bit longer than expected. That was what you guys were expecting, huh?
Checking. Yep, that was just as we expected.
Okay, copy all.
As we mentioned, that fourth depart burn 3 as it is known, having been completed, and the crew confirming that it lasted a little bit longer than was initially planned, and that is Crew Dragon knowing exactly how long the burn needs to be to put us in the proper position for our deorbit burn coming later tonight. But everything has continued on schedule, flawlessly for Crew Dragon so far today. That burn specifically circularizes Dragon's orbit, putting it in a roughly co-elliptic orbit with the station, approximately 10 kilometers lower in altitude. So it should be the same orbit as the space station all the way around the Earth, rather than at perigee or apogee, a specific distance.
The next major event is suit donning. That's coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time.
And we will be live with you all the way from earlier, from undocking, all the way through splashdown and recovery. So please stick around. Keep sending in those questions with the hashtag #LaunchAmerica.
Dragon SpaceX. On Dragon to ground, manual control of cabin temperature is about to be disallowed.
Okay, Dragon copies.
Dragon SpaceX, we are less than 4.5 hours to your scheduled splashdown time.
Resilience copy, thanks for reminder.
SpaceX Resilience for Section 3, mandatory and stow.
SpaceX here for Section 3.
All right, if you are ready to copy, it's pretty straightforward. Everything is per the plan except for location 11, bag 213, all 6 water bottles will be consumed. Bag 302, both lunches were eaten. Location 12, bag 216, 5 of 6 water bottles will be consumed. And bag 312, both lunches have been consumed. I'll copy.
I copied. Bag 213, all 6 water bottles will be consumed. Bag 202, both lunches eaten. Bag 216, 5 of 6 bottles consumed. And bag 312, both lunches consumed.
That's a good copy, except for it is bag 302 instead of 202 for both lunches being consumed.
Copy, got it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Six hands.
Okay, SpaceX Resilience for 4.704.
I am with you for 4.700. You're a little choppy as a warning.
Okay, copy that. We just had a handover on TDRS, so maybe that's it, but section 4 is complete, good lights. And on section 3, the only thing we have left is 3.4.
Copy, just 3.4 is left, and good checkout in section 4. Thanks. Dragon SpaceX for handover.
And prepared for handover.
Hey, just wanted to let you know that the shifts down here are handing over. I am leaving you in the fully capable hands of Mike, and it has been a true pleasure and honor working with you.
And the same for us and the entire team down there, Brian and everyone else. Thank you very much for getting us undocked and on our way. And Solo and the rest of the team, we are ready to finish this thing. Let's have a good 4.5 hours here.
And welcome back. We are live, waiting for Crew-1 to return. On screen right now, that little white dot is the Crew-1 capsule Resilience. This is a view from the International Space Station. It started off fully docked to the International Space Station and is continuing to distance itself away. Things have been going smoothly so far with all of our burns. And upcoming here, the next milestone is suit donning in about 40 minutes at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time.
That small spec Crew Dragon, they are now 52.6 kilometers away from the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX, be advised that deorbit sequence and entry have been enabled.
And SpaceX from Resilience, we copy.
So a couple of things have happened since we took a bit of a break and waiting on suit donning. The core, Anna, gave an update to the crew about splashdown time. The crew also gave an inventory update on what was consumed, and we also had a core handoff from Anna to Mike, who you just heard the voice of. And so Mike will be taken over for the splashdown portion and supporting the astronauts as we, again, continue to march towards splashdown time, currently targeted for 11:56 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Panama City, Florida.
And that Mike Hyman, the core here, was speaking with Mike Hopkins aboard Crew Dragon. He and his three crewmates, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi, are all on board this tiny Crew Dragon we see right now off in space, preparing for their continued journey home. And inside the vehicle right now, the crew are out of their suits, out of their seats. They should just be enjoying the ride, maybe getting some last looks outside those windows. They were reporting back earlier that they had a great view of the space station. So depending on the position of Crew Dragon, they may be able to look back at the station right now as the station can look at Crew Dragon, but we just don't know.
Yeah, to get to this point, again, Crew-1 was docked at the zenith port of the International Space Station, undocked successfully on time at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. We had the 4 departure burns. They're named departure burn 0, 1, 2, and 3, but there are 4 of them. And right now, Dragon is in a roughly co-elliptic orbit, about 10 kilometers beneath the International Space Station. And that means that it is that distance all the way around as it continues to orbit the Earth.
So those departure burns took us up and over the International Space Station. That allowed the station to move forward in its orbit and slow Dragons just a little bit. So as I mentioned, we are currently 55.9 kilometers away from the station, and Andy said only 10 below. So we are further behind the International Space Station now, or ahead of the International Space Station now, I should say, than we were. And that's thanks to those 3 or 4 departure burns. And the next major burn that we'll be looking for is the deorbit burn. That should last about 16.5 minutes coming up later tonight. Specifically, we'll be looking at that at 11:03 p.m. Pacific time, or 6:03 GMT.
And that burn, that 16-minute deorbit burn, is where we really commit to the splashdown site and for the capsule itself, because that deorbit burn will lower the altitude enough where Dragon will no longer be in orbit around the Earth and will be entering Earth's atmosphere, where we will deploy some parachutes and have a safe, nice splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
And those parachutes come in 2 phases. We'll first see the drogue chutes release when Crew Dragon is 18,000 feet in altitude. And those drogue chutes will then draw out the 4 main parachutes, and those will deploy and slow Dragon down to approximately 15-16 miles per hour for a splashdown off the coast of Panama City, Florida.
After we splash down, there are a couple of things that happen. We have two fast boats that will start to approach the vehicle. The first one will start to ensure the integrity of the capsule, make sure there are no leaks or visible damage to it, and then also starts to sniff out any potentially toxic vapors from the hypergolic fuels and propellant that were on board Dragon. Once that is clear, the second fast boat will come in and make sure that the main chute has been cut and really move it away from the Dragon vehicle. If somehow it were to still be attached, we could see an event where the winds potentially could be pulling Dragon like a sailboat, which is something we don't want. But the second fast boat will confirm that everything is good, and then our recovery vessel will then approach Dragon, and there is a crane on the back of it. Well, it'll essentially hoist Dragon up and stick it on its boat. We'll do some more checks and open the hatch and then say hi to our astronauts inside.
Getting that first fresh breath of air. And this is a night splashdown. As we have mentioned, this is the first for NASA since 1968, when Apollo 8 astronauts returned from being the first humans to orbit the moon. So it's quite a rarity for us that we get to do this. And we've heard that there will be good moonlight out in the area, and we're expecting good weather, calm seas. So it's everything we could have asked for, and also a short undock to splashdown timeline.
Yeah, the undock to splashdown could take as long as 39 hours. But today we're just at 6.5 hours, so the crew has a very short trip from the International Space Station. And we were talking earlier, the trip from space to Earth takes shorter than some international flights here on Earth. So it's quite funny to think about it that way, that these guys here and guys and gals here have a very sort of speedy way to get from space all the way back down to Earth.
Yeah, the International Space Station is currently and constantly about 250 miles above the Earth. And so I always think about that when they are orbiting over my home state in Georgia, and I'm in Houston. I always think they're closer to my home state than I am, and they're in space. So yes, that 6.5 hour undock to splashdown timeline is what we're looking at tonight. And we also are taking your questions online with the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. So if you're watching and you're on Twitter and you have something you're wondering about, feel free to send it in. We'll do our best to answer it. And this one comes from Priya, whose 10-year-old son wants to know if there are any physical impacts on the astronauts, like weakening of muscles or bones due to an extended stay in space. That's a great question, and thank you so much for watching. We have studied this for quite literally decades now, how these long duration space flights affect astronauts, because as we look to go to the moon and Mars, these are longer and longer missions that we will be taking part in. And so we want to know how the space flight affects the human body. And one of the things that we found is, obviously, as Andy and I are standing here now, it may not really feel like it, but we are using our muscles and bones to stay upright. And when you're in a microgravity environment, you really don't have to use those muscles and bones in the same way to support yourself. So unless you are constantly doing some sort of physical activity, you can weaken your bones and muscles. And so to combat that, our astronauts work out for about 2 hours every day. They do a variety of exercises, anything from running on a treadmill, and they have some bungees that keep them down and running on the treadmill rather than floating away with every step. They also have some resistive exercise equipment. That way they can do squats and curls and all of the things that we're used to doing with weights in the gym. And they have a stationary bike as well. So it's important for astronauts to stay in shape, just like it is important for us to stay on shape on Earth.
And, something that's interesting, too, is there have been reports of astronauts getting a bit taller in the microgravity environments of space. As Leah mentioned, they don't have that constant gravity sort of pulling them down this way. And so in space, they, get a little bit taller, but as soon as they come back to Earth, unfortunately, that is not permanent. So they'll start to shrink right back down.
And that is something that we have to account for, too, whenever we do spacewalks. The astronauts, of course, are fitted on the ground for what size spacesuit they might need in space. But once they get up there, ahead of any spacewalk they participate in, they get refitted for those suits to make sure everything is snug just the way it needs to be before they go outside the hatch.
So this here is a view of mission control in Hawthorne at SpaceX. That is part of the ground team supporting. We saw earlier a very similar view of the Johnson Space Center out in Houston, of them supporting as well. We have another question here from Rob. Why does the American space program land in water versus the Russians choosing to land on the ground? That is a great question. So water landings have a couple of advantages. Water itself is, not as sort of hard as ground, so there is a bit more margin when we're landing in water.
Dragon SpaceX for ground uploaded burn. Dragon SpaceX repeat call for ground uploaded burn.
Yeah, stand by, Solo, for getting ready.
Standing by.
So again, that is the core mic communicating with the astronauts, giving an update on the burns. But the question of water landing versus land landing, again, there is a bit more margin landing in water, so therefore it's a bit simpler. One thing we did have to make sure we did learn and get correctly was how to effectively waterproof the Dragon. There are some sort of bladders that in case, there is a leak, we can start to pump water into the bladders and make sure that it does not submerge itself before.
SpaceX Resilience, we're ready for the uploaded prop wasting burn.
Okay, Resilience, we are getting ready to commence activity for the uploaded prop wasting burn. A few reminders for you. First off, we'll begin by commanding Dragon flight computer state into far field pointing and then to burn plan. After we commit burn parameters, that your forward view planner will populate, and of note that burn prep time and start time will be the same. Both times are burn start time. No applicable event details as discussed during training. However, the burn will progress similarly to any other far field burn. For burn execution, you'll see burn slew, burn prep, settle, and then burn flight computer states. And as a reminder, DVDGO will not appear during the burn on the forward view burn instrument. How copy?
Okay, we copy all. We'll first be going into far field in the burn planning. Burn start time and prep are the same, and we copy all of the others in terms of the flight computer states for the burn itself as well.
Good readback. Please let me know when you're ready to copy burn start and duration times.
And we're ready.
Burn start time is 040706. Burn duration is 3 minutes and 17 seconds. How copy?
Okay, start is 040706 and duration 3 minutes 17 seconds, 17 seconds.
That's a good readback. Stand by for commanding into far field pointing.
Okay, copy that. And do you have an estimation of the amount of prop you guys are going through?
Copy requests for the amount of prop. I'll get that number for you shortly.
Okay, copy, and we're standing by for the upload.
And they were just discussing a burn that's upcoming in about 9:07 p.m. Pacific time, the prop wasting burn. And what we're trying to do here is any unneeded propellant will be burning off to make sure that the Dragon is really as light as it can be before it returns to the Earth. And it sort of lightens the heavy lifting that the parachutes will have to do in order to slow and stabilize the vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't affect the phasing at all. It's not really the same as these other burns that we are specifically moving the Crew Dragon exactly where we want it to be for the re-entry. It helps us offload that propellant, makes Dragon a little bit lighter, provides extra margin during our re-entry. So they reported that we are looking for that to occur at 9:07 p.m. Pacific time or 4:07 GMT. That's a little over an hour from now, and that should last 197 seconds or 3 minutes and 17 seconds.
A few hours after the prop burn, we'll also jettison the trunk, further shedding weight. And then during the deorbit burn, that long burn lasting over 16 minutes, a lot of weight will be shed there as propellant burns throughout that deorbit burn.
Yeah, so it's called propellant wasting burn, but we're not getting rid of all of the propellant because obviously that 16.5 minutes we're going to need some.
Far field pointing, standby for commanding into ground burn plan.
Resilience.
On screen right now, that is the core, the crew operations and resource engineer. He's communicating with the astronauts on board, specifically the commander, Mike Hopkins.
And the core has a very similar role, really the same role as the Capcom that we're used to aboard the International Space Station. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator. Of course, that was more applicable when we were flying the Apollo capsules, and now the Capcom speaks with the crew on the station to relay anything that the flight team needs to discuss or any upcoming actions throughout the day. And the core really does the same thing. They take the data from the room and share what's coming up next with the astronauts, and they also check with the different systems and the different teams to provide them the latest information. That keeps just one person in communication with the crew rather than having several people trying to chime in with information at once. So they've been discussing the prop wasting burn. Again, not really one of those burns that affects our phasing, but it is helping lighten the load on the vehicle. And that comes after the 4 depart burns that we've completed so far today, the 4 final depart burns, I should say. That last one having been at 7:14 p.m. Pacific, 2:14 GMT. And the next burn that will really commit Dragon to coming home is the deorbit burn. We'll be looking for that at 11:03 Pacific time, and then within the hour, we should expect to see Crew Dragon splash down.
So we have another question here. What kinds of exercises do they do at the International Space Station? You had talked about there is a treadmill on board, but they also do a bit of weightlifting, so to speak, but not in the traditional sense where there are dumbbells and weights. It's really based around a resistive machine, and so they can do squats, they can do deadlifts for those folks that are, very inept with exercising. They have cardio as well, but they definitely do about 2 hours of physical exercise every day at the station to make sure that their bodies and muscles are not, shrinking or deteriorating.
And we see a lot of benefit from that as well. Obviously, when the crew members are extracted from the vehicle tonight, as we mentioned, they'll be put on stretchers. This is normal medical procedure as they really get their land legs back, and they'll be on a boat, so it helps a little bit more there for stability. But they'll be able to walk tonight, tomorrow, and that's all attributed to they've not had any bone or muscle atrophy while on the space station because they have stayed, well. They've kept up with their nutrition, and they are also working out about 2 hours a day.
Right.
This question from Tom: why does the nose cone stay open until the final burn? And that's because we use the forward bulkhead thrusters. There are 4 of them under the nose cone for the deorbit burn. So we can't close the nose cone until that deorbit burn is complete. And then after it is, we close the nose cone. That protects the forward hatch and allows for reusability of the Crew Dragon vehicle.
And the nose cone really stays open the entire time that the spacecraft is docked. It exposes, there's a centerline camera sort of in the middle of the, that section after the nose cone is open. And that is what helps dock the Dragon vehicle. And so when we undock, we kind of just keep it open until, again, we use that, we initiate our final burn. And after that's done, we'll close it out, protect all of the contents inside as we go through the Earth's atmosphere.
This question from Kristen: can you see shooting stars from the space station? They get an amazing view on the space station of so really many things. Yeah. And we saw a beautiful photo last year of Comet Neowise taken from the International Space Station. So they do see shooting stars. They also see beautiful things like aurora borealis. Thunderstorms are incredible. If you've ever watched a time lapse from the International Space Station and they happen to be flying over a thunderstorm or a stream of storms, it's really amazing to see the little flashes of lightning from Earth.
Yeah, they really get that. I don't even think it's called a bird's eye view because, birds aren't in space, but they get to see the entire storm system. And part of the Earth Day interview of the crew and astronauts, Mike Hopkins and Soichi, they dubbed themselves volcano hunters because part of their job was to not only take pictures of Earth, but they were tasked with, trying to find volcanoes. I think Soichi had snapped some pictures of volcanoes actually in the middle of erupting, which is super cool. So yeah, they really do get the best view that you could possibly think of when it comes to observing the Earth and Mother Nature.
And speaking of, we just had Earth Day last week, last Thursday, I believe, and the Earth research that takes place aboard the International Space Station is extensive. As you mentioned, we have these crew Earth observations that they take photos of the space station. They're able to see how the planet is changing in different areas, be they rural or urban. They get views that we just can't have here on Earth and give us the bigger picture of how the Earth is changing and potentially why. It's amazing as well whenever we have sometimes catastrophic storms, the photos that they're able to provide us from the space station and of the size of the storm. It's terrifying, but amazing as well, just exactly how powerful nature is. There is a lot of Earth science going on aboard the International Space Station. We talked about the Orbiting Carbon Observatory last week and how that monitors the carbon dioxide that's in the Earth's atmosphere, how some of that is absorbed and some of it is not, and we're trying to better understand how that happens. So constantly learning more about Earth, even though we are 250 miles above it.
Yeah, that program or that sort of initiative to take photos of Earth, I think since its initiation, the crew and astronauts aboard the International Space Station have taken over 1 million photos of various geographic locations of the Earth, and sent them down for scientists to continue to further analyze and research. But I would be remiss to talk about, you mentioned science. Science is a huge part of the International Space Station and its effort. I mean, thousands and thousands of scientific experiments going on in the last 20 years. If anyone is interested in learning about more science, you can head to nasa.gov/ISS science. They do a great job of not only categorizing the science, but also telling you why it's important. So, they'll outline the specific experiment, then also say like, hey, how is this app applicable to potentially Earth-based technology?
And you can also follow the International Space Station research account on Twitter. They're constantly featuring just different investigations that are happening aboard the International Space Station and sometimes their findings, as well as you can follow the International Space Station on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook as well. So do a search, go and follow, and it's pretty cool to get a new piece of information every day of just how they are really working for all of us down here.
And so we are waiting for the next event is happening in about 15 minutes. The astronauts will don their suits once again. Those are custom suits made for each of the astronauts, designed and created here at SpaceX. They'll don those suits and prepare for not only the prop wasting burn, but the deorbit burn in a few hours here as well. And then again, the prop wasting burn will happen at about 9:07, I believe, 9:07 p.m. Pacific time.
And in the meantime, the crew are monitoring the status of Crew Dragon aboard the vehicle. They're not commanding any of these burns. They are just monitoring and enjoying the ride, hopefully. As Andy mentioned, suit donning is coming up, so they have been out of their suits for the past, let's say, hour or so after having completed the first 2 departure burns. And so they are going to get back in those suits for the next really dynamic phase of the mission, which will be the deorbit burn.
So we mentioned spacesuits. Here's a question. Do the astronauts have different spacesuits or for different scenarios, or is it just one suit? That is a great question. They do have different suits for depending on what they want to do. The suits that they're currently drying off in the capsule now that they'll don here in about 15 minutes, those are really meant for actions inside the vehicle. They are equipped with an umbilical that will allow the astronauts to communicate with ground. It also provides them nitrox and other gases to cool them off or provide them with a habitable environment in case there was a depressurization event. But then you also have sort of the classic NASA sort of bulkier suits that you would see in popular media. Those are known as EMUs.
Oh, yes, and the EMUs, like you mentioned, they definitely look different. They are essentially mini spacecraft. EMU stands for Extravehicular Mobility Unit, and so as you are exiting the space station, you're really inside another mini vehicle that provides life support as you are working outside the International Space Station. So it's a little bit heavier and a little bit more difficult to move around in, but it's all because it needs to also protect the astronauts from anything outside the International Space Station. They have a cooling garment underneath that keeps them cold rather than the ability, as we see with these suits, to plug in to the seat and get cool air that way. So it's all about keeping the astronauts comfortable and safe, and it takes a couple of different suits to do that.
Yeah, I mean the harsh environment of space is not nothing to joke about. I mean the temperatures going from being exposed to the sunlight to not can fluctuate temperatures in hundreds of degrees in one direction or another. So those suits are bulkier, like Leah mentioned. They really are their own sort of self-contained environment for the astronauts to feel very safe to perform the work and maintenance that they need to do on the International Space Station.
So good news is the Go Navigator will be the main recovery ship tonight, and all of the personnel are standing by on the Go Navigator and will be in place on time for splashdown. We'll be looking for that splashdown 11:56 p.m. Pacific time tonight. So we next are looking for suit donning coming up at 8:30 p.m. Pacific time, just 12 minutes from now. And we are not going anywhere, so keep watching as we continue covering Crew-1's mission on the way home from the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX for ground uploaded prop hoisting burn.
Go ahead, Solo.
Okay, Upper, so the burn upload is complete. Your full review burn instrument should be accurate for the burn start time. We have also pulled go for the burn. Be advised that this burn will be entirely on orbit tanks. And in addition, be advised when you're ready to copy approximate prop burn amounts.
Okay, copy. The burn has been uploaded, and we see the start and stop time. I thought we were going to get a estimated duration. Is that not? It was only the delta V.
Yeah, that's correct. Just I guess the delta V. It's expected for the burn duration and not render. So sorry for that. Let me know when you're ready to copy the estimated prop mass, though.
And ready to copy.
Yeah, we're expecting that mass to be between 81 and 91 kilograms.
Okay, between 81 and 91 kilograms, and you did pull go for the burn. We copy all.
Affirmative, expected to be enabled shortly.
Present.
everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of Crew-1 Crew Dragon Resilience return to Earth from the International Space Station. And we have been live since undocking earlier today. Undocking came on time at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, where that command being sent for the hooks to release and for Crew Dragon to depart from the station.
Dragon SpaceX for suit donning.
Go ahead, Solo, for suit donning.
Okay, per your timeline, you are go for suit donning. That's procedure 4.010, corresponding to 4.700, section 5. We will be bringing the cameras to exterior momentarily for you.
Okay, we copy all. We are go for suit donning.
And that's really the next major milestone in Crew Dragon's trip home tonight. They have completed their 4 main departure burns. And they are preparing to don their suits. They've not been in their suits since after those first couple of depart burns. They're now going to get back in those in advance of their return. And this is part of just preparing for that deorbit burn, which is really going to commit them to come home tonight and splash down.
The suits serve a couple of different functions, but in the case of a depressurization event, the suit can inflate and protect the astronauts inside. It's also flame resistant as well. And so, you know, again, as we get closer and closer to the re-entry, it is important for the team to have their suits on and, you know, fully zipped up.
And once they put on those suits, we will do some suit leak checks where they pressurize the suits. But the suits won't remain pressurized. They need to ensure everything is zipped and sealed properly, as Andy mentioned, in case of a need later to pressurize the suits. So they flow nitrox into the suits once they're completely sealed. And as mentioned, these are worn to protect the astronauts from the event of depressurization or potentially fire. So they'll be able to lift their visor after those suit leak checks, but they won't take the suits off.
After suit donning, the next major milestone is a propellant wasting burn, which we are going to do in order to lighten the load on Dragon before the crew returns to Earth. We're expecting this burn to start at 9:07 p.m. Pacific time. It should take just over 3 minutes, and we heard the core update the astronauts that we're expecting approximately 80 to 90 kilograms of propellant to be burned off, again, to lighten the load on Dragon before we start to enter the Earth's atmosphere and deploy those chutes and eventually splash down in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Panama City in Florida.
And those splashdown sites, the weather is still looking really, really nice at that primary splashdown site. We were hearing from Steve Stitch earlier, who was discussing the sea state. Sounded like it was pretty clear and ideal for a splashdown. It is our first nighttime splashdown since the Apollo 8 crew returned in 1968. So you're getting to see a special moment here tonight.
Yeah, this is also the second crew return for the Dragon program. The first was on Demo 2 with Bob and Doug, and now Crew-1 has completed almost complete their 6 months journey to and from the International Space Station. So, you know, it'll be the first nighttime splashdown for us in quite a while, but also the second recovery of a crewed vessel for the Dragon 2 program.
And we're continuing to take your questions on Twitter, so you can use the hashtag #LaunchAmerica to get your question in there, and we'll do our very best to answer it. This one: how long will it take for the recovery ship to pick up the astronauts after they land in water? And we have sort of a recovery timeline that we are able to look at, and it can take as little as 1 hour from the time they splash down until the time they actually exit the capsule. But it should take around 20 minutes, 30 minutes for the chip, Go Navigator, to be able to make it to the vehicle. There's some checks that have to happen ahead of that with the fast boats. We have 2 of those that will go out and do a sniff test around the vehicle, making sure none of those hypergolic propellants are lingering around, as well as they will attach buoys to the parachutes. That way those can be recovered. And so once all of those things are complete, Go Navigator, which is the main recovery ship tonight, will move in, and some rigging will be attached to Crew Dragon, and it will be hoisted onto the nest on Go Navigator.
Next question is, what type of preparations are made on landing site? Can you have some visuals of that site? I'm guessing by landing site, we mean the primary splashdown site. So yeah, so we have a number of boats already stationed with crew and personnel on board in preparation for Dragon to splash down. We also have an alternate site off the coast of Tampa in case Dragon needs to make some quick adjustments. Again, weather is something that we're constantly monitoring, and if Dragon needed to deviate from its primary site, we do have boats and personnel already there. As far as visuals, this is probably the best place to see Dragon splash down. We have some thermal cameras. It is nighttime. I'm expecting that we might have some spotlights on the boats, but we certainly have some. We'll try to get as best visuals as we can as the Resilience capsule splashes down.
Johnny wants to know, at this stage, could Dragon abort if necessary and return safely to the International Space Station? So once those hooks retracted that were attaching Crew Dragon to the International Space Station, when that undock command was sent earlier today, that was committing Dragon to undock and committing them to return to Earth. So we would not return to the International Space Station. However, as Andy mentioned, at this point, we could still alter Dragon's trajectory to reach an alternate splashdown site. Right now, as we mentioned, our weather at the off the coast of Panama City, Florida is looking fantastic. But if something were to move through, some weather pattern that we need to avoid, we still have the opportunity to do that until the deorbit burn. That deorbit burn is really what sends us home into that exact pre-programmed splashdown location.
Yeah, and if prior to the deorbit burn we needed to make some adjustments, Crew Dragon can stay in orbit for up to 60 hours, and they do have supplies and food and water to make sure that that trip is comfortable, while we try to relocate to a different splashdown site. So there are a number of contingent operations that Dragon could potentially move towards, but again, we've been monitoring the weather for the past couple of days now, and today seems pretty ideal in terms of wind speed and wave height for a good splashdown today.
This question from Jeremy: how long do astronauts have to stay up in space? Great question, and it can vary. So if you watched DM2 or Demonstration Mission 2 last year with Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, they stayed in space for about 2 months. They were on Crew Dragon Endeavour, which has returned to the International Space Station with Crew-2, but that was a test flight mission, and so they made sure to test all of the vehicle features and then returned home. And this is the first long-duration commercial crew mission. These astronauts have been on board for almost 6 months, which is typically the amount of time we would see astronauts stay at the International Space Station, especially if they had launched on a Soyuz resupply craft. However, we have had astronauts stay for almost an entire year, and that gives us a really good opportunity to study, how their bodies respond to an extremely extended duration time in microgravity, because that's on the level of us looking at a journey to Mars, and how would people, how would we be able to recover from so much time in microgravity to arriving at a place that it has at least some gravity. So those have keyed us into a lot of how our bodies would respond.
Yeah, it is super important that, while the astronauts are doing a tons of, physical science on board the International Space Station, a lot of it is also studying how their own bodies will react to extended durations in microgravity, like Leah said. And, if we want to make sure that we have safe, reliable trips to the moon, Mars, and potentially beyond, we need to make sure that, we know the ins and outs of exactly what happens to everyone if they were staying 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, a year, or perhaps beyond that.
Al wants to know, how does weather affect the Crew-1 mission? Well, it really affects it all the way from launch to splashdown. We have to monitor what the weather's going to be like for liftoff. Of course, that was back in November, and we, I think, delayed just one day at that time, and we were able to get off the ground. But for splashdown tonight, we are tracking multiple different things to make sure that the crew has a safe splashdown. Things like we don't want any lightning within 10 miles. The cloud ceiling can be no less than 500 feet, so we need all of our clouds to be higher than that. Visibility can be 1 mile for nighttime to make sure that we have clear visibility in the area. Wind speed no greater than about 10 miles an hour. So these are all things that we have to track and find these perfect moments for the splashdown. And that's why we've had to move off a couple of days this week, because there might have been rain in the area or potentially lightning. Any of those other things can, even if there's just one of them, cause us to have to delay a return.
Right, and it's really a team effort to make sure that the Dragon capsule and the astronauts inside are safely egressed and returned back to land safely. So weather plays a role in how the capsule will splash down, but also we have boats and personnel that need to do their job as soon as Dragon splashes down too. So if you have very inclement weather or extremely high waves, it could start to get dangerous for those folks as well. So all of that is really taken into consideration to make sure that this operation and mission goes as smoothly and as safely as possible.
And we are taking these questions with the hashtag LaunchAmerica on Twitter. So if you've got anything you're curious about, feel free to send it in, and we will do our very best to answer it.
So the astronauts are donning their suits for one final time before they start to initiate the several sequences to start to deorbit and eventually return back to Earth. We are just about 25 minutes away from the next major burn, which is the prop wasting burn, where we'll shed about 80 to 90 kilograms of unneeded propellant to lighten the load of Dragon before, again, it starts to return back to Earth.
And of course, it's not every single drop of propellant we have on board, because we will need quite a lot for that 16.5-minute deorbit burn, as well as the service section thrusters still can fine-tune Crew Dragon as it makes its way back to Earth.
So everything continuing to go smoothly here today or tonight. We undocked on time at about 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. We completed all 4 of the departure burns smoothly. The crew had a meal on board Dragon and in space, their final meal before returning back to Earth. And now they're donning their suits. We'll do the prop burn and then do some more leak checks before we get into the long duration deorbit burn, which will last just over 16 minutes.
We've got another question coming in, looking ahead to splashdown from Joshua. Does the crew feel the impact of Dragon splashing down in the ocean, and what do they have to do after splashdown? So the crew does feel the impact of Dragon splashing down in the ocean. However, it's definitely not the impact of them flying in at 17,500 miles an hour. Once they make it into Earth's atmosphere, the vehicle is traveling about 350 miles an hour, which is then slowed by some drogue chutes and eventually main parachutes. And when Dragon splashes down, it's traveling almost 16 miles an hour. So a splashdown at 16 miles an hour is definitely bearable and even a little bit more cushioned than a landing at that same speed. And so these astronauts will be not necessarily reclined in their seats like we mentioned before, but they will be a little more, I think it's 26 degrees will be their seat actuation. They'll be able to still monitor those screens. And then once they splash down, it's kind of just a waiting game for the recovery vessel to get to them, but they'll still be monitoring the state of the vehicle and able to keep checks on anything that is going on with the vehicle. They don't have to do anything when it comes to releasing the parachutes or eventually cutting those parachutes, but they do have the ability if need be. But hopefully, once they splash down tonight, they will remain in their seats until until they make it onto the boat, kind of like when you're on an airplane and they ask you to not unbuckle your seatbelt until you make it.
Yeah, really the recovery team really takes it over from there once the vehicle splashes down. You typically see the astronauts start to communicate with ground, update them on the status. There are a couple of report outs that they'll give in terms of how Dragon is oriented, whether it's on its upright or on its side. But really, they had the difficult mission of going to space, doing all the experiments and coming back. And so we try to make it as easy as possible for them. The recovery ships will go in there, make sure things are safe. We'll get them on the boat, and then we'll have medical staff evaluate them immediately to make sure everything is okay as they readjust to the gravity of the Earth after being in microgravity for over 6 months now.
And we are just under 3 hours and 15 minutes until that main event, splashdown off the coast of Panama City, Florida. So thank you so much for joining us for our coverage so far today. And we continue to answer your questions with the hashtag #LaunchAmerica, so please send those in. But as we mentioned, the next thing we are looking forward to is that prop wasting burn coming up at 9:07 p.m. Pacific time.
SpaceX Resilience, Dragon to ground, com check.
Resilience SpaceX, we have you loud and clear.
Okay, we're signaling section 4.5. And now Commander and MS2 are getting suited.
SpaceX copies.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, we are continuing to track the Crew-1 return. We have 4 astronauts on board the capsule Resilience right now. We have the commander, Mike Hopkins, pilot Victor Glover, and our 2 mission specialists, Shannon Walker and Soichi Noguchi. We're coming up on the prop wasting burn at 9:07 p.m. Pacific time, so that's about just under 10 minutes from now. And this is where we're going to start to burn off some of the unneeded propellant, about 80 to 90 kilograms worth, in order to lighten the load of Dragon before it starts to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and eventually splash down off the coast of Panama City, Florida.
And recently, our crew members have resuited up. They were in their suits for departure from the International Space Station, had the opportunity to get out of those for a little bit and just be in those comfort garments. But they are back in their suits, and they will eventually conduct some suit leak checks to make sure that everything is sealed well. They'll pressurize the suits. Those will not remain pressurized, however, but we want to make sure that we conduct those leak checks so that just in case we needed to pressurize the suits later, that we would have a good seal. So the astronauts are in their suits and getting back in their seats pretty soon here.
That prop wasting burn that's coming up in a few minutes, we're expecting it to last about 3 minutes and 17 seconds. And then that will be sort of the second to last burn. We have another major burn coming up just before 11 o'clock p.m. PST, the deorbit burn, which is expected to last over 16 minutes. And that's where we will sort of commit to Dragon's re-entry and splashdown for today.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, we are targeting off the coast of Panama City, Florida for tonight's splashdown. We've gotten several good weather reports and great news over there, and all the team members that are necessary on Go Navigator are standing by. So everything continues to move smoothly, not only on the space side of things, but also here on the Earth side as well. But that deorbit burn, as Andy was discussing, that really commits us to coming home, and not just coming home to Earth, but specifically that place off the coast of Panama City, Florida. So if we needed to, if some weather moved in and we needed to reorient ourselves to splash down a different location, that can still happen up until that deorbit burn.
So we have a few minutes here. We can take a couple more questions from social media. Again, if you want to ask us a question, use the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. So we have a question here. How long is the flight from deorbiting and splashdown? So the last hour, so from approximately 11 p.m. PST until about midnight, it's going to be exciting. So that's when the deorbit burn will happen, and at the end of that hour, we're expecting to splash down. So about an hour from when we start that deorbit burn, we should be expecting to splash down, and then after that, recovery operations will begin, where we will send out boats, make sure everything is safe, and then we will start to scoop up the Dragon, and then eventually open up the hatch and welcome our astronauts back to Earth after their 6-month journey in space.
Speaking of splashdown, we are getting some more good news. The WB-57 spacecraft that is leaving from Ellington Field in Texas has departed, and so that spacecraft is equipped with thermal imaging cameras. Hopefully we will get some infrared views of Crew Dragon, even as it's still re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and as it continues through to splashdown. So that'll give us something to look forward to, and they are en route.
Right. It is, we should mention, it is going to be a nighttime splashdown. So we haven't had one of these, especially with a crew member, since Apollo 8, a long time ago, several decades ago. So, the thermal imaging camera is certainly going to be useful to getting us some good views of Dragon, hopefully shoot, deploy, and splashdown as well.
And obviously, I feel like I have to say the WB-57 is an aircraft, not a spacecraft. Right. So just a little note there. Let's see, what time is splashdown? We are expecting that to happen at 11:56 p.m. Pacific time, just before midnight. And so if you are on the East Coast, that's 2:56 a.m. or 2:56 a.m. Eastern time. So yes, it's coming in pretty early.
We have another question here from Justin. What will the astronauts be experiencing during re-entry? Do they feel any G's as they slow down? Yes, they do. I think we're expecting around 3 to 5 G's. That's very similar to what they see on ascent. And so as the spacecraft starts to meet the atmospheric air, we start to get friction and heat being produced. We actually produce plasma at the bottom end of the capsule, which will interfere with communications for an expected period of time. But the way Bob and Doug had described it on their splashdown was Dragon comes to life, and so it'll probably be a bit of vibration, quite loud as it re-enters through the Earth's atmosphere.
Maddie G has a good question. How do the astronauts get back to the Cape? Do they remain on the recovery ship and sail back all the way around, or do they disembark on the Gulf Coast? So the astronauts will board that recovery ship, or essentially they'll be lifted out of the water and placed in the nest. And after they get the go to open the side hatch, they'll be extracted from the vehicle and have some medical checks done still on the ship. But when it comes time for all those to be completed, they will board a helicopter and they will return to Florida aboard that helicopter, where a NASA plane is waiting for them. They will board the NASA plane right after that and head back to Houston. So it's really a pretty speedy return. They will be back in their home city of Houston by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I do want to emphasize that safety is of the utmost importance. One of the first people that will greet the astronauts once we open the hatch is our medical staff, and they will continue to be monitored throughout their journey all the way back to Houston to make sure that they don't have any residual effects of being in microgravity for so long and then having to come here back to Earth and acclimate to the gravity that we're all so used to. We've got another question here. Does Dragon float on its own, or does it have inflatable pads? That is a great question. It is waterproof. It does essentially float on its own, although sometimes we do attach buoys to it to help support it. Dragon, what we're expecting to have happen is Dragon will splash down, the main chutes will cut off, and essentially it'll be upright and sort of floating. In the event that there is a breach, the Dragon capsule does have the ability to pump some of that fluid into bladders to make sure that it is not going to submerge in time for the recovery vessels to come in on board and make sure everything is nice and safe for the astronauts.
And we are just moments away from that prop wasting burn. As we mentioned, this does not affect the phasing or really the trajectory of Crew Dragon, but it helps to lighten the loads on Dragon so that it is more prepared for re-entry. And that should last about 3 minutes and 17 seconds and help us offload 81 to 91 kilograms of propellant.
So again, this is the Crew-1 return. They launched in November 15th of last year. They originally docked at the forward port, International Docking Adapter 2. And then a few weeks ago, they relocated to the Zenith port to make room for Crew-2 capsule Endeavour that launched last week. And so today, they disembarked from the Zenith port and have gone through several burns and are now really on the last leg of their journey back to Earth.
And we just heard that the departure propellant wasting burn has begun. As we mentioned, this burn gives us the opportunity to get rid of unneeded propellant before landing, helping to lighten the loads on Dragon during re-entry and splashdown. It's done at a point in Dragon's orbit, so we don't alter our final trajectory for the upcoming deorbit burn, and is only done when we are confident that we are coming home. So as we mentioned, it should last about 3 minutes and 17 seconds. They're using those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters underneath the nose cone to get rid of this prop burn. And the next time we see those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters used will be for the deorbit burn.
And in about 40 minutes, we'll have suit leak checks. And this is really to make sure that everything is zipped up nice and tight. And in the case that there is a depressurization event inside of the capsule, the crew is safe and that the suit can protect them as best as they can. And that's, again, really to prepare for that last hour of very exciting events where we're going to be separating the claw, and that is an umbilical from the trunk to the capsule that routes telemetry and power. After that, the trunk will actually separate. That is the sort of bottom section of the vehicle, and that will just expose the heat shield at the bottom of the capsule to the Earth's atmosphere, and then we'll start to begin our deorbit burn, and 16 minutes later, we will close off that nose cone and start to descend back towards Earth.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, that nose cone is only closed after the deorbit burn because those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters are what is being used, and they reside underneath the nose cone. So we will expect to have a communication blackout that lasts about 7.5 minutes as Crew Dragon re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. This happens as plasma begins to build up on the outside of the vehicle. It will be traveling at orbital velocity, 17,500 miles per hour, and the atmosphere significantly slowing it down. And that plasma building up on the outside and temperatures reaching up to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. We expect to see that entry begin, Dragon entering Earth's atmosphere at 11:45 p.m. Pacific, 6:45 GMT.
And really, the atmosphere does a bulk of the vehicle slowdown. It really changes its velocity into a lot of thermal energy. Again, 17,500 miles per hour. That's over 20 times the speed of sound. And before we even deploy our first set of drogue chutes, the vehicle has slowed down to about 350 miles an hour. So a lot of that speed is shed off. We'll create tons of plasma, and again, we'll have a short period where communications will be lost. But again, the vehicle at that point, it's really just steering itself and flying itself.
Dragon SpaceX burn was nominal. Stand by for commanding back to far field pointing deorbit.
We heard from the Corps, the crew operations and resources engineer, just letting the crew know that the burn is complete, that prop wasting burn, and that helped us get rid of, we are not sure the exact amount, but 81 to 91 pounds or kilograms.
SpaceX repeat call. Burn was nominal. We are commanding back to far field pointing deorbit.
And that was the Corps reaching out to the astronauts, trying to confirm that the prop wasting burn was nominal. We might be in a loss of service area as we're handing off from one satellite to another. We'll continue to listen in and wait for updates from both the Corps and the astronauts. The next major event coming up is suit leak check at around 9:50 p.m. Pacific time.
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
And SpaceX, this is Resilience on Dragon to ground. How copy?
We've got you loud and clear, Resilience. The burn was successful with nominal performance. In addition, we've returned to far field pointing deorbit.
Okay, we copy far field pointing deorbit, successful burn. And were you copying any of the pilot's comm checks?
Negative, we were not. We had a bit of an LOS there.
Okay, we were showing a good link up here, but copy, there was an LOS, so it looks like we're in good shape now.
Yeah, that's correct. No issue detected. In addition, when you're ready, as a bit of a get ahead for the deorbit burn brief, I can read up blackout start and end times for you. I do not believe those made it onto your tablet timeline.
Okay, we're ready to copy.
Okay, expect blackout start to be at 0643, blackout end at 0650.
Okay, blackout start at 0643, end at 0650.
Good readback, Hopper, thanks.
So we have regained communications with the crew during a temporary loss of signal, and just discussing what we can expect to see during that deorbit burn coming up later this evening. They are looking at approximately 7 minutes of blackout time that we won't be able to hear communications or receive telemetry from the vehicle, but that is totally expected, as we know, and Crew Dragon is completely autonomous, so during that time we will just be waiting, as will the crew, for the parachute deploy and for those communications to open back up.
And that blackout period will begin once Dragon starts to re-enter the atmosphere, scheduled at 11:43 p.m. Pacific time, and should end around 11:50 p.m. Pacific time. Again, at that point, the Dragon really is steering and flying itself and knows where it wants to go. So even though there might not be communications...
Resilience for 4.700 deorbit prep.
Go for deorbit prep.
Okay, we are complete through 5 Bravo decimal 2, standing by for 5 Bravo decimal 3.
Okay, copy completely complete and standing with the exception of 5 Bravo decimal 3 and standing by for the suit leak check. Thanks for the update.
So the next major milestone coming up that we'll be looking for is that suit leak check we discussed, and that should be around 9:50 p.m. Pacific time, that would be 4:50 GMT, the time that the astronauts use aboard the International Space Station. And so that will be our next major milestone. We will pressurize the suits. The visors will be down and sealed, making sure that the suits are properly zipped up, just in case they needed to be pressurized afterward or upon re-entry, in case there were a depressurization of the vehicle. But those suits will not remain pressurized once that happens. It's just for that leak check.
Yeah, it looks like they've started conversations about, preliminary actions before the deorbit burn starts, which will happen about an hour after the leak checks are completed. Yeah, things are continuing to go smoothly here tonight. All the departure burns have completed nominally. We just completed the prop wasting burn, and we're heading into the next milestones in the next couple of hours, and we're expecting splashdown at 11:56 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Panama City, Florida.
So if you are watching, thanks for joining us as we continue this continuous live coverage from undocking all the way through splashdown and recovery. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right here with you all the way.
Dragon SpaceX for interior cameras.
Go ahead for interior cameras.
Yep. When you're ready, request a go to come back aboard with interior cameras.
Do you have a go?
SpaceX copies. And Dragon SpaceX, one more item for deorbit prep cleanup.
And go ahead, Sol.
Yeah, Hopper, just want to triple check that the 2 redundant lid latches on location 8 are closed.
And they are closed.
Outstanding, thanks very much. And one last thing, I just want to be sure that no updates to the water inventory.
That's affirmative, no updates to the inventory as reported earlier.
Outstanding, thank you very much. And now we have views of the interior of Crew-1. We just saw Mike Hopkins, the commander, and to his side is Victor Glover, to his right-hand side.
In front of them, those are those 3 touchscreen displays that allow them to monitor the status of the vehicle, where they are in orbit, and the next steps coming up during this process of their return to Earth. And then on the left, you can see Shannon Walker there relaxing in her seat. And the far right is Soichi Noguchi, JAXA astronaut. These 4 crew members scheduled to splash down in just about 2.5 hours. Looking forward to welcoming them home after 6 months aboard the International Space Station.
And the team recently donned those suits. In about 15 minutes here, they're going to perform suit leak checks. They will close their visors and make sure that there are no leaks in the suits. In case of a depressurization event, the suits do inflate and provide some level of protection and a habitable environment for the astronauts. Again, these suits are custom made for each of the astronauts and designed in-house here at SpaceX. They are a one-piece suit. Everything is integrated. The helmets, the gloves, the boots are all part of that one-piece suit, and the astronauts really just climb in and start zipping things up. The helmet itself is made of 3D printed nylon, and that white material on the exterior is bleached Teflon, and there are also some gray pads as well, and that is Nomex, which is related to nylon, but it has a couple of different properties, some chemical resistance as well as temperature resistance.
And while the Crew Dragon vehicle is just 10 kilometers lower in orbit than the International Space Station, it is 176 kilometers away. So it has really put some distance between those vehicles through the 4 departure burns we saw earlier. And then that final major deorbit burn coming up here in about an hour and a half, we will be looking for that. It's really a braking maneuver. The vehicle will be slewed or oriented so that the thrusters are pointing into the direction that the vehicle is traveling. We'll fire those thrusters for about 16.5 minutes, and that will slow Dragon enough to help it drop out of orbit and re-enter Earth's atmosphere.
At re-entry, those seats do recline, and they will recline back and up about 26 degrees in preparation for re-entry of the capsule.
In this view right now, you can see this is, I believe, the 40-degree incline or actuation. They are facing really that upper hatch, the hatch that they use to enter and exit the International Space Station. And then at their feet and to the right of that window, you can see the side hatch. That's what they used to ingress or enter Crew Dragon almost 6 months ago, November 15th, when they launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And that hatch is not used from the time they launch until the time they return. That'll be the same hatch that they egress or exit later tonight. A good view of Mike Hopkins and Victor Glover, commander and pilot of this mission. And you can see they have their visors up on their helmets, so they will lower those once it's time for the leak check to make sure there's a good seal within the suit, and the teams will begin flowing nitrox into the suit and pressurizing them. And once there's confirmed a good leak check, like we said, coming up in just a little over 10 minutes from now, they'll be able to lift those visors again until it's time for re-entry.
And Mike Hopkins, the commander, is, getting a bunch of different views and information from those touchscreen displays. They do provide a ton of information, especially on re-entry, things like entry angle, capsule perigee, also the time until the deorbit burn once it begins, how long it will be until it ends. They can also see exactly which Draco thrusters are firing at any given time. And again, there are 16 of those Draco thrusters on the Dragon capsule.
And it looks like we have just a loss of signal, some satellite handovers potentially with Crew Dragon, and we may regain those visuals shortly, but a great look inside at our crew members as they continue their journey home. And on the Earth side of things, we've got everything moving along smoothly as well. The WB-57 aircraft departed from Ellington Field recently, and we have that aircraft equipped with thermal imaging cameras, so we look forward to the potential of seeing some infrared imagery of Crew Dragon as it begins re-entering Earth's atmosphere and through splashdown, as well as the crew members, or the team members, I should say, necessary for recovery are all aboard the Go Navigator recovery vessel that will be lifting the Crew Dragon vehicle out of the water tonight.
Yeah, it is so cool to see the astronauts in their spacesuits donned up. It's been a while since we've seen them inside. We've mainly been hearing the audio chatter back and forth between them and the core, but we're at a period now where the suits are up and we've turned back on our interior cameras, and they've sort of invited us back on board with them as they continue their journey back to splashdown later on this evening.
We did get a fun look inside the capsule earlier while they were having their dinner. And the crew members were out of their suits, but they left their suits in their seats. So that was a little bit of a funny sight for a moment there. And you can see them maneuvering the displays and taking a look at exactly where they are on the map.
If you look, there's some luggage and cargo stowed right behind them. This view is sort of from the top of the Dragon capsule looking down. So where the cargo is stored, that's sort of the base of the Dragon capsule. And if you were to go all the way through the Dragon capsule, on the other side would be the trunk, which in a few hours here, we're actually going to be jettisoning to make to expose the heat shield and preparing for re-entry.
It also makes the vehicle about 6,000 pounds lighter, I believe. So that trunk will burn up upon reentry into the Earth's atmosphere, but for now remains attached. Half of that trunk being a radiator to dispel heat from the vehicle, and the other half being solar arrays to help gather power for the vehicle. And yet again, another one of those satellite handovers, which we track, and the teams on the ground are able to track for when they will have video or audio communication with the crew members. Now, this view on the right-hand side of your screen is Mission Control Hawthorne here at SpaceX in California. All of the team members are monitoring the systems aboard Crew Dragon, but Crew Dragon is an autonomous vehicle, and so hopefully they remain in a monitoring mode tonight, as well as that's our hope for the astronauts too, that they can hopefully enjoy that ride home and not have to take too much action, but rather just watch the spacecraft operate as it is programmed.
And speaking of autonomy, we do have a question. We have a couple minutes here before we begin those suit leak checks. Is the returning process all controlled and handled on Earth, not on Crew-1 side? And as Leah mentioned, it's really the Dragon vehicle. There are some commands that, the ground can send up to Dragon, but the Dragon vehicle itself is really ushering all of its commands to make sure that it is landing where it needs to land. You do hear often information and communication being relayed back and forth between the crew operations resource engineer here in Mission Control Hawthorne and the astronauts to make sure that they are in sync. But at that point, really the spacecraft is flying itself.
We've got another question, and these are coming in from Twitter. If you're online, you can use the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. Yeah. We'll do our best to answer your question, but this one is Baby Yoda returning with the crew. Yes, Baby Yoda is returning with the crew. That is their zero-G indicator. If you happen to be wondering just who Baby Yoda is, Baby Yoda launched with the crew members last fall on November 15th. And the zero-G indicator serves the purpose of kind of showing the crew, giving them a visual reference of when they reach microgravity. So instead of being in a seat or attached to something, he would begin floating. And that's exactly what we saw, and he became a fan favorite.
Yeah, it sort of broke the internet for a little bit. I think at that time, Baby Yoda, or the child, was a very, very popular character. We've had a couple of other zero-G indicators on Demo 2. Bob and Doug brought up a dinosaur. And most recently on Crew 2, we saw Gwyn Gwyn.
Gwyn Gwyn, the penguin.
We saw a very short glimpse of Gwyn Gwyn. Usually it's some sort of sentimental value to one or all of the astronaut members. And so I think Gwyn Gwyn was selected by some of the sons of the astronauts. So very, very cool to see that, there is some connection between, even though they're in space, you still have that sentimental connection to the folks back on Earth.
And that dinosaur, that was the same thing that was chosen by Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley's sons, that sequin dinosaur named Tremor. So I know they had to be very excited to see once their dads got on orbit, and Tremor was with them as well.
Yeah, we don't see Baby Yoda quite flying around, even though they are in zero-G right now. So maybe he's stowed away. Maybe he's buckled into one of the seats. But he is certainly a stowaway and a fifth crew member, if you will, on the Crew-1 returning. We have another question here. This is an excellent question for this time. What material is used on the outer surface of the capsule to resist extreme levels of heat? That is an excellent question, especially as we are approaching the deorbit burn and reentry. So we use a material called PICA 3.0, and that stands for phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. And it is a material that was designed in joint teamwork from NASA and SpaceX, but it is not very dense. It's about the density of balsa wood, so very lightweight material, and it is sort of created in tiles and adhered to the bottom of the capsule, of the Dragon spacecraft capsule, and that is really what will serve as the main sort of material to resist that extremely high temperature, as high as 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit upon reentry.
And speaking of that temperature, we have a question from Chris Anthony. Do the astronauts feel heat inside the capsule during re-entry? And the hope is no. We will experience, or the external of the vehicle can get up to 3,500 degrees, but the interior of the vehicle shouldn't get much more than 85 degrees. And of course, that's a little warmer than it is being kept at the moment, but in comparison to the 3,500 outside, it's only a slight increase.
Just a slight increase. We should also mention that the suits, there's an umbilical on the right thigh that will feed nitrox, and it has the ability to effectively purge the suit with cool nitrox or air for the astronauts. So in the event that it does get warm in the cabin and the suits get warm, the suit itself will actually detect automatically and start to purge that air to make sure that the astronauts are nice and comfortable, even if they are deorbiting and the outside temperatures can reach 3,000 plus degrees Fahrenheit.
This question from Sherry, who makes the spacesuits that the astronauts wear? And those were all made here in-house at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. They are designed to work seamlessly with the Crew Dragon vehicle themselves, as we've talked about, that umbilical that plugs into the seat, providing communications and air to the astronauts. So yes, those were made here in-house. They are one-piece spacesuits. Even the boots and the gloves, they're all connected. And so the astronauts are able to ingress those, zip them up, and it's one and done, very easy.
Yeah, and they're all custom made for each of the astronauts. The helmet is made up of 3D printed nylon, and the exterior is made up of a combination of bleached Teflon and Nomex. And so the suits themselves serve a number of functions. They provide communications, they provide electronics, avionics, as well as protection against, in the event of a depressurization event.
Another thing that is custom fitted are the seats themselves.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go to begin procedure 4.011 suit leak check.
Copy. Go for suit leak check 4.011.
And that is right on time. Those suit leak checks being performed, the astronaut suits will be pressurized. They will not remain that way, but we want to make sure that they have a good seal in those suits in case they need to be pressurized later in the mission. But as I was mentioning, the suits are custom fitted, as well as are the inserts in the seats. They are formed to each astronaut so that there is maximum comfort as well as weight distribution whenever we splash down. So pretty cool.
We have another question here from Rich. How long does it take to acclimate to Earth's gravity? Is there physical therapy required? That is a great question. It really stems from generally their time in microgravity as well. You don't have that constant pull of gravity where, we take it here for granted, but our muscles fighting against gravity to stand upright, and we're using our muscles all the time. In microgravity, you don't really have that. So the astronauts, first and foremost, spend a lot of their time, about 2 hours a day, exercising. A variety of exercises and equipment that they can use.
Resilience, we are ready to pressurize.
Or go for suit pressurization.
Work.
As we heard that call, suit pressurization now underway. That means those suits should be completely zipped and their helmet visors should be lowered. As we mentioned, they can raise those again ahead of the deorbit burn. But once the deorbit burn comes around, we'll want to make sure everything is sealed up nicely. But for now, just making sure that we have everyone properly suited just in case we needed to pressurize later on in the mission.
So as I was saying, the astronauts do try to make sure that there isn't any muscle loss due to atrophy up in space. So they exercise quite a bit, and when they return, there is definitely an adjustment period. I think it varies on the person, but as we splash down later, a medical staff will check in with them, but you also notice that we'll bring out stretchers, and this is standard procedure, and we want to make sure that the astronauts are as comfortable as they can be, when they're egressing the vehicle and moving over to the medical bay on the ship. But it certainly does depend. But they've been in microgravity for so long that sometimes the gravity on Earth can be quite harsh when you're just returning for the first time.
And they do have those medical checks upon splashdown, as Andy mentioned. And once they return to Houston, they will have flight doctors checking in with them as well. But thanks to those workouts that they do for about 2 hours a day on the space station, typically they do recover very quickly. They probably could walk tonight or tomorrow if they wanted to once they egress the vehicle. But once you are getting back and your body's readjusting to gravity and that equilibrium, it's safer and just to put them on the stretcher. And it's very similar if you've ever watched a landing in a Soyuz capsule on the steppe of Kazakhstan. You'll see people being carried in these chairs from one location over to the medical tent for their checkup. So it's very similar, and it's pretty much standard procedure for us.
So continue to send us questions using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica. We are well underway with the suit leak checks. From now until the next major event, it's about an hour. At around 10:57 p.m. Pacific time, we'll have claw separation, which is an umbilical that is attached from the trunk to Dragon that will route power and telemetry. After that, we'll jettison the trunk and start to prepare for deorbit burn. And once we begin this deorbit burn, we are committed to making sure that the astronauts splash down safely. So we continue to monitor the weather. The latest reports still show that we pretty much have ideal conditions.
And SpaceX from Resilience, we show 4 good suits.
Good news. SpaceX shows the same.
Copy.
And the trend of seamless operations continues with 4 good suit leak checks. As Andy mentioned, next we'll be looking for that claw separation, trunk jettison, and then the deorbit burn. And once the deorbit burn occurs, that should come around 11:03 p.m. Pacific time and last about 16.5 minutes. And within the hour of that time period, we expect to see our astronauts splash down.
So we have been monitoring weather. It continues to look good, although at this point, it is always a watch item. The winds are, just below 3 miles an hour. The waves themselves are about 1 foot tall, which is great, right, for not just the splashdown of the capsule, but the recovery team on their boats out there as well. They're not going to have to fight the seas in order to get to the astronauts, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, and I have a weather update. Still go at our recovery zone, our primary splash.
Dragon SpaceX for deorbit burn brief.
And go for the deorbit burn brief.
All right, Hopper. First off, your display and tablet timelines are up to date. In addition, the recovery team reports all personnel aboard. They are in position and ready to go. The WB-57 is airborne. Nearly on location, and we're getting some great imagery here. The Coast Guard have also cleared the landing area. How copy?
Okay, display timeline. Everything's up to date. Team is on site on the recovery team, and the WB-57 is airborne and almost on site as well.
Good readback. In addition, the winds at your landing site are currently showing 2 knots, wave height under 1 foot with a period of about 5 seconds.
Two knots, less than 1 foot, period of 5 seconds, and we'd like to sound that.
And copy all, the period is just 5 seconds, so a little bit faster, so 5-second period.
5-second period, copy.
In addition, we do have a bit of a system update for you. The LOS we experienced before, turns out there was an issue. In particular, we had a delayed return link AOS due to a suspected interference issue with the East 275 TDRS satellite. It is possible to repeat this issue when we use the satellite again, from 0537 to 0556. That's about 19 minutes prior to claw set prep through just prior to trunk jettison. How copy?
Okay, so there was an issue with one of the TDRS satellites. We'll see it again, 0537 or 0556, or we potentially could see it again during that time frame.
Yeah, that's a good readback. We do suspect that this affects return link only, so expect calls in the blind from us if the issue repeats. In addition, even if the issue does repeat, we are still go for deorbit entry and landing. How copy?
Okay, impact return link only, so we would hear you, but you wouldn't hear us, and we'd still be go for burn and re-entry.
That is a good readback.
So we got a couple of updates there in preparation for the deorbit burn. So the Coast Guard has cleared the landing site. The WB-57 is airborne and almost towards that landing site as well. And then we also got an update on weather. So the winds are just at 2 knots and the waves are under a foot with a period of 5 seconds. So things continuing to look good for a nighttime splashdown at 11:56 p.m. Pacific time. The Corps also did mention that we did have a loss of signal earlier, and we're suspecting that one of the TDRS satellites could pop up again about a few minutes before claw separation. So if that does happen, it seems like we are still good for deorbit burn. The Dragon team should be able to hear ground comms, but we won't be able to hear anything back from them.
Absolutely. And TDRS, that's the Tracking Data and Relay Satellite System. That's the same satellite system used by the International Space Station for communication. So they're continuing to watch that issue. However, it's good to know that it may be expected and that we are still go for splashdown. So we mentioned that the wind speed is about 2 knots, and looking at the recovery criteria, the wind speed can be no greater than 10.5 knots. So we are well within that margin, and things continuing to look very optimal for our splashdown and recovery tonight. And some really interesting information. We've mentioned that this is a record-setting splashdown. It will break the record from the final Skylab crew who splashed down 84 days, 1 hour and 15 minutes following their mission. Tonight's splashdown at the end of 168 days in space is exactly twice as long as that former record. That's the previous longest U.S. mission in a space capsule. So we've got a lot of history happening once again tonight.
We have a couple of, we have a bit of time before the next major event. That is claw separation at 10:57 p.m. Pacific time. So we just finished and had a nominal suit leak check. And from now until then, the team is coasting until they sort of reach their optimal position in space to begin the sequences to shed some more weight in the form of the trunk, and then start the deorbit burn, which should last just over 16 minutes. And then we'll see the capsule deorbit and eventually go through the Earth's atmosphere, return back to Earth, and splash down at our primary site off the coast of Panama City, Florida.
We've had a lot of action so far today with that undocking command coming on time at 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. We've been with you ever since through all of those 4 departure burns that occurred, putting Dragon exactly on the trajectory to splash down in Panama City later, as well as the prop wasting burn, which we saw about an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago, getting rid of around 81 to 91 kilograms of propellant from the vehicle, making it a little bit lighter for re-entry, as well as it doesn't affect the phasing. So that was not one of those burns that really changes our trajectory. We have the astronauts now back in their suits and 4 good suit leak checks, and we just heard another weather briefing. So next major milestones are that slew, which is putting Dragon into the proper position for claw and trunk separation, eventually deorbit burn.
So everything continuing to go pretty smoothly here today. Pretty excited for the crew to return back to Earth after their 6-month journey and duration in space. They must be pretty excited as well. Yeah, we were, I don't want to say lucky, but the trip duration from undocking to splashdown was only 6.5 hours. So that it could take as long as 39 hours. So I'm sure the crew is pretty stoked that, they get the sort of the lower extreme of that scale.
And that's dependent on a lot of things. It depends on the splashdown location. It also depends on crew sleep schedules. So we want our crew to be well rested. Obviously, we expect this to be a fully autonomous mission and not that they would need to make any actions in the vehicle themselves. But we do want them to be able to monitor the vehicle as they continue on their journey back home. And so we sometimes need to work in a sleep shift in there for them, and that can significantly change the length of undocking to splashdown time. But it worked well today that we have about a 6.5-hour undocking to splashdown time, which is probably about the lowest that we will see with these crew missions.
So we have a couple minutes here. Let's take some more questions from social media. We have one from Christian. How is the splashdown location chosen for each flight? Well, typically we have a number of potential locations to choose from. We have 4 on the west coast of Florida in the Gulf of Mexico, and then we have an additional 3 on the east coast. A lot goes into choosing where exactly Dragon will splash down. Weather is certainly a huge part of that as well, but also the geographic location in which the boats and personnel can be there to support. We have a lot of support staff outside of Houston and near the Cape in Florida, so we tried to strategize, splashing the capsule down there. That way, we have all the expertise, the medical attention in case we do need that.
This question, do the astronauts eat and drink while returning in Dragon or not until they splash down? Well, we got a little glimpse of that earlier. If you rewind a few hours, you'll get to see the crew was having a meal in the Crew Dragon capsule, and they're only scheduled to have 1 meal this time because, as we mentioned, it's a 6.5-hour undocking to splashdown timeline. When Crew 2 launched a couple of weeks ago, we saw them have a couple of meals. They had a dinner and a breakfast, but there are also a lot of snacks on board. And if the crew, for some reason, needed to stay in orbit for a couple of days, they each have enough food for 3 days worth of meals.
Yeah, so continue to send us your questions using the hashtag #LaunchAmerica, and we'll try our best to answer them here on air as we continue to be live, and we'll continue to be live all the way until crew recovery later on tonight. So this question here, how does Dragon get its power supply? That is a great question. So if you've been following the Dragon program, the original Dragon 1 capsule had these solar arrays, sort of wings that would unfurl after it separated from the second stage of Falcon 9. And on that wing was basically a bunch of solar panels that it would convert the energy from the sun into usable energy for the Dragon. Dragon 2 uses a similar energy, but it's physically a bit different. The solar panels are built into the trunk itself. So if you do see a picture of the Dragon 2 vehicle, you'll notice that its trunk section, the bottom half of it is white. The other half is this black sort of glossy color. Those are the solar panels themselves. So right now, that trunk is still attached onto the capsule, and Dragon is still getting energy and telemetry from that trunk. But here shortly, in about an hour, we're actually going to be removing that trunk. It'll burn up upon re-entry, and will expose the heat shield on the Dragon capsule, and the Dragon capsule itself will just be running on battery power until it returns back to Earth.
Speaking of returning back to Earth, this question from Ahmed. How long does the communication blackout last when the Dragon crew re-enter the Earth's atmosphere? So as we've mentioned, once Crew Dragon begins re-entry, a lot of plasma builds up on the outside of the vehicle, and that causes a communications and telemetry blackout. So we won't be able to see or receive that telemetry from the vehicle, and we expect that to last about 7 minutes. However, Crew Dragon is totally autonomous at this time, and so it should be performing any necessary maneuvers, and we will regain communications with the astronauts once the capsule slows down significantly and that temperature on the outside isn't so great and we lose that plasma.
Yeah, the plasma is really a function of just the amount of friction that the Dragon capsule is going to be experiencing when it meets the atmosphere of the Earth. Right now, it's moving at over 17,000 miles per hour, 20 times greater than the speed of sound. And it's going to basically go through this wall of air particles, and it's going to get really, really hot very, very quickly. And when you superheat that gas, you start to form plasma, which is another state of matter. And that plasma can start to interfere with some of the communications from Dragon and ground. So, as Dragon, initially enters that, you're going to see a lot of plasma build up. And then as we slow down, we'll start to regain communications. And then eventually, it'll slow down enough to about 350 miles an hour where we'll start to deploy our drogue chutes. And then after that, the main chutes to slow the Dragon vehicle all the way down to about 16 miles an hour. So from 17,500 miles per hour, using the beauty of the Earth's atmosphere, a ton of heat, a bunch of parachutes, we go from 17,500 miles an hour to about 16 miles per hour, and then we splash down nice and softly in the Gulf of Mexico.
A much softer splashdown.
Yeah. We have another question here. Why does Crew Dragon land on water? That is a great question. For those that are following the space program, most of the space crafts nowadays have been landing on land. The space shuttle was essentially a plane. It had a runway and it landed itself. The Soyuz lands on land with the help of some parachutes. Dragon, we felt that landing on water gives us a little bit more margin in terms of splashdown. So in that sense, it's a bit simpler, right? The astronauts, in case there were some sort of malfunction with the parachutes, there is just that little bit of margin more landing in that nice sort of soft body of water as opposed to land.
And we are continuing to answer your questions with the hashtag LaunchAmerica. So if you're on Twitter, submit your question, include that hashtag, and we will do our very best to answer those. This one from Sean: what activities will happen post-splashdown? And there are quite a few. It's going to be very busy for the crews that are already awaiting the spacecraft. So the crews inside the crew members inside Crew Dragon Resilience really won't have many actions. They'll continue monitoring the vehicle and as well as the performance of the teams outside. But we'll be looking for several things. We'll have 2 fast boats that approach the vehicle. They'll begin sniffing, essentially, seeking out these fuels, or these fumes, I should say, from hypergolic fuels. Those can be toxic fumes in the air, and we want to make sure before we bring anyone too close to the vehicle that those are clear. And once that is clear, we can bring in the recovery vessel. The capsule will be rigged by a crew member and prepared to be picked up by the recovery vessel. And once that occurs, it will be lifted into the nest on the recovery vessel, which tonight is Go Navigator. It will be pulled toward the egress platform, which is a platform built right up to the hatch. Eventually, the hatch will open, and the first person to be able to see Shannon, Mike, Soichi, and Victor after their nearly 6 months in space will be some medical doctors. They will get to check in on the crew and make sure they are ready for egress. We'll have those crew members egressed and continue with some medical checks. And shortly thereafter, they will board a helicopter that will be on top of the boat. They will return to Florida from the helicopter and then to Houston from a NASA plane.
Yeah, that recovery vessel is really a multi-function vessel. And here is a great view of inside the Crew Dragon right now. On the left-hand side of the screen is the commander, Mike Hopkins, and to his right is the pilot, Victor Glover. They're looking at the touchscreen displays, providing them with a ton of mission data. But as I was mentioning, the boat itself, right, it has a crane that can lift the Dragon. It has a medical bay to tend to the needs of the astronauts, and also has a helicopter pad to depart from as well.
And we are now less than an hour from that deorbit burn. We still have a couple of milestones that need to occur before that, including the claw separation. That's located on Dragon's trunk and connects the thermal control, power, telemetry, and fluid and avionics system components. Once that separates, we will be able to separate the trunk from Crew Dragon itself. That exposes the heat shield. And then we will have the Crew Dragon conduct that deorbit burn lasting about 16.5 minutes. So all three of those major milestones coming up now in less than an hour.
And the hands that you see closest to your screen, that was Shannon Walker. Here's a great view of Mike Hopkins, who is closer to your screen, and then Victor Glover, who is next to him.
It has to be very interesting and hopefully a little bit fun for them to get to monitor this mission and check out all of that telemetry and data and just how the spacecraft is operating. As you can see, though, those visors are lifted. They had the 4 successful suit leak checks, and they are go to lift those visors. The suits are not pressurized right now. They will not be pressurized for splashdown, but those leak checks that we had earlier ensure us that if we needed to repressurize the suits, we do have a good seal there. So while they will lower their visors for that re-entry, they will not be needing to pressurize those suits.
And these touchscreen displays really provide a ton of information for the astronauts. They know they can let them know where Dragon is at in relative position to the Earth, which Draco thrusters are firing at any given time, as well as provide Dragon entry angle, its perigee.
Dragon SpaceX is go for deorbit entry and landing.
Resilience copies. Go for deorbit entry and landing.
And we just saw the thumbs up across all of the crew members. Must be excited to get the final go for deorbit burn and then eventually landing.
And it's amazing to realize that they are in space right now. They're still in microgravity, but in under 2 hours, they will have splashed back down to Earth. That fast, a 6-month mission, and it's able to return to Earth and their families and friends in just 6.5 hours today.
Yeah.
So we've talked a little bit about the seats, and these crew members are currently, their seats are a little more reclined. They're at that 40-degree angle, essentially, and they are, if you were looking at them, they are really facing that forward hatch underneath the nose cone. That's what docks to the International Space Station, and that's what they would fly into and out of at the space station. And once we go for landing or through that deorbit burn, I should say, those seats will actuate and turn up to a 26-degree angle. And so they're still a little bit reclined, and they still have the opportunity to monitor those devices at the front, those touchscreen displays. But it will be properly angled for splashdown to distribute the correct amount of weight onto the seats.
So to the very right of your screen, there is sort of an arm bar and the side hatch. Later on, after splashdown, that is the hatch that they'll be opening up and egressing the vehicle from. This is the same hatch that they used to enter the vehicle back in November of November 15th in 2020. this hatch after launch does stay closed while it's docked at the International Space Station, and they use the forward or top hatch to egress the vehicle when docked at the ISS.
You can see a mirror on Mike Hopkins' left wrist, and that is actually one of the features that is shared with an extravehicular mobility unit. That mirror gives him an opportunity to look at what he cannot, turn his head around at and see. And on an extravehicular mobility unit, that is used for the astronauts to control the dials on the front of their spacesuits. So that's how they control volume of comms as well as the temperature inside their spacesuit. So they use that wrist mirror, and the instructions on the front of their spacesuit are written backwards so that when they're viewed through the mirror, they are read correctly. So that's a neat little, I haven't noticed that before. It's a neat little thing they share.
And that is tricky. I mean, if anyone's ever tried to do something in the mirror, I'm sure it takes quite a bit of training to make sure that they are coordinated right, especially when they're doing something as important as the spacewalks. So next major event is claw separation. That's coming up at 10:57 p.m. Pacific time, and then shortly after that we'll have trunk separation, and then at 11:03 p.m. Pacific time we'll begin the deorbit burn, which lasts about 16 minutes. Earlier today, we had the prop wasting burn where we shed about 80 to 90 kilograms of unneeded fuel. After claw separation, trunk separation, and finishing the deorbit burn, we will have shed a total of 6,000 pounds off of the Dragon. So departing the International Space Station, the Dragon vehicle was about 27,000 pounds. And again, after the deorbit burn is done and before they re-enter the Earth, we're down to 21,000 pounds. And it is important that we try to shed as much weight as possible. The drogue chutes have a tremendous job to stabilize and slow the vehicle down, as well as the main chute. So any unnecessary weight that we can shed will help sort of bolster the functions of both of those parachutes.
One interesting thing I learned about parachutes back in DM2's return last year is how they open slowly. So it's called disreefing. The drogue chutes and the main parachutes, you'll see them, they don't pop out to their full expanded size right away. They open rather slowly and allow that air to come in gradually. And it's really only over a few seconds, but that keeps us from really shocking the parachute system and jolting the vehicle too much, as it's really slowing them down from 350 miles per hour for those drogue chutes, and then from 119 miles per hour for those main chutes.
Yeah, and parachutes are an extremely difficult thing to get right. We've had an extensive amount of testing. I mean, dozens and dozens and dozens of drops and testing to make sure that we have these parachutes and the design right. The CRS missions using the Dragon 1 vehicle also had very similar parachutes, but this is another function of their design to make sure that, again, they're not at risk of detaching or shocking our crew members inside or the vehicles. And so that slow, gradual opening is critical to make sure that the spacecraft lands softly in the water.
And once the spacecraft does land, the parachutes will be cut away from the spacecraft. That's another autonomous function. But that keeps the vehicle from being pulled potentially by the wind. And as we mentioned, that should happen autonomously, but the crew does have a button inside the spacecraft that would allow them to do so if necessary.
So just a couple weeks ago, the astronauts on the Crew-1 astronauts that you see here were in a very similar position. They had a dock relocation maneuver where they undocked from the forward port of the International Space Station and redocked to the zenith port. So a very similar type of procedure where they had donned their spacesuits, performed all of the leak checks, got in the spacecraft, suited up, and left the International Space Station temporarily, redocked, and then egressed the vehicle another time. And today they're doing a similar maneuver, but this time they're returning back to Earth.
We are continuing to monitor the mission and bring you live coverage all the way from undocking through splashdown and recovery. So we are looking for those next major milestones to happen very shortly, including the claw separation, trunk separation, and eventually the deorbit burn, which commits us to splashing down off the coast of Panama City, Florida. Weather continues to look good. The WB-57 with those thermal imaging cameras has arrived on the station and is positioning itself, preparing for the re-entry of Crew Dragon, as well as all the personnel on Go Navigator, the main recovery ship tonight, are in place, standing by. Everything continues to really move smoothly on the space side of this process, as well as everything here on Earth. So we're looking forward to welcoming back our 4 Crew-1 astronauts.
Dragon SpaceX for some additional words on TDRS communication.
Go ahead, Solo.
Hopper, we're showing a slightly elevated probability that we're going to lose the return link at the end of the window we discussed earlier, and that's from 0551 to 0556. If that happens, we will be doing a standard comm check once on the other side. Please plan to give us a verbal report on general sensations regarding trunk sep. That'll help us assess dynamics of trunk separation.
Okay, you are anticipating return link issues 0551 to 0556, and make sure that we report on trunk sep, give you guys a verbal report on that.
Yeah, that's a good readback, and especially the sensations y'all feel, the pyros and such are latching values that we'll be able to assess afterwards.
Okay, copy that. We'll let you know what our sensations are.
SpaceX copies, thanks.
If you're just joining us, Dragon has performed its final departure burns from the International Space Station with Crew-1 NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Soichi Noguchi all on board and heading home. Right now we have a view inside the cabin of the Crew-1 capsule. Today's mission actually began back on Sunday, November 15th, when Falcon 9 launched Dragon from historic launch pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following the successful liftoff, Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi arrived at the space station about 27 hours later and have been there ever since. While on board the station for the last 6 months, Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi have supported hundreds of experiments and took part in day-to-day operations during the Expedition 64 and 65 crew. Hopkins and Glover and Noguchi completed several spacewalks to upgrade station and prepare for new solar arrays set to arrive later on this summer. Dragon's return to Earth will mark the completion of NASA and SpaceX's first official long-duration mission for our commercial crew program.
Earlier today, we saw the crew members board the Crew Dragon Resilience capsule for one final time while in space. They said farewell to the other 7 people who are still aboard the International Space Station. There have been 11 people living on the International Space Station for the last week since the arrival of Crew-2, but as I mentioned, that number back down to 7 with the departure of Crew-1. With Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi on board, the spacecraft autonomously undocked from the International Space Station at 5:35 p.m. Pacific time this evening, and then began a series of departure burns to move away from the station. We are bringing you live coverage of the rest of the mission, including the moment we jettison Dragon's trunk to its deorbit burn, all the way to splashdown, which is set for 11:57 p.m. Pacific time, 6:57 GMT off the coast of Panama City, Florida, in the Gulf of Mexico. Unfortunately, due to a tracked and planned communications blackout, we won't be able to show you every step of Dragon's journey home, but we will bring you live status updates as they come in. And let's walk through all of the dynamic activities ahead of us this evening. We will be looking for claw separation coming up at 10:57, so less than 10 minutes from now. And that is the detachment of the claw, which provides telemetry, power, and data from the trunk.
Dragon SpaceX, we showed deorbit sequence start in just over 5 minutes.
And resilience copies, we see this.
And Dragon SpaceX, be advised, we're showing some ready return link down here. We will continue as pre-briefed.
And that communications, we do expect that communications to be ready as noted by the core, meaning that it might not be clear or come through at all times due to a tracking data and relay satellite system issue that we are tracking. However, everything still remains go for deorbit burn coming up shortly. But first, a couple of other items. The claw separation, as I mentioned, the claw is located on Dragon's trunk and connects the thermal power control, telemetry, and more from the trunk to the capsule. And after that separation, just less than a minute later, we will see trunk separation. The trunk will burn up upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere, and we are only returning the capsule portion with our crew members to splash down. At 11:03 p.m. Pacific or 6:03 GMT, we will see the deorbit burn start. And deorbit burn today is scheduled to last about 16 minutes. Dragon will fire its 4 bulkhead thrusters into the direction it is currently traveling. So this serves as essentially a braking maneuver and will help Dragon drop out of Earth's orbit. Deorbit burn should be complete at 11:19 p.m. Pacific or 6:19 GMT.
And once we fire those forward bulkhead thrusters for the last time, we'll then close the nose cone. That should happen at 11:22 p.m. Pacific time. About 20 minutes later at 11:43 p.m. Pacific time, there will be a planned communications blackout period as Dragon re-enters the Earth's atmosphere due to the heat and the amount of plasma buildup. It'll interfere with the communications, but at that point, Dragon really is steering itself to the targeted landing site. And then at 11:45, we'll begin that entry again, starting to build up that plasma around the base of the Dragon capsule.
At 11:52 Pacific, 6:52 GMT, we expect to see the drogue parachutes deploy. Those are 2 parachutes that will begin to slow the vehicle down from 350 miles per hour. And at 11:53, just less than a minute after those drogue sheets deploy, they will then pull out the main parachutes. We expect to see 4 parachutes, those orange and white, above the capsule that will slow the capsule down to approximately 15 to 16 miles per hour for an on-time splashdown at 11:57 p.m. Pacific time, 6:57 GMT, off the coast of Panama City, Florida, in the Gulf of Mexico.
Now, in preparation of splashdown, the Dragon recovery team has been busy over the last week. One of the big ticket items has been final selection of the landing site. And to increase the options for the space station departure, the teams identified a total of 7 possible splashdown locations. In order to meet NASA's timeline requirements for crew recovery, these potential splashdown locations have to be close to a port and medical facilities. Since Dragon is capable of splashdown on either side of the Florida Panhandle, we have 2 identical and fully equipped recovery vessels ready to support, one in the Gulf of Mexico and the other in the Atlantic Ocean. With all that in mind, it's easy to see how determining the landing site is a complex process. Today, as Leah mentioned, we'll be splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico just off the coast of Panama City, Florida.
And it's hard to believe we are in the final orbit right now of Crew Dragon in orbit of Earth, and the deorbit burn is scheduled to start in 10 minutes. So before that, we are obviously looking for claw separation and trunk separation, with that being part of the deorbit sequence now starting in under 2 minutes. So for these recovery operations, NASA and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone, ensuring public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew aboard the spacecraft. Multiple notices have been issued to the mariners in advance and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are currently deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones. We want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous operation, and any other boats interfering increases risks to the astronauts in the capsule, the teams working to recover them from the water, and the safety of those that come too close. So for the safety of the crew and your personal safety, we recommend you sit back and watch as we will be bringing you the very best possible views of our astronauts' homecoming.
So the teams have been looking at return opportunities since April 28th, with weather being the major factor. We waived off our initial opportunities to undock on the 28th and on the 30th, with teams making the decision to pursue our current undocking and splashdown plan just yesterday. The weather conditions for the Gulf for tonight's attempt are ideal for splashdown and recovery, with very low wind speeds and almost...
Dragon SpaceX, deorbit sequence start.
Presents copies, we see the same.
So we just got the call that the deorbit sequence has begun, which is great. So we're expecting to hear a call out that the call separation will happen in just a few minutes here. But this will be the first time that we'll be bringing the crew back in a nighttime splashdown, but we are well prepared.
SpaceX was able to practice for this very scenario with the return of the CRS-21 cargo mission, returning a similar Dragon capsule with a nighttime splashdown off the Florida coast. As well as all of our recovery teams, they've practiced for recovery conditions at night, giving us confidence to carry out this operation and bring the crew home safely. SpaceX also has additional personnel on the recovery ship to recover Dragon's parachutes and our standard set of medical professionals and Dragon technicians to secure the capsule and get the crew out quickly and safely. And our fun history fact for this return, this will be the first night splashdown of a U.S. crewed spacecraft since Apollo 8's pre-dawn return in the Pacific Ocean on December 27, 1968, with NASA astronauts Frank Borman, Jem Lovell, and Bill Anders.
So in the next phase of the mission, Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi home. First, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude and then start to separate its claw, then jettison its trunk, which is the cylindrical, unpressurized part of the spacecraft. The trunk is currently connected to the aft or bottom section of the Dragon capsule, where the heat shield is located. So, in order to expose the heat shield and get the vehicle ready for atmospheric re-entry, we'll jettison the trunk.
From there, the spacecraft will use its forward thrusters to perform a deorbit burn, which will put Dragon on a trajectory to return to Earth. The burn will last more than 16 minutes once it starts.
And to prepare for these upcoming events, right now the Dragon capsule is doing a number of things autonomously. It's isolating the thermal control system fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperature of Dragon for Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi nice and cool during re-entry. Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism, which will terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the capsule and the trunk.
And I'm receiving information that claw separation is currently occurring right on time, and that was scheduled for 10:57 Pacific. So right on time for that claw separation. Coming up next will be trunk separation very shortly after. And I'm sure we will hear a call out to the crew shortly about our claw separation.
Yeah, over the next hour, there's going to be a lot of events happening in order to get the Dragon spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX, we show nominal trunk jettison.
And SpaceX from Resilience, we see the same, and you could definitely feel the claw sep as well as hear it, and the same for trunk jettison was very obvious. And through the centerline cameras, you could definitely see a lot of the debris from the separation.
Okay, thanks, Resilience, for that thorough report. We copy all.
Cool, so there were some report outs from the crew about what they felt when the claw had separated as well as the trunk as it was jettisoned. And we did get confirmation that both occurred nominally, meaning that telemetry is looking good. The nitrox system is primed for cabin and suit cooling, and the heat shield is exposed, ready for atmospheric re-entry. Up next, we have the final steps that Dragon will perform prior to re-entry, the slew or maneuver to deorbit burn attitude and the deorbit burn itself. This is, again, the last time that the four Dracos, which are the four thrusters located at the top of the vehicle, the last time that they will ignite. The deorbit burn will place Dragon on a precise trajectory to return to the splashdown zone off the coast of Panama City, Florida, and will last a bit more than 16
SpaceX
minutes.
Looks like we're onto nominal comms for the rest of the mission at this point.
That's good news. Thanks for that update, Sol.
And good news indeed. As we were mentioning, we were tracking some issues with one of the TDRS tracking data and relay satellite system satellites that was preventing us from getting some communication from the vehicle at certain points in their orbit. However, that seems to have cleared up. And next, we are looking for deorbit burn to begin in just about 3 minutes. As we mentioned, that should last almost 16.5 minutes. And that is the braking maneuver that's going to drop Dragon out of Earth orbit and bring them back into the atmosphere. So things are really speeding up with that nominal claw separation and trunk jettison. And they reported some similar things that we heard from Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, mentioning that it was something you could definitely feel jettisoning that trunk. So very interesting and good news that everything still continues to look well. And things look pretty good on Earth here, too. This is a view from the Go Navigator recovery ship. And off to the left, that is indeed a dolphin who is checking out the operations as Go Navigator begins to move into place to recover Crew Dragon once they splash down tonight. So beautiful things in space and on Earth.
Yeah, it seems like we're not the only ones interested in the astronauts' return. Maybe aside from medical staff, they might get a greeting from some marine animals as well. That is very, very cool picture of those dolphins. Again, just a few minutes away from the beginning of that 16-minute deorbit burn. We just had trunk separation, and a couple of things about the trunk separation. Earlier in the night, we performed a prop wasting burn to get rid of unneeded propellants. We shed about 80 to 90 kilograms worth of propellant, and to lighten the load that Dragon will be experiencing when it comes back to Earth.
And this is an incredible shot right now we have of the separation. That is Crew Dragon and its trunk now separate, flying free, and we are just moments away from hearing the beginning of the deorbit burn.
And as I was talking, the trunk itself, and as well as the propellant used in this deorbit burn, once all is said and done, we'll be shedding about 6,000 pounds of mass from the Dragon spacecraft. So starting off at around 27,000 pounds, all going down to about 21,000 pounds. So those help to, again, lessen the load that the parachutes will have to sort of carry when they deploy and eventually slow down the spacecraft.
This is just absolutely an incredible view, and this is coming to us from the International Space Station, so they do still have a little bit of an eye on Dragon. Once Crew Dragon begins that re-entry period following the deorbit burn completion, we hope to have infrared imagery thanks to the WV-57 aircraft that has departed from Ellington and is in the proper location, and they have thermal imagery systems aboard, and fingers crossed we get some visuals of Crew Dragon re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. And right on time, we also have the start of the deorbit burn. As we mentioned, this should last 16 minutes, 26 seconds. So this has fully committed Crew Dragon to coming home. So just within the last 10 minutes, Crew Dragon jettisoned its trunk and initiated this deorbit burn just a minute ago.
And like we mentioned earlier, this deorbit burn is the last time those 4 forward Draco thrusters will fire. Dragon Resilience has not yet entered the Earth's atmosphere. This deorbit burn is what will line the vehicle up and put it on a final trajectory to the landing site in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the coast of Panama City, Florida. There is a beautiful shot of the crew inside. That is Commander Mike Hopkins, closest to your screen, and next to him is Victor Glover, the pilot.
And on the screens, those are the thrusters firing. As we mentioned, we are in the midst of the deorbit burn right now, and they are monitoring. So this is an amazing opportunity to get to see the inside of the cabin at this point. We just had that view from the International Space Station of Crew Dragon and the trunk having recently separated. And this is these are the 4 crew members who are currently inside, and they're committed to coming home.
They're using the screens to keep tabs on the burn duration, the Draco thrusters firing, and trajectory details like entry angle, capsule perigee, and how much distance remaining until deorbit burn termination. Dragon is flying itself, so all the crew has to do is stay strapped in their seats and enjoy the flight. And they're just keeping tabs on things using those touchscreen display monitors.
So it's been about 2 minutes since the burn began. We are in the entry, descent, and landing phase of the mission. This is the largest burn of the evening, and as we mentioned, this really commits us to splashing down specifically at that Panama City location just off the coast.
And we were monitoring weather all the way until the point of deorbit burn because, in the event that the weather shifted or we needed to potentially target a different site, this deorbit burn wouldn't have begun. But now, like Leah mentioned, we are committed and we'll be looking forward to the splashdown of not only the capsule, but the crew members as well.
And that deorbit burn should end at 11:19 p.m. Pacific time. Following that, we will close the nose cone a few minutes later. The nose cone is open right now because, as you can see in those screens, those 4 thrusters firing are the 4 bulkhead thrusters, and they are located underneath the nose cone. So we leave the nose cone open right now for the 16.5-minute burn, and we will close it once that is complete. 3.5 minutes into the burn, continuing to monitor the data and continuing to get these great views from inside the cabin. We won't keep these views for the entire return home. As we mentioned, once Crew Dragon really begins its entry into the Earth's atmosphere, we anticipate a loss of signal for about 7 minutes, where we won't be able to receive telemetry or data or video or audio from the Crew Dragon vehicle. However, Crew Dragon is entirely autonomous, flying itself, knows exactly what it needs and where it needs to go. And so hopefully at that point, the astronauts are just monitoring as well. And the reason for that comms blackout is because plasma builds up on the outside of the capsule due to the speed at which the vehicle is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and building up that heat to around 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit outside the capsule. So a very, very cool view right now. On the left, you've got from the International Space Station, Crew Dragon and its trunk, and on the right-hand side, the 4 astronauts who are inside that small white dot preparing to return to Earth.
Yeah, the distance from the trunk and distance between the trunk and the Crew Dragon vehicle is continuing to get larger and larger, and the deep orbit burn does effectively what his name says. We're taking the vehicle out of orbit and lowering its altitude until eventually, we make its way back to Earth.
We're now 5 minutes into the deorbit burn, about 11 minutes left. Crew still monitoring, and teams here in Mission Control Hawthorne still monitoring as well.
This crew has been in space for about 6 months. Their journey started on November 15th of last year, and now really they're on their last section before they can return back to Earth and get that fresh air that we all love.
Now that the deorbit burn has started, we really are less than an hour away from splashing down. We are expecting splashdown to occur at 11:57 p.m. Pacific time, 6:57 GMT, so really less than 50 minutes away. As we mentioned here on the Earth side of things, everyone is in place on the Go Navigator vessel that needs to be there when the crew arrives. 2 fast boats will approach the vehicle and ensure there are no toxic vapors from those hypergolic fumes that may be present after splashing down. They will also begin rigging the vehicle and prepare it to be hoisted into the nest on Go Navigator. But ahead of all of that, we also have the WB-57 aircraft from Ellington Field in Houston, Texas, that is in position, and we will be awaiting views from the aircraft once Crew Dragon begins its re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. There's a thermal imaging camera on the aircraft that we hope to get some views from.
And at the bottom of those touchscreen displays, you'll notice some buttons, really important functions like chute deploy or cutting the main chutes. These have dedicated buttons for them. Otherwise, the team can, use a number of views to monitor the mission as they're doing right now. hypergolic fuels or hypergolic propellants are pretty common for space propellants. They are, one of their properties is they don't require an ignition source. So once two components are combined, typically a fuel and oxidizer, they will ignite just by being in contact with one another. And it is great for, use in space, but, one of the downsides is they can be pretty toxic to humans. So that's why it's super important that when the spacecraft does land, the first fast boat, one of the first things they do is perform a sniff test to make sure that none of that toxic vapor is still in the vicinity. So that way the other personnel can approach and continue with the rest of the recovery operations.
We're coming up on 9.5 minutes into this 16.5-minute maneuver, so approximately 7 minutes left, and everything is looking good. Crew's still monitoring those thrusters in the screens on their displays. And this is the final burn of the day. Crew Dragon, as we said, is now committed to splashing down off the coast of Panama City, Florida tonight. And a reminder of the astronauts that are coming home today. Their closest to the screen is Mike Hopkins. He's the commander, and to his right is Victor Glover, the pilot. To Victor Glover's right is Shannon Walker. And to Mike Hopkins' left, we have Soichi Noguchi, an astronaut with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency.
So closest to your screen is Crew Dragon Commander Mike Hopkins. A little bit about him. He was born in Lebanon, Missouri, but grew up outside of Richland, Missouri. He was selected as an astronaut by NASA in 2009. Hopkins is a colonel in the United States Air Force and holds degrees in aerospace engineering. He also flew on the Russian Soyuz as a member of the Expedition 37 and 38 crew, logging at the time 166 days in space. He performed 2 spacewalks totaling almost 13 hours to change out a degraded pump module on the space station. He also has military experience, including testing the C-17 and C-130 aircraft.
And those 2 spacewalks were from his previous mission. He added to those while he was on the International Space Station during this flight, added a couple more actually. And the deorbit burn, we are just about 4.5 minutes away from that being complete. Things are still looking good. And as a reminder, this is a braking maneuver. So Crew Dragon is firing those thrusters into the same direction that it was traveling. This should slow Crew Dragon down enough to drop it out of orbit.
So we are waiting on the deorbit burn to end, and that should happen at approximately 11:19 p.m. Pacific time, just a few minutes from now. The astronauts on board are continuing to monitor the burns of the 4 forward bulkhead thrusters.
Things have really picked up in the last 15 minutes or so. The crew, we had claw separation from the trunk and the capsule itself. The claw connecting those thermal control, or the thermal and avionics and data and telemetry information between the crew capsule and the trunk. And we had trunk jettison and some amazing shots there for a moment from the International Space Station of both the trunk and Crew Dragon flying separately of one another. And now we are in this deorbit burn, now 14 minutes in, meaning we only have about 2.5 minutes left. And this deorbit burn, committing them to coming home to Panama City, or off the coast of Panama City, Florida. And we are looking at splashdown at about 11:57 p.m. Pacific time. So 40 minutes from now, we will have these Crew-1 astronauts back on planet Earth.
And since that claw separation and jettison of the trunk, the Dragon spacecraft is running on internal battery power. So everything that you see on screen is powered by batteries on the capsule itself, and it's no longer drawing power from the trunk.
Now, as you can see, the astronauts still have their visors up on their suits. That is fine for right now, and they will need to lower those visors once it comes time for the re-entry of the capsule into the atmosphere. So this deorbit burn is not the re-entry itself. We don't have those extreme temperatures building up on the outside of the vehicle right now. That's why we still have telemetry and communications with the spacecraft. But once we begin that re-entry, they will close their visors. We're still tracking this deorbit burn, getting reports that the flight path angle is valid. Everything looking nominal for this burn. And we should have about 1 minute left.
And this deorbit burn is a braking maneuver. After this, we're sort of done with any major burns. The majority of speed reduction will be done by the atmosphere of the Earth. And then after that, the parachutes that will deploy on the Dragon spacecraft. So again, just a few seconds away from completing this long duration 16-minute burn. And then we'll be entering the Earth's atmosphere very shortly after that.
And we are seconds away from that call out. As you saw, we lost video with the crew. That was one of those tracked loss of signals.
Dragon SpaceX, we show deorbit burn is complete with nominal performance. Nose cone closure initiated.
And SpaceX from Resilience, we copy all. That's great news. And we're following the nose cone closure.
And that is great news. The deorbit burn completed successfully, and now we're moving on to nose cone closure. In the background right now, Dragon is currently inhibiting those forward bulkhead thrusters that we just used to complete the deorbit burn, ensuring it's safe to latch the nose cone shut for re-entry. Also, the vehicle has initiated the nitrox suit purge. This will help keep Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi cool and comfortable during the re-entry, which is coming up in about 20 minutes. And at this point, the nose cone is closing and protecting the forward hatch for re-entry. Again, our astronauts are using their screens to monitor the locking of the nose cone, which is done by a set of hooks.
So we are standing by for confirmation of nose cone closure. We needed to wait until this point because we were using those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters underneath the nose cone to complete that deorbit burn. We did hear nominal deorbit burn, so things continue to move very smoothly for Crew Dragon Resilience on its way home from the International Space Station. So anticipated nose cone closure should come in about 1 minute.
This view here is mission control in Hawthorne in California. I have a whole team of folks supporting the astronauts' return. We are expecting a planned communication blackout period at 11:43 p.m. Pacific time. Again, that is when we have a ton of plasma buildup at the bottom of the capsule. It's going to start to interfere with some of the communications, but that is planned and should last for about 7.5 minutes at that time. The Dragon spacecraft will continue to steer and pilot itself towards the targeted landing site off the coast of Panama City until we get those communications back and once again can talk to the astronauts.
And we just heard a call that nose cone closure is about 50% complete. So that continues, and we are tracking for that to be complete momentarily. That nose cone protects the forward hatch that the astronauts use to ingress or enter and egress or exit the International Space Station. And so it's important that we are able to protect that area for potential future reuse of this capsule. So we are standing by for confirmation that the nose cone has fully closed. The next major milestone we'll be looking for is the entry of the vehicle and that anticipated loss of signal with the spacecraft. Entry of the vehicle should begin around 11:45, so about 23 minutes from now. And we will be tracking the vehicle its entire way back, even though we don't necessarily have telemetry with it.
And as those vehicles, the vehicle starts to make its way back to Earth, the astronauts on board should experience a peak of 3 to 5 Gs, similar to what they would experience on ascent with the Falcon 9. And then the drogue chutes will deploy, and the main chutes will also deploy after that. And then we can start to begin recovery operations in this nighttime splashdown.
We are standing by for information about the nose cone closure. And the nose cone is closed. The forward hatch now being protected, and those 4 forward bulkhead Draco thrusters underneath.
So as we begin the second half of entry, Dragon is now beginning to flush nitrox into the cabin and continuing to top off Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi's suit with cold air. Again, this is what will allow the cabin temperature to remain comfortable while external temperatures reach over 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat shield is pointing forward, the bottom, so to speak, of the capsule, leading the capsule into the landing site. And the suits themselves can detect if they start to get too warm and will automatically start drawing in that nitrox, again, to keep the astronauts nice and cool all the way down until splashdown.
So we have some time until that next major milestone, as we discussed. With the nose cone closed, we'll be looking for that loss of signal. That could come as early as 11:43 with our re-entry into Earth's atmosphere at about 11:45, so 20 minutes from now. Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi, as we've noticed, they are monitoring the actions throughout this procedure, and they should be able to continue to do so throughout the splashdown of Crew Dragon. They shouldn't have to take any action. Dragon is a fully autonomous vehicle, and so it can fly itself. The crew can step in if necessary and command some movements of the vehicle and some other actions, but things have moved very smoothly throughout the day so far, so we are looking at an on-time splashdown at 11:57 p.m. GM, or 11:57 p.m. Pacific time off the coast of Panama City, Florida, and hopefully along the way the astronauts will simply be able to monitor.
And we did get a weather report just a few minutes ago, and weather continues to look great, excellent, if I may say. Wind speeds are very low, and the height of the waves are also very low. There's no rain in the area, so really ideal conditions for splashdown and recovery of the crew. Once they splash down, there are a couple of boats that will step in to make sure that the area is safe. They'll collect the chutes, and then there is a larger recovery vessel, the same vessel that sort of took the picture of the dolphin earlier, that will come up and scoop Dragon out of the water, hoist it using a crane on the back of the boat onto the deck, And then we have a couple of checkout procedures to get through before we open up the hatch, and medical staff can start to attend and evaluate how the astronauts are doing before they, eventually get into the helicopter and start to make their way back towards land.
And as we've mentioned, we were initially looking at returning these astronauts on the Wednesday, the 28th, having them undock from the International Space Station. And then we looked at Friday, April 30th, so just yesterday, and we were really waiting on perfect weather conditions, which is what we're seeing tonight. And so just a little bit more about exactly what that means and what those parameters are like for us when we're considering splashdown locations. We want the wind to be no greater than 10.5 knots, which is about 17.7 feet per second. And the latest report that we have, the wind is around 2 knots, so very much within that range. We'll need no lightning within, or no less than 10 miles away, or no more.
Dragon SpaceX, we show nose cone secure for entry.
And SpaceX from Resilience, we see the same.
And good news being relayed to the Crew Dragon crew, that nose cone is closed. But a little bit more about that recovery criteria. We were talking about lightning. We don't want that within the 10-mile radius and away or within the vehicle area, as well as no more than 25% chance of rain. We don't want any clouds lower than 500 feet, which means that's the cloud ceiling. We don't want that any lower than 500 feet. And we need at least a mile of visibility for a night splashdown. So everything is really lining up perfectly for splashdown tonight, and we are continuing to watch Crew Dragon execute all of the pre-programmed maneuvers. The next major one now with the nose cone secured and all of those hooks secured, we'll be looking for really re-entry.
And once the Dragon spacecraft splashes down, we typically try to target about an hour before we can, get in there, recover the vessel, and open up that hatch. But it'll depend. It'll depend on, if there's any hypergolic vapors in the air, how fast the boats can get to the capsule. But, certainly expediency is of the utmost urgency for us. So, the recovery team will certainly try their best to make sure the astronauts are in good, safe hands and on the boat, and eventually the helicopter, as soon as we can do so safely.
Yeah, and we hope to see the crew egress or exit Dragon within an hour after splashing down, which is really an impressive timeline. And so as soon as splashdown occurs, those 2 fast boats will begin proceeding toward the vehicle. They'll be sniffing for those hypergolic fuels. We don't want any of those toxic fumes within the vicinity of the capsule. And we will have one person go onto the capsule and begin to rig it or prepare it to be lifted out of the water. And once the recovery ship backs up to the vehicle, they can connect that to the ship and lift it onto the ship. So, and that all can happen within about a 30-minute time frame. Things are really moving quickly now with the start of entry, descent, and landing, a lot of milestones happening. So we hope that you'll stay tuned with us for all of those.
So the Dragon spacecraft itself is, now that it's completed its deorbit burn, its altitude is starting to decrease and decrease and decrease, where eventually it'll start to meet the Earth's atmosphere. And once it does, it's moving. It was moving at over 17,500 miles an hour. And so we'll start to eventually slow it down all the way to 16 miles an hour. And that's generally the rate at which, the speed at which it will splash down in the ocean. So much softer than if it were to hit the water at 17,500 miles an hour.
Now, if you look closely in this picture, that is still Crew Dragon, that view from the International Space Station. As we mentioned, Crew Dragon has just completed its deorbit burn, but that doesn't mean that it's out of space yet. So Crew Dragon is still in a microgravity environment and continues to slow and drop into Earth's atmosphere. That's when our reentry period will really begin, when we expect to also have that loss of communications Andy was just discussing. But right now, still very exciting to be able to have this view from the International Space Station of Crew Dragon, which just departed, that command being sent 6 hours ago for those hooks to open on the nose cone. And there's 2 short bursts to separate it from the International Space Station. So a lot can happen in 6 hours, as we've seen, and a lot can also happen in 30 minutes, because in that amount of time, Crew Dragon will be back on Earth.
And those sort of quick movements, that is not Crew Dragon. There it is. That is not Crew Dragon moving in space. That is the camera repositioning itself. So Crew Dragon right now is really on a controlled sort of slow descent back towards Earth. But it is quite cool that the International Space Station can still and has been tracking Crew Dragon all the way since it separated earlier on today.
And taking a look at what the crew aboard the International Space Station is doing. Some of them are actually in their sleep period, so they may be asleep right now, and they also may be, who knows, up in the middle of the night. And
I'm sure some of them are very eager to make sure that they're,
Dragon SpaceX for entry brief.
And go for entry brief.
Everything continues to look awesome. So no updates to timing, no updates for systems. Weather is winds at 3 knots. Wave height remains less than 1 foot. Wave period still at 5 seconds. Recovery team reports in position, ready to support.
Okay, no changes to timeline. Everything is looking good. 3 knots on the wind, less than 1 foot in 5 seconds on the period. We're currently showing 220, and we're working through our entry brief, and we'll give you a go here momentarily.
Okay, SpaceX copies. Thank you.
You know, as the folks on the crew capsule itself, when your core calls you and says, everything continues to look awesome, that is probably the greatest of great news, as the capsule is gearing up for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere and eventual splashdown here within the hour. As I was mentioning earlier, the crew on the International Space Station, they might be up right now. I'm sure they're very eager to see that, to make sure that their fellow crew members are safely back home on Earth. So, they might be tuning in to make sure that, everything goes smoothly before they, head off to bed.
And meanwhile, on Earth, this is the view that we had earlier from Go Navigator, the recovery vessel that we'll see lift Crew Dragon out of the water later on. They had another visitor. Outer space is a pretty amazing place to explore, and I think the ocean is as well. And so this is one of the local residents in the area of Go Navigator at the time. Go Navigator has now moved closer to the location of splashdown, and they will then move in once the vehicle has made contact with the water to then retrieve it.
Maybe that's a foreshadowing of the future zero-G indicator. We haven't had a marine animal fly in space yet, so maybe the next one will be a dolphin.
That's not a bad idea.
This view right now is, again, from the International Space Station. That white dot in the center of your screen is the Dragon capsule, and the crew is inside there, and we're continuing to adjust the cameras, but it continues to make its way back towards Earth.
And those cameras can be adjusted by teams on the ground in Mission Control Houston. So as you mentioned, the astronauts still on the International Space Station have the opportunity to be getting some sleep now. They very well might be watching the coverage, and we thank them as well for tuning in. But yes, just an amazing view for us to get to see this image of Crew Dragon still in space, counting down to that beginning of re-entry. It all happens very fast once that begins. And we are looking for re-entry to begin at 11:45, so less than 10 minutes from now.
And SpaceX from Resilience, tablets are secured on the satchels, restraints are tightened, and visors are down.
SpaceX copy is on tablets, restraints, and visors. Thank you.
The crew reporting to the core here that they are in the proper configuration for their deorbit, their reentry essentially. So their visors on their suits are now down and locked in place. We saw them earlier during that deorbit burn. The visors were still up and they needed to be closed prior to the reentry. And so it sounds like everything is properly secured and stowed for that reentry into Earth's atmosphere. As we mentioned, we can expect the astronauts to feel about anywhere between 3 and 5 Gs upon their reentry.
All right, we are under 20 minutes away from splashdown. Here's the rundown again of what to expect here in the next 20 minutes. At 11:43 p.m. Pacific time, we're going to enter that communications blackout period that will last for approximately 7.5 minutes. At 11:45 p.m., entry will begin. That is where the capsule will enter the Earth's atmosphere. 11:52 p.m., the drogue chutes will deploy. Then less than a minute after that, the main chutes will deploy, slowing the Dragon spacecraft down to 16 miles an hour. And then at 11:57 p.m. Pacific time, we have splashdown of the Crew-1 Resilience capsule.
Dragon SpaceX, we show 5 minutes until predicted comm blackout. We will see you on the other side at 0650.
And SpaceX Resilience copies. We'll talk to you on the other side.
And there was that blackout period that I had mentioned earlier. That is the core. Just confirming again the time and the expectation that there will be a blackout period at approximately 11:43 p.m. Pacific time for 7.5 minutes. Again, the Dragon vehicle is autonomous and really steering itself at this point. So even though communications can't be sent back and forth between Dragon and ground, the vehicle is really doing its own thing and making sure that it reaches the targeted landing site as intended.
We are 4 minutes away from that predicted loss of signal. And this is something that occurs whenever we bring home crewed spacecraft, whether it be a Crew Dragon or a Soyuz spacecraft. Their re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere looks very similar. They both have a deorbit burn, and they both slow down significantly upon re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And that plasma buildup outside of the vehicle, along with that heat, that prevents us from having communications with the vehicle for several minutes. This time we're looking at about 7 minutes. So it's something that we're very aware of and experienced with. And something else we are just learning is Crew Dragon is about 140 kilometers in altitude. So we continue to track its journey back to Earth. We are now, what it looks like, 3 minutes away from that anticipated LOS.
So yeah, Leah and I will continue to be with you live, not just until splashdown, but afterwards as part of the recovery operations as well. We'll want to make sure that the team is picked up out of the water and safe and sound on the Go Navigator boat before we sign off. So we still got a bit of time here, but we do have quite a bit of events coming up in the next hour and a half until the crew is safely back on Earth.
And speaking of recovery, that leads into a Launch America question that we have. Do any medical checkups happen after the return of Crew-1 back on Earth? Yes, that's actually the first thing that happens once Crew-1 returns and is hoisted onto the ship. The first person inside the hatch will be a medical doctor that speaks with the crew and allows them to let them know how they're feeling ahead of egress or being taken out of the vehicle. And as soon as that happens, they'll be moved in for some further medical checks ahead of being flown back on a helicopter to shore in Florida. So that'll be the first thing that happens. Safety of our crew and their health is our priority.
Yeah, and you know, part of landing selection slides, one of the criteria is we have to be close to medical facilities. So you know, everything is really planned around the safety of the astronauts and make sure that they come back, you know, nice and healthy, because they've had you know such rigorous sort of time up in space, you know, being in microgravity and now returning back to Earth and having to deal with the gravity down here. And so, like Leah mentioned, you know, medical staff will be one of the first people that speak to the astronauts as soon as they land here on Earth.
We just heard that Dragon is in entry attitude, exactly where they need to be. And for this targeted splashdown off the coast of Panama City, Florida, we have that loss of signal that we predict to occur coming up in about 1 minute. And we expect to see that last for about 7 minutes. Hearing our altitude is approximately 108 kilometers above Earth. And as a reminder, our 4 crew members, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi, all on board Crew Dragon, returning home today. They are monitoring this process, and so they are well aware that we may lose communications with them as soon as within 30 seconds, and we will speak with them once we are out of that comms blackout period, again, lasting about 7 minutes today. We're standing by for that LOS under 100 kilometers in altitude.
And shortly after we begin that communications blackout period, 11:45 p.m. Pacific time, that is when the spacecraft will enter the Earth's atmosphere and begin, you know, sort of its final descent back to a splashdown.
Altitude of Crew Dragon now at 90 kilometers. And this view on the right-hand side of your screen and Mission Control Hawthorne here in California, teams monitoring the vehicle. And during this loss of signal point, this communications blackout, they won't be able to get telemetry on the vehicle, but Crew Dragon is totally autonomous.
So at this point, we are entering that communications blackout period. This will last approximately 7.5 minutes due to plasma formation around the spacecraft. During this time, no vehicle telemetry is received by Mission Control or the recovery team, and no external commanding of the vehicle or voice communication is possible. And just as a reminder, Dragon is designed to fly itself and continues to autonomously use Draco thrusters to orient itself during re-entry. During re-entry, the vehicle will be slowing down from orbital velocity, which is approximately 17,500 miles per hour, and the top temperature around Dragon that Dragon will experience upon re-entry is about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit.
And of course, inside the capsule, it will not get near that hot. We expect the temperature to raise to about 85 degrees. And the astronauts have cool air inside the vehicle as well as inside their suits. And so we have just entered the time of entry interface. So Dragon is now experiencing the Earth's atmosphere for the first time in almost 6 months. So we are continuing to be in this LOS period. As we mentioned, it should last about 7 minutes, and that began at 11:43 p.m. Pacific time. So we have about 4 minutes left of that LOS period, and the crew knows that we will be in communication with them on the other side.
And this is got to be the period where If you followed Bob and Doug's re-entry, they had described Dragon as sort of coming back to life when it re-enters the atmosphere. So again, those temperatures are caused by friction. So the spacecraft itself is moving at such a high rate of speed that it's hitting all these air particles, and so it's got to be the vibration levels and the sound has got to be sort of elevated at this point as it continues to go through the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, this is the first time that the vehicles felt this lift and this drag since launch. The atmosphere in space that doesn't exist, and so it's a vacuum, and haven't been feeling this and been able to hear those sounds that you were discussing. So it's quite a different moment after having 6 months in microgravity. They will begin to start feeling some Gs, as we mentioned, between 3 and 5 Gs upon their re-entry. And we are standing by. It's been about 4 minutes now since that loss of signal began. That's an estimated 7 minutes. The plasma is building up on the outside of the capsule as it continues entering the Earth's atmosphere. The temperatures around the capsule building up to 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And this view from our WB-57 aircraft with its thermal imaging cameras, we will be looking for the Crew Dragon to come into view, and there you can see it in the entry of Earth's atmosphere. Crew Dragon continuing its journey home.
So there's a material on the bottom of the capsule. PICA 3.0 stands for phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. That is the material that is really shielding the capsule from all of that extreme temperature. And so the capsule itself goes in sort of bottom first, and that lightweight material, and that is just a fantastic shot. That is the Dragon re-entering the Earth's atmosphere as it leaves that trail behind. And then again, that illumination is from all of that heat that is building up due to friction of just the re-entry speeds of Dragon when it meets the Earth's atmosphere.
And that view coming from the boat, Go Navigator. Crew Dragon continuing, as you said, to enter Earth's atmosphere. So having these two views right now, with it being a nighttime splashdown, pretty exciting that we're getting two good views upon reentry into Earth's atmosphere.
So again, a lot of things are happening pretty rapidly here. In about 3 minutes, the first set of parachutes will deploy. They are drogue chutes. They are conical in nature, and their job is to stabilize and begin sort of the initial deceleration of the vehicle, followed very shortly after by the main parachutes. There are 4 of them.
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
And SpaceX, this is Dragon, over 4 Gs, 42 kilometers.
SpaceX, we have you loud and clear. Expect automated chute deployment.
And Resilience copies. We are at 40 kilometers, 4.34 on the Gs.
That's Commander Mike Hopkins reporting the Gs that they experienced upon reentry. And as you heard, we are now out of that loss of signal portion, meaning the plasma has eroded away enough from the spacecraft.
I think my heart skipped a beat as soon as I heard
Mine
the
too.
crew responding back. And one thing I did note, as soon as Mike turned on his comms, there was a lot of background noise, and that is sort of the after effects of Dragon's re-entry.
So this view again from the WB-57 aircraft.
Dragon SpaceX, a GPS is converged. Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deploy.
Resilience copies. Nominal altitude for drogue deploy.
Crew Dragon Resilience now 30 kilometers over Earth. It's quite a quick drop over that 100 that we saw just a few minutes ago. And now we'll be looking for drogue parachute deploy within the next minute or so at 11:52 p.m. Pacific time, 6:52 GMT. Those 2 drogue chutes should deploy at 18,000 feet in altitude. Crew Dragon will be moving approximately 350 miles per hour.
Dragon SpaceX recovery team reports visual.
Good news, we're at 20 kilometers, seats are rotating.
SpaceX copies on the seat rotation.
And the seats are rotating into the proper landing position. We saw them a little bit more reclined earlier, facing the top of the capsule. And now they are more forward facing towards that side hatch.
We also got confirmation that the recovery teams can also now see Dragon coming back.
Brace for drogues.
Copy, braced for drogues.
We are waiting for confirmation that the drogue chutes have deployed. We are expecting them to deploy any minute now.
And it looks like those might be our drogue chutes.
Visual 2 chutes.
SpaceX from Resilience, we show good drogues.
SpaceX copies and concurs nominal descent right on 2 drogues.
Continuing to hear good news after good news. 2 drogue chutes have deployed. Everything looks nominal, and we're slowing the Dragon vehicle down. We are expecting the 4 main chutes to deploy within the next minute.
And those 4 drogue chutes. Oh, you can see them being pulled out now.
Visual on 4 mains.
And Resilience copies, and we see a nominal descent rate.
SpaceX copies and concurs nominal descent rate.
And this view coming from the WB-57, very clear image of those 4 main parachutes, slowing the vehicle down to what will be about 16 miles per hour prior to splashdown just off the coast of Panama City, Florida. If it were daylight, we would have an image of those 4 beautiful parachutes being orange and white. And still getting these incredible views, even though we are in a nighttime splashdown.
So we are waiting for visuals of splashdown. The Dragon 1 program had great success with water landing, with 20 successful splashdowns over the course of that program, 9 of which were carried out by flight-proven Dragon spacecrafts.
In space height, you've broken, but we show you just under 800 meters. Still good descent rate.
Just under 800 meters from the Earth. That's about half of a mile. And we are tracking splashdown.
And 600 meters, and we're showing 10 meters per second on the descent rate, a little higher than nominal.
SpaceX copies.
And what a view we have here. Even though it's nighttime, we have some great visuals of Dragon there with its 4 main chutes deployed, slowly coming back to Earth. Splashdown is scheduled for just a few minutes from now.
400 meters.
Now just a quarter of a mile away from splashdown. And that splashdown time is scheduled for 11:57 p.m. Pacific time.
And SpaceX, we show nominal descent rates, 200 meters, brace for splashdown.
SpaceX copies, brace for splashdown.
Seconds away from splashdown, everything nominal aboard Crew Dragon Resilience returning to Earth.
And there are the boats starting to chase after Dragon to begin their recovery operations as soon as Dragon lands. And I don't know if you can hear the applause on splashdown, but we have visual confirmation of the Crew-1 Resilience capsule.
From Resilience. This is excellent news. We are splashed down. The pyros have fired. We're water.
SpaceX copies and concurs. We do see mains cut as well.
So again, you heard the applause. The Crew-1 capsule has returned, and we have successful splashdown. The main chutes have also cut as well. The fast boats are now making their way towards the capsule to begin the recovery operations. Again, that first boat is going to start to inspect the capsule and make sure that there isn't any residual toxic fumes in the air.
Dragon, on behalf of NASA and the SpaceX teams, we welcome you back to planet Earth, and thanks for flying SpaceX. For those of you enrolled in our frequent flyer program, you have earned 68 million miles on this voyage.
And SpaceX Resilience, it is back on planet Earth, and we'll take those miles. Are they transferable?
And Dragon will have to refer you to our marketing department for that policy.
And we are in 1. That's 3.1 of 4.800.
And Resilience, please repeat last about 4.800.
Okay, we are at 3, and we show stable 1.
SpaceX copies stable 1. Good news.
So a bit of levity from the crew and the Corps about the transferable mileage.
And that splashdown coming at 11:56 p.m. Pacific time, 6:56 GMT. We're hearing reports that the capsule is in stable 1 position, meaning it is upright. As we heard, those 4 main parachutes were cut, and those 2 fast boats will soon approach the vehicle. They will be able to, as we mentioned, sniff for those hypergol fuels, as well as attach buoys to the parachutes and make sure they are recovered. The teams have been ready and waiting about 3 nautical miles away, so it's going to take them around 20 minutes to make their way to Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi inside Crew Dragon. And while the teams move in, we are continuing to watch this scene unfold and this view coming from Go Navigator, the recovery vessel on which we will see Dragon hoisted later.
And that was just so cool to see. The teams had visual of Dragon with his chutes deployed, coming back down to Earth, and then you saw the fast boats sort of just as fast as they could, heading over to Dragon, just to make sure that everything can happen as quickly as possible and make sure that the astronauts are safe.
And good news, the recovery vehicle has a go to approach the spacecraft.
Dragon SpaceX, we are go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside in about 1 minute.
And SpaceX from Dragon, that is great news.
And that comes right on time as well. Just 5 minutes after splashdown, those fast boats are going to be able to approach the capsule and put buoys on those parachutes. And the hypergol checks will continue. And eventually someone will help rig up the capsule to be picked up by the Go navigator once it has to go to approach the vehicle as well. And all of this action coming after undocking from the International Space Station at 5:35 p.m. Pacific time today, just 6.5 hours from them to board the Crew Dragon, or to depart on Crew Dragon and splash down back on Earth after almost 6 months in space.
And here's a aerial shot of those fast boats approaching
Dragon SpaceX comm check.
And SpaceX Resilience, we're still reading you loud and clear.
Loud and clear as well. We just completed a minor comm configuration. Thanks.
You bet. And we see some lights outside. Looks like some people are getting close.
Affirmative. Quite the welcome home party.
So it looks like that first boat has already made it to the capsule. There are a number of other boats and recovery vessels standing by. And once we clear the area of, from any hypergolic vapors, they'll, move on to the next phases of recovery.
And some of those darker spaces you see there in the water are the parachutes that will be collected later on. But this view, yes, from the WB-57 aircraft that provided us with those infrared images as Dragon was still re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and then all the way through splashdown as well. So you can see that second boat approaching those parachutes to attach some buoys. It really could not have been a more flawless journey home for Crew Dragon Resilience.
Yeah, we continue to see, nominal call after nominal call from
the Dragon SpaceX. We show hypergol sweeps and unfired ordnance checks nominal. Rigger should come aboard momentarily. Expect about 2-5 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for PMC with SpaceX flight surgeon.
Okay, Resilience copies all. We're standing by.
The coordinator just said we are clear of any hypergols in the area, so we are starting to send the recovery vessel, and we'll start to hoist up Dragon in about 25 minutes. And then shortly after that, he mentioned PMC, which is the private medical conference. Again, the medical staff or one of the first people to talk to the folks inside the Dragon capsule. So, in about 30 minutes here, we should be seeing the, hopefully the astronauts egress from the side hatch of the Dragon capsule.
We also heard them mention the rigger will be online, or will be on the capsule shortly. That's the one crew member we were discussing earlier, or one team member, I should say, that will climb on the capsule and begin rigging it for it to be hoisted by the Go Navigator vessel. It will help place Crew Dragon into the Dragon nest aboard Go Navigator. Everything's still moving on timeline with this recovery tonight. The first splashdown of a NASA and SpaceX Crew capsule, and the first splashdown for NASA since 1968 with the return of the Apollo 8 astronauts.
And one thing to note, you can see the sheen of the ocean with those lights there, and the sea itself, that could have been mistaken for a beach, but we are in the middle of the ocean and the seas are just as calm as they can be. Again, weather was something we were tracking, and we waved off splashdown a couple times this past week, but today's conditions seemed absolutely serene. There it is, for landing and recovery operations. So it's just a great thing to see that they don't have to combat any type of inclement weather while they're already doing such important work here in the Gulf of Mexico.
So you can see some of those recovery vessels surrounding the capsule. And the crew members on board still just monitoring the status of the recovery. And as Andy mentioned, will participate in a private medical conference to report back on how they are feeling. And once they are brought on board, they'll have an opportunity to be checked out by medical personnel as well.
Seeing some activity of that fast boat around Crew Dragon. That's what's in the middle of the screen right now. There is a much larger recovery vessel nearby that will hoist up Dragon onto the back end of the ship. We're expecting that to happen in approximately 25 minutes.
And I can't tell exactly, but we may already have that person on Crew Dragon beginning to rig it in preparation for when Go Navigator can approach and it be attached to the ship and brought on board.
So this was the primary site that we landed on off the coast of Panama City in Florida. We did have an alternate site off the coast of Tampa. There was an equivalent amount of personnel and hardware and ships ready to perform the same type of recovery operations in the event that Dragon had to choose that site over the primary one. But things continuing to go smooth.
And we did get a report that the crew is feeling well inside the capsule, just what we wanted to hear. Of course, they will still have that private medical conference and they will still receive medical checkouts once they arrive on Go Navigator. But amazing preliminary news that the crew reports that they are feeling well. And that's quite a feat in itself, to be feeling well after 6 months in microgravity and to return to gravity. So great news all around tonight with the return of Crew Dragon Resilience. Coming up on just about 15 minutes since we had splashdown today. This evening, that splashdown coming at 11:56 p.m. Pacific time, 6:56 GMT. And now you can, a little more clearly on the right-hand side of the capsule, see the person who is preparing it for their to be picked up by Go Navigator with that rigging system. And that's right on time as well.
And so this is the Resilience capsule. It flew for the first time in November of last year, and when it flew, it was pristine and white, and now we've got a little bit of toastiness on its side, and some people have described the re-entered capsule as a sort of a toasted marshmallow, and again, that is just from all the heat on re-entry. It is continuing to stay buoyant in the Gulf of Mexico. The Dragon vehicle itself is designed to be waterproof. And in the event that there is a breach, we do have some abilities to pump water into some bladders in the capsule to make sure that it stays buoyant for as long as possible. But everything continues to go well. We are now seeing a even better view of the rigger on top of the Dragon capsule, preparing it for hoisting later on in a few minutes here.
And that's a great picture. You can see just how calm the sea really is. That is the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing that it's that truly glassy, as we heard described earlier. A great view of the capsule now and the person preparing it to be hoisted onto Go Navigator. And as a reminder, we're going to remain live with you throughout this coverage up until the crew has been extracted from the vehicle. And this another view from Go Navigator. You can see the nest right there. That's where Crew Dragon will be placed once it has been hoisted onto the vessel.
We have some people stepping in on the nest, and you can just see sort of the scale of that nest and really the boat. The Dragon capsule is, you know, throughout today we've seen it from a distance.
Resilient SpaceX recovery is proceeding nominally at this time. The recovery vessel is backing up towards the spacecraft and proceeding nominally.
And you can see Crew Dragon Resilience within the frame of that hoist mechanism on Go Navigator. The report going out to the crew that things continue to proceed nominally, and we can see that for ourselves as well. The Go Navigator will continue backing up to Crew Dragon until it's close enough to attach those lines and hoist the spacecraft onto the nest there at the bottom of your screen.
As we were saying earlier, the scale really doesn't really put into perspective until you start to put people around. The capsule itself is over 20,000 pounds, and so.
Dragon SpaceX repeat call. We are proceeding nominally. It looks like the recovery vessel is about one boat length away, backing up towards the spacecraft.
That is great news, SpaceX. Looking forward to it.
Continuing to proceed nominally, Go Navigator is backing up towards the Resilience capsule as the team of recovery personnel continue to get Dragon on top of the nest there that you see on screen.
And once Crew Dragon is lifted onto the nest, it will shortly afterward be pulled toward the egress platform, or the platform that allows them to exit. That platform is built up towards near the that forward hatch, and it should allow them to more easily exit the vehicle. Now been 20 minutes since tonight's splashdown. 6:56 GMT, 11:56 p.m. Pacific time. Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and Soichi Noguchi, all inside Crew Dragon, and recovery operations proceed nominally.
So we are now waiting excitedly for the recovery of our Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronauts Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shannon Walker, and JAXA astronaut Soichi Noguchi inside. Dragon has already autonomously completed several steps to safe itself following splashdown. For those of you just joining us, the mission has gone smoothly so far. Dragon successfully splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Panama City, Florida at approximately 11:56 a.m. or p.m. Pacific time.
Approximately.
Dragon SpaceX rigging is complete. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift.
Resilience copies, 5 minutes to lift.
And that's good news. They will continue to get closer to the spacecraft with rigging complete, meaning it will be able to be hoisted in 5 minutes from now. But approximately 6.5 hours ago, Dragon autonomously undocked from the International Space Station, completed a series of departure burns, jettisoned its trunk section, and performed its final burn, the deorbit burn, to place itself on a trajectory toward the Gulf of Mexico. Dragon successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, followed by deployment of its parachutes to slow the spacecraft down to a gentle splashdown at just about 16 miles per hour. And we're now following the final part of Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi's journey as Dragon is lifted out of the water and placed on the recovery boat.
Upon detection of landing, Dragon automatically releases the main parachutes to prevent wind from pulling the spacecraft. Dragon then automatically safes any pyrotechnics still present on the vehicle and may automatically perform additional minor system reconfigurations. The astronauts do remain seated and in their suits at this point, but the onboard air conditioning keeps temperatures in check inside of the spacecraft, and the communication systems on board remain powered so the crew can continue to communicate with ground.
SpaceX has 2 fast boats in the recovery fleet, which moved quickly to the splashdown point, and they have been joined by Go Navigator, which is the main recovery vessel in your screen now, and that has moved into position near the spacecraft. Those 2 fast boats have very specific roles. On first approach, it's immediately focused on safety inspection of the capsule integrity and checking for any presence of those hypergolic propellant vapors we've been talking about, ensuring that it is safe for Go Navigator to approach the Dragon spacecraft. Once the capsule is cleared for full approach, the team begins rigging the capsule for water recovery by the recovery ship, which we recently heard was completed. And the second fast boat is responsible for parachute recovery and also serves as a redundant boat to the first. And we saw that team member or on a jet ski helping to gather up the detached parachutes as well.
So it took about 10 minutes for the recovery crew to complete their safety checks. Once complete, the team will begin preparing Dragon to be lifted into the recovery vessel. And as part of this preparation, one member of the recovery team will climb up on top of the capsule and rig the Dragon spacecraft as they just did a few moments ago. And then from there, it will take less than an hour to raise Dragon to the recovery boat and remove the crew from the spacecraft. And then after that, after medical checkouts, the crew will return to land within 4 hours, either by boat or helicopter, depending on the landing site. So if no medical assistance is needed, the crew will depart for Houston.
And if you look very closely, you can see down to the bottom right of the capsule, there is one attachment on Crew Dragon. There will be multiple to keep and there's another on the left. There will be multiple to keep the spacecraft from swinging once it is hoisted out of the water. and it'll very quickly be placed on that Dragon nest waiting just below and at the bottom center of your screen. And as you can see, Crew Dragon now at multiple attachment points to that system on Go Navigator.
Dragon SpaceX, expect lift in 90 seconds.
Copy, 90 seconds, thanks, sir.
So about a minute and a half until we see Crew Dragon removed from the water. There's still a team member up on the front of it. That's likely the same team member who helped rig the system and prepare it for attachment to the vessel. And as we mentioned earlier, this splashed down a new record, breaking the old record for the longest crewed capsule in orbit from America, previously held by the final Skylab crew at 84 days, 1 hour and 15 minutes. And this crew returning with 168 days in space and doubling that previous record.
Dragon SpaceX, brace for capsule lift.
Go ahead, Sol. We're here at the lift.
Crew Dragon Resilience now out of the water and being prepared to be placed on that Dragon nest in the center of your screen at the bottom. And just an hour ago, this capsule had just completed the deorbit burn and was still in space, and now is being returned to Go Navigator. The first time for these crew members to be on Earth in almost 6 months.
Pretty much on the center of the screen, you can see the side hatch of the Dragon capsule. Later on today, that's where the astronauts will be egressing from. When they were attached to the International Space Station, they exited from the top hatch where the nose cone opens up.
And those two holes, essentially, that you see up toward the top of the nose cone above the...
Resilience, welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are completing final checks. Stand by for translation of the egress platform in a couple minutes.
Resilience copies.
Those two holes aboard the Crew Dragon above the hatch and close to the nose cone, those are where the drogue parachutes were stored in that upper bulkhead. And there's near a deployable panel, so they're deployed by 2 drogue mortars, which are pyrotechnics fired to deploy the chutes. And those 4 main parachutes are also stored under deployable panels, but those are near the base of the spacecraft, so below that side hatch panel, and those were drawn out by the drogue chutes. Everything just absolutely flawless tonight with the recovery of Crew Dragon Resilience.
So before opening the hatch, the spacecraft's cabin pressure must be equalized with the outside environment. So once the hatch is open, that will be Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi's first breath of fresh air since boarding Falcon 9 at the start of their mission back in November of last year.
The next visual we are looking for is for Dragon to be pulled toward the egress platform on the Dragon nest. So they will move toward the platform that is up toward the side hatch. That'll allow for easier extraction, removal of the crew members. It's important to note that Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi will be getting assistance from the recovery teams while exiting the capsule. And this is the same process for any returning long-duration crew members, as returning to a gravity environment can essentially wreak havoc with our vestibular system, which is responsible for maintaining our balance and motion. And safety is our #1 priority with this operation, as you've seen throughout, not just today, but this entire mission. So you'll see all Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi helped out of the capsule. We won't see them outside of the capsule today, but they will be assisted a few feet to the medical quarters aboard the boat. And we discussed earlier, if you've seen crews return on a Soyuz, it's the same process as when astronauts are carried from the capsule to waiting chairs and then carried into the nearby medical tent. This is also the period where any time-critical cargo can be removed from the spacecraft, with the remainder waiting until the ship is back in port. Once the ship and capsule return, the recovery team will perform additional inspections before loading Dragon onto a flatbed truck at the SpaceX facility in Cape Canaveral for post-processing.
So the crew just secured Dragon onto the recovery vessel, and now it's moving towards the platform where eventually the hatch will open up. Got more personnel assisting with the recovery operations.
And that platform coming right below the side hatch, making it much easier for teams to help the crew egress or exit the vehicle. And this is the first time that this side hatch will be opened since launch day, November 15th. The hatch that's used on the International Space Station is that forward hatch underneath the nose cone, which is currently closed at the top of the vehicle. So as soon as this was sealed by SpaceX teams back in November, it has not been reopened since. And we see teams still preparing the capsule for that hatch opening.
So there'll still be a few minutes before we have hatch opening. Again, we need to make sure that the cabin pressure is equalized to the ambient pressure outside. The team also performs a few checks to make sure that everything is a go before we open up that side hatch.
It's been about 35 minutes since Crew 1 splashed down, so you can see just how expedient this process already is, having the capsule on board and preparing to open up that side hatch. And all of the parachutes, both the drogues and the main chutes, have been located, and those will be recovered.
SpaceX Resilience.
Go for SpaceX.
Hey, Solo, you guys are welcome to come on board with the cameras if you'd like.
SpaceX copies and work.
And Solo, you got one more call before we wrap things up, is that correct?
Affirmative. We have a few technicians just doing some work on the exterior of the hatch. We should be ready to open up shortly, we hope.
Copy.
Now the crew members will not ride this boat all the way back to shore. They will board a helicopter, and that helicopter will take them back to Pensacola, and waiting there will be a NASA plane to bring them back to Houston.
Yeah, it's quite surreal that about 7 hours ago, this capsule was traveling at over...
And Dragon, stand by for side hatch opening and egress.
Okay, Solo, we are standing by. And while I'm thinking about it, Solo, for SpaceX and the NASA teams, on behalf of Crew-1 and our families, we just want to say thank you. We want to say thank you for this amazing vehicle resilience. We said it before the mission, and I'm going to say it again here afterwards. It's amazing what can be accomplished when people come together. So finally, I'd just like to say, quite frankly, you all are changing the world. Congratulations. It's great to be back.
And Hopper, thanks so much. You've got a round of applause here in Mission Control. And from all of us, it's truly been epic working with your team from early development through splashdown of the world's first long-duration spaceflight, human spaceflight. Your crew is really a tribute to Resilience's name. We wish you all happy reunions with your families and loved ones. And thanks again for flying SpaceX.
Thank you, Solo. Thank you all.
So we had some kind words exchanged from the Corps and Mike Hopkins, the commander. The hatch is now open. We also heard some applause at Mission Control here in SpaceX. Just a tremendous amount of dedication that has gone into this particular mission over the last couple of years. And so we're really seeing the fruits of the labor now, really ending the mission. And, you know, just 7 hours ago, this capsule was traveling at over 17,000 miles an hour in space, docked to the International Space Station. And now it's safely secured back on Earth, and we have the hatch open.
And that hatch opened for the first time, as we mentioned, since launch day, November 15th, 2020. These astronauts completing the first long-duration commercial crew mission, and now holding the record for the longest time in space by an American crewed capsule, returning with 168 days. And with that side hatch being open, as we discussed, the first people to speak with Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi are the medical team. And as we heard earlier, the crew did report that they were feeling well, but still important to get checked out after spending 6 months in space. They will eventually be removed from the capsule and put on stretchers to taken to some additional medical checks. We're coming up on 40 minutes since splashdown. That capsule splashing down at 6:56 GMT, 11:56 p.m. Pacific time. Returning Crew-1 aboard Crew Dragon Resilience. That side hatch now open. Crew members speaking with medical personnel and preparing for egress. Everything was on the timeline for Crew Dragon today, undocking at 5:35 p.m. Pacific time, completing those 4 departure burns, as well as nose cone, or as claw separation and trunk jettison. We had some amazing views from the International Space Station along the way. That deorbit burn lasting the scheduled 16.5 minutes, slowing down Crew Dragon just enough to drop them out of Earth's orbit, begin their re-entry into the atmosphere. We saw both drogue parachutes deploy nominally, followed by 4 good main parachutes and a soft splashdown as scheduled in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Panama City, Florida at 11:56 p.m. Pacific time, 6:56 GMT.
And after splashdown, we saw the 2 fast boats approaching the vehicle. The first one made sure the area was safe for approach, and then one of the riggers climbed on top of the capsule and started preparing it for the eventual hoist and lift onto the boat that is on screen right now, Go Navigator. Really, as soon as we got visuals of Dragon, those boats really headed over there as fast as they could and tried to expedite the process. And now we're here. The capsule is on the boat. It's secured. Our hatch is open, and we have some personnel tending to the astronauts right now and make sure everything is A-OK after what really has been a picture-perfect mission so far.
The crew remains on the timeline to egress or exit Dragon in under an hour after splashdown. So they still have about 20 minutes until we reach, or 18 minutes until we reach that hour mark, and we are perfectly on schedule for the hatch to have been opened at its time. And we just saw one of those tablets being removed that the crew members were using to track the mission throughout the day. Just as it takes a little while to get crew members strapped in properly from, well, preparing for launch, we see the same thing whenever they come home. We want to make sure that everything is done in an orderly fashion and safely for our 4 astronauts.
Seems like we're removing a few parts to make room for the astronauts to egress.
And that looked like those footrests, essentially. I'm not sure the best thing to call them. I can't think of it right now. You can see those 2 windows on either side of the hatch. That's what gave the astronauts a view Earlier, they said they had a great view of the International Space Station, and even upon launch day, they gave us some views as they were heading to the space station. So those are their two windows that they've been able to look out during their journey aboard this spacecraft.
For those just joining us, on screen right now is the Crew-1 capsule Resilience. It has returned from space. We are on sort of the back end of the recovery vessel, Go Navigator, and here is, I think that's Mike Hopkins, the commander. He seems very excited.
Feeling pretty good after 6 months in space.
This is just excellent to see the astronauts coming out of the Dragon vehicle. So we're just off the coast of Panama City, Florida, and the hatch has been opened. There was some materials that were removed. It looks like the seat rests were removed, or the footrests were removed. And now we just saw the commander, Mike Hopkins, exit the vehicle, do a little bit of a dance.
As we mentioned, these crew members will be making their way over to some medical checks. Standard procedure for us when we have crew members returning from long-duration spaceflight, or any spaceflight really, when we are having crew members return on a Soyuz spacecraft in Kazakhstan. There is a medical tent nearby, and we carry those crew members from the spacecraft to the medical tent for their checkouts. So even though the crew has reported they're feeling good, and it certainly looked like Mike Hopkins was feeling good, they will still get those standard medical checks before boarding a helicopter later this evening to take them back to shore. And once they are on land in Florida, they will board a NASA plane to bring them back to Ellington Field in Houston, Texas, where they can be reunited with friends and family for the first time in almost 6 months.
Yeah, in the bottom left of your screen, there is a stretcher there. Again, that is standard. Returning back to Earth after such a long duration in microgravity has it can do things to your body. So
those two SpaceX team members preparing to help out the next crew member. And that is NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
And this is a view of Mission Control in Hawthorne. Continuing to support the mission. Yeah, we just saw Mike Hopkins exit the vehicle. Again, things are going pretty nominally. The vehicle had a splashdown at approximately 11:56 p.m. Pacific time. And shortly after that, the recovery team began their operations. We sent fast boats out there to start to sniff out the hypergalls and make sure there wasn't any toxic vapors in the air. Began rigging the boat and eventually getting the Dragon capsule on top of the Go Navigator recovery vessel.
And we saw Mike Hopkins out of the spacecraft first. He did a little dance for us to show us just how good he felt. And then followed by Victor Glover. Victor Glover returning from his first space flight. He was really the newbie on this trip, I guess you could say. He served as pilot of Crew-1, Crew Dragon Resilience. So he was the next out of the capsule. And we are still awaiting 2 more crew members to be removed from the capsule. And they will be checked out by those medical teams on board the ship. But as we heard earlier, they reported that they were feeling well.
Yeah, the 2 mission specialists that we haven't seen yet are Shannon Walker and Soichi Noguchi, who sat sort of on the ends of the seats inside the vehicle. Yeah, pretty stellar return home today, only taking about 6.5 hours from undocking to splashdown. And you know, throughout the mission today, we had really great feedback about some nominal departure burns. We did a prop wasting burn where we shed some unnecessary propellant from the vehicle to lighten the load of the Dragon spacecraft. And then we started to prepare for deorbit. So we had the claw retraction or separation. That is an umbilical that ties telemetry, data, and power from the capsule to the trunk. So we separated that. Then we also jettisoned the trunk, shedding a bit more weight. And then finally, we had our deorbit burn, which took about 16 minutes. And then we got some fantastic footage of Dragon returning back through the atmosphere. And then eventually, when it deployed its chutes, it was definitely a sight to see.
And we saw all of those chutes deploy nominally, first 2 drogue chutes that slowed the spacecraft down to about 119 miles per hour. Those 4 main chutes following and slowing the spacecraft down to about 16 miles per hour for a much softer splashdown. And that splashdown coming right on time at 11:56 p.m. Pacific time, 6:56 GMT. So we have heard that Shannon Walker is now outside of the Crew Dragon Resilience capsule, leaving Soichi Noguchi to be the last crew member extracted today. And as we mentioned, they will all get medical checkouts ahead of heading back to land.
Yeah, so quite a speedy operations to, you know, get the capsule back onto the boat and open up the hatch. So again, we, Mike, Victor, and Shannon have exited the vehicle, and we are waiting on Soichi, confirmation that Soichi is also going to exit. And again, they are, you know, going to be checked out to make sure everything's okay, and then eventually make their way back towards Houston, where hopefully they can reunite with their families soon.
And we expect them to be back in Houston by the early hours of tomorrow morning, hopefully. Let's see here. They should return to Houston. I can't find the exact timeline just at this moment, but they will board a NASA jet once they return to land in Florida. That helicopter taking them from Go Navigator to Florida, and then the NASA plane taking them back to Ellington Field. So it's quite a speedy recovery process. You know, when we land crew members in Kazakhstan, we are able to get them out of the vehicle very quickly as well, because it is on land, so it's easier to approach and to maneuver around. They get medical checks as well, and then they board a NASA plane or the NASA astronauts, I should say, board a NASA plane and return to Houston. But that flight time is just so much longer, simply because it's on the other side of the world. So quite different for these astronauts to be reunited with their families just very shortly after landing.
Yeah, and one thing that certainly helped the speedy recovery options today was the weather. We got you know, good news that wind speed was super low, and the waves themselves were also very, very small. So, you know, if you've been following along, the original departure date was supposed to be on the 28th, but we waived that due to weather. And then we also waived the attempt on the 30th. But today, conditions definitely seem ideal. And, you know, it definitely paid today, as you know, after the capsule had landed. The seas were as calm as I've ever seen them, making the trip for the fast boats to the capsule that much smoother.
And good news, Soichi Noguchi has egressed the vehicle as well. So now that Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi are safely back home on Earth and getting checked out by the NASA medical team, we are going to wrap up our live coverage of their historic return. This all kicked off on November 15th, 2020 from historic launch pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. After a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi made a 27-hour flight on board Dragon to the International Space Station. Since arriving at the space station, they spent almost 6 months as members of Expedition 6465, executing science experiments, spacewalks, and repairs while aboard the orbiting laboratory.
Their journey home today began just hours ago, Saturday, May 1st, when they closed the hatch to Dragon and undocked hours later at 5:35 p.m. Pacific time. We then jettisoned Dragon's trunk and performed our final on-orbit maneuver, the deorbit burn, at approximately 11:03 p.m. Pacific time to send Dragon on the path home. The spacecraft re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and slowed its descent with successful deployments of the 2 drogue parachutes and 4 main chutes, with the final splashdown occurring off the coast of Panama City, Florida at 11:57 p.m. Pacific time. Following that successful splashdown, we saw SpaceX recovery experts move in and prepare Dragon Resilience for its lift onto the recovery vessel. And just a little less than an hour following splashdown, we saw Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi, safely exit the Dragon capsule.
Next up, they will catch a helicopter flight back to shore where they will transfer to the waiting NASA plane for the short flight back to Houston, where they will be reunited with families to bring an end to this flight. We can't express what an honor and a privilege it has been to share their journey with all of you as we continue this new era in human spaceflight. In just the last week, we saw 4 astronauts fly to station to begin their mission, and now 4 more return to Earth to successfully complete another.
So SpaceX and NASA are already looking forward to the next rotation when Crew 2 comes home and Crew 3 launches, all of which is currently targeted for October of this year. And at that time, we'll once again have a direct handover with 11 people on board the station for a short duration as we continue this regular cadence of flying astronauts on SpaceX rockets from Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center. Again, thank you for tuning in for the culmination of Crew 1, a 6-month mission that has been years in the making. All of us here at SpaceX and NASA are excited to reunite these 4 astronauts with their families. We'll continue to work hard to ensure future astronauts' safety and mission success. So be sure to follow SpaceX and NASA online, as well as the social media for updates on crew and cargo flights to and from the International Space Station.
And we'll continue to share the progress of Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi's trip back to Houston on social media. We are also awaiting a briefing including NASA, SpaceX, and JAXA leadership. That's coming up at 2 a.m. Pacific time, 5 a.m. Eastern time. So we have to say thank you one more time again for tuning in and cheering on Mike, Victor, Shannon, and Soichi as they return home. And we'll see you next time when we once again are sending astronauts on American rockets and American spacecraft from American soil. See you next time.